I got two hands, I got my mouth, I know how to earn money.
Be right with you. Okay. Pardon. Pardon. Hey, Lucien. Okay. Government insufficiency. Inefficiency. It's kind of what we have going on. The Philippines has a very complicated judicial and otherwise system out here that is not very cooperative. I will elaborate a little bit. Don't forget the copy now, very important. I give you time. So, yeah, it's not the most efficient system of government out here, unfortunately, for any foreigners that seem to get themselves in any trouble or somebody causes a little trouble for them. That's kind of like it is. And there's ways of dealing with it, though, which most people don't know. On one hand, you want to be firm, but on the other hand, you don't want to piss them off either. That's the tactics. Be firm, but don't piss them off, because you may not get the answer you want. So there's a delicate balance that goes on in dealing with governmental inefficiencies of getting things done in an expedient amount of time when they certainly could have, should have, but they didn't. But they didn't. It's kind of something I'm dealing with right now. In my particular case, we know that the complaint that was made against me is not sufficient enough to grant the attempt of putting forward to the immigration their request because it's really inefficient and well, not sufficient evidence actually. And immigration knows this. They know this.
How was our trip? You guys enjoyed Boracay? Glad to be back in Singapore though, huh? We'll probably go back to Boracay for a month, maybe for the month of June. We're thinking.
Oh, I hate traveling. So much involved with traveling.
How
Isn't it great to be back in Santa Fe? Isn't it wonderful to be back home?
Yes.
Well, you know, we went to Negros Occidental. I was going to photograph the volcano, but it proved to be very annoying to my lungs. So anyway, we spent about 5 days there and explored Negros Occidental. Wasn't too impressed with it, but I was really impressed with the volcano. You think that was kind of fascinating, Gilda,
Yeah.
but it was a bad timing, wasn't it?
It's bad timing because the volcano is eruption.
I know, but I know. It's great to be back. Yeah. I was going to go to Mactan, but I decided not to go to Mactan. It brings back old memories, you know.
It's better in Negros because we just arrived from here.
I know, I
Going
know.
Batayan.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, traveling.
It's
I hate
faster.
traveling. Sometimes I hate
But it's
traveling.
wavy.
Oh, the water was wavy on one of the ferries, you know, we took, and oh, the water was just kind of churning up into a big funnel. We thought we were going to be sucked down in the vortex of this thing, and it was a little bit scary, a little bit scary, a little bit scary. But it was raining so much. My phone, I wish I could have photographed it, but my phone was soaked and soaking wet. The water was
Yeah.
blowing in.
Next trip from Bantayan go to Leyte.
I was thinking of going to Boracay. Yeah, let's go to Boracay. Yeah, let's go. It's too crowded though. I don't know, but it's just too touristy. Yeah,
So
I would.
crowded this time going to Boracay because Holy Week.
Oh my God, I know. Holy Week, and
Holy
it's
Week.
always Holy Week here. I mean,
Holy Week coming so
everything is
beautiful.
Holy Week here, Yeah, it's a holy place, full of holes, especially in the streets. You gotta watch where you step. Your foot will go down a hole, you could, break your leg or something. But I always like places that have actual streets and sidewalks. So there's not too many places that have that. But oh yeah, Negros Occidental. It's not that terribly far from here, but it was still a good trip. But it's always be good to be back in Santa Fe. Yes, yes, yes. Horrible traveling, though, I must say. But it's always good to be back. We even stopped at a McDonald's. We even stopped at a McDonald's, and I said, nah, I couldn't give the kids that kind of food. I would never do that to them. So, we try to get some healthier food in a real restaurant and not to go for that fast food stuff. It's not very healthy. But the kids loved their trip. Uh, well, okay, we enjoyed it a little bit, but the air was rather polluted. The volcano been going on and off over there, and it was kind of a risque kind of trip because not knowing. But the photographer and me wanted to photograph that, but we just couldn't get close up to that area. My lens and my camera, I mean, it's not that much of a great telephoto, so didn't wind up taking any pictures of that. But the family enjoyed Negros Occidental because we've never been there. But it's so good to be back home with the chitlins, okay? And we enjoyed our trip. Next trip, we're thinking of going to
Boracay.
Boracay again. I didn't. Well, I don't like Boracay. It's just too.
Camigin.
Where?
Camigin.
Tamigan?
Camigin.
Well, we'll have to figure it out. But yeah, I thought about Boracay, but for what I've seen of Boracay, not impressed, and too many people, regulations, and too popular of a place for my good. I'd rather have a quieter place to go to, with more peaceful, more with nature. I like places like that. So it's kind of hard to choose. But as I said, we were just going to go to Mactan. Uh, we decided not to go to Mactan. Seems like I've been there before, so we kind of moved on and got a little bit adventurous. Anyway, I think I have to watch a movie here. Prometheus. I'm not totally following it, but I'm gonna have to go back on Prometheus, which is on Netflix. I think somebody suggested that. Now that I'm home, well. Oh boy. Let me put the volume down on this puppy. Come on, come on. It's not cooperating with me. Alrighty. Let's see. Yeah, I sort of watched Prometheus. Sort of okay. Now this remote, I can even control the hold on here, the volume. I'm just shutting the damn thing down. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Well, even the Board of Immigration screws up quite a bit of times when they're not even following their own rules and regulations, having to do with timelines and certain obligations. And it's exactly what's going on here, where I'm actually in the right. And believe it or not, foreigners do have constitutional rights out here. Believe it or not. I found that hard to believe, but it does happen to be true. People actually have, foreigners have constitutional rights out here. Amazing, but true. So immigration tends to screw up every now and again. Yeah, they're tending to screw up. I mean, they really screwed up in my situation royally for several reasons, really, but I won't go into it. But they screwed up. Well, expediency on something like this is one of them, actually. Um, yeah, they're supposed to make decisions and resolutions on certain problems having to do with immigration and so forth in a timely manner, not like, 19, 20 months from a complaint that was put in on somebody. Somebody! So yeah, that's a little extravagant, and it goes against a lot of different policies. The ombudsman, you know what an ombudsman is? Well, the ombudsman, never get that word right. The ombudsman. Sometimes you gotta play around, you gotta talk to the special people who will look into this and get it straightened right out. Now, you always got to watch what you're doing when you're dealing with the lovely Board of Immigration folks, just to let you know. You don't want to be aggressive with them, because they'll just say, okay, we'll make a decision. We made a decision to deport your ass, motherfucker. You don't want to do that. There are ways of going about that, where you don't have to get to that point where they'll be forced to make a decision on something. And they'll be in a position that's kind of embarrassing for them. They don't want to be embarrassed. They've been embarrassed by Vitaly already, and they can't afford that anymore. So, just like foreigners are expected to abide by the laws of this country, the government out here, especially Board of Immigration, has to also abide by their own laws and rules and practices and timelines and expediency, etc., etc., etc. But obviously they don't always do that. Can you imagine somebody puts a complaint on you nearly, 1 3/4 years ago, and they can't resolve it? Well, there's a lot of things going on. They don't think, the case is worthwhile. They just put it at the bottom of the damn pile. We'll get around to it. Oh, they play their little games like, well, we'll try to get you on overstay. Oh, that's right. Wait a minute. We had an administrative order on him. It was not something he was doing voluntarily. Poor guy. And we could go on the attack that way, but in the end, it doesn't make them look good. Follow me on this, folks. Hope you're learning something. Nothing is perfect in the system, whether it's here or whether it's in the United States or United Kingdom. I don't care where the hell you are. There's no perfect governmental policies and people that go along with their own rules and regulations. That's pretty standard issue with most government agencies, But, even the Board of Immigration, BOI, has responsibilities. And basically, the slang that we use in America is shit or get off the pot. That's pretty much what's going on. Shit or get off the pot. Come to a conclusion, or else you're violating my rights. That's about it, folks. Oh, don't worry about it. We've been looking into this hard and heavy. My wonderful legal representation, they're starting to work on something right now that hopefully will resolve this whole damn thing. But we'll see. I'm very hopeful. When you get the ombudsman and other agencies involved, oh boy, they don't like that. In fact, they don't like that at all. It makes them look really, really bad. But you gotta use a gentle touch. You don't yell at them and say, hey, motherfuckers, my client is waiting. You put it in a very legal, gentle way, kind of like a reminder. And the ombudsman, I never get that. They will kind of point this out. So what you do, really, if you're in this situation, you get your lawyer to get all the paperwork together, get all the things that he's done in cooperation with the whole process, meaning affidavits, counter affidavits, motions of reconsideration, mandamus, whatever, whatever was submitted. You get that all together in a nice, neat little package with a nice letterhead and a good body of the letter, and you pretty much spell out what's going on. That there need to be something done on a situation that's been lagging for so long. It kind of puts a black eye with the Department of Immigration, and they don't like that. Vitali gave them some real big black eyes, I'll tell you that. Yeah. And they don't want any more embarrassment, really. But they can do anything they want, really. When you want to really look at it, they can do anything they want. But still, about the fat lady singing, it's never over from there. Because there are avenues, several, actually. This could lag on for years and years. Or it could be done very amicably, and voila, it's over. So that's kind of how it works in the system here, if you're wondering. Whatever's in the affidavits that was initially, that's what they go for. They don't take any outside information. They got to go by what somebody's lawyer said in an affidavit. They got to go by the respondents' lawyers' counter affidavits. All that has been contained in a nice little package, and that's it. We cannot, and any opposing parties cannot admit any more outside information on there. We can't either. They're going to go by that. And all a lawyer can do, say that's representing me, is come out with the details. When the complaint was made, when the complaint was made, and look at all the variables. Was it revenge? Do we see it that way? Are the elements adding up? Girlfriend's poisoned in jail, revenge. Oh, yeah. They're going to put all that shit together. Apparently, I probably think they did, actually a long time ago, actually. And they're just kind of sitting on this, hoping for, hoping for something, okay? And they'll hold back as long as they can, if you know what I'm talking about. Okay, that's a distinct possibility. Now, I'm not saying, disclaimer, I'm not saying that is happening. But I'm saying that it's an extreme possibility. Oh, yeah. Welcome to the Philippines, my friends. Welcome to the Philippines. Indeed. So, yeah, I got things going on. I definitely do got things going on. I'm just not sitting on my ass watching movies and making all these lovely videos to my fans and trolls, who are fans too. But no, I've been a busy boy. You go, boy. No, I've been a very busy boy. You just don't see it. But why don't you look at that thumbnail on there? Look at that thumbnail. Yeah. They won't get you on overstay. Overstaying wasn't your choice. It's just slow because it's not a high price. Well, you're right on there, but, and you're not wrong. Because if they can't get you, and I'll be very open, if they can't get you on a complaint, they could turn around and say, well, you're an overstayer, almost a year or whatever, right? We got your ass now, motherfucker. Not exactly. I mean, they still could go on that, sir. They could. But you see, like you said, because it was not my doings. It was administrative only. Okay. And on top of that, oh no, they'll still make you pay. Even if they resolve this, they will still make you pay. I'm serious. Their fucking doings, and let me tell you something, their doings, they're still going to make you pay for whatever it is, 12 months of visa fees and penalties. What does that amount to in a year? About 65,000 pesos. Look, I even know it now down to the number for 1 year. 65,000 pesos. Okay. And shit, that's not a big deal. Yeah, who do I write the check to? Not a big deal for me at all. But, administrative or not, they can still try to do what they want to do. And it's certainly, yes, it certainly could be argued if it had to go to court, had to go to the ombudsman or the secretary of the board and so forth and so board of commissioners. Absolutely. So those that are hoping the worst on me, I just kind of don't see that happening. I hate to tell you that. I just don't see that happening. I mean, I'm trying to think positive in all this. What the person did was very wrong, and they'll find out how wrong they are later on when this is all over. Don't need to go into detail about it. I've talked about it, and I meant what I said. They didn't want to go to my lawyer's office and admit guilt. They didn't want to do that. There would have been no charges against them at all. Zero. I made a promise on that. I would sit in the office right there. I don't have to. And there'll be something written in there saying, hey, I got carried away. You know, I was just looking out for my boyfriend. Be apologetic and say I was just angry at the time. And hey, it's over. No more feedback from me. I said that on my show. It was not intimidation. I thought it was fair. Quite fair. Where on paper, I would not put any charges for perjury and aiding and abetting, and what's the other? Aiding and abetting and what's the other? Aiding, abetting. I forgot the other one. It's where, you know, they're housing the person. They're, you know, covering their ass. Okay. Disaster. I like your name. That won't happen. That would be a conspiracy, which is not the case here. Well, you know, hey, I'm probably one of those open-minded people on here. I'm not going to say yay me and or bad me or whatever. I mean, we spend a lot of time, meaning me and my representatives spend a lot of time knowing the ins and outs. See, you don't have to have an immigration lawyer. It helps. Mine is not an immigration lawyer per se, but he does know immigration law. They all have to study that. And of course, it's better to get an immigration lawyer to know the ins and outs. But these guys haven't been doing too bad, really. They know we have done everything we need to do. And now we are doing something else, finally. So it's going to wake them up, make them look bad. And, yeah. And, you know, you don't want to make them look bad in a sense of what I'm saying. I'm saying is that, you know, certain other legal people within the system, like the ombudsman and further up the scale. And by the way, it's filed for free. The ombud, never say it right, the ombudsman. You just have to pay your lawyer for writing it up and just gathering all your evidence together. That's what you got to do. It's something that ain't going to cost me much money at all. Nothing. Was it maybe 20,000 or something? Nothing. Piss money, you know. But you know, like I said, there's a beginning to something and there's an end to something. It all comes out in the wash either way. You're either guilty or not. I'm not guilty of any crime of any sort, which was put in by this individual, and where the sole purpose was to enact revenge. And when that happens, there's perjury, there's all kinds of crap. They can get up to 6 to 8 years, not 68 years, but 6 to 8 years or more. And that's just for perjury. But then you add the other thing, aiding, abetting, and harboring. That's the word, and harboring. Well, they could add more time on there too. It's whatever they want to do. Or they could say, come over here, pull down your pants. I'm gonna pat you with a punishment paddle or something like that. Whatever they want to do, they'll do it. Whatever they want to do. Okay. Of course they are. You got to respect the government here, and I do. I may not agree with certain things. It's not my government. It's not even my country. But I'll be goddamn if I ain't going to fight something like this. You know damn well I will. If they're wrong, they're wrong. And they're already wrong. They went against my constitutional rights. And yes, as a foreigner, even in this position right now, I still have constitutional rights. That's been established. But I understand what you're saying. Absolutely. That's why there are different approaches to this. And we have different approaches to it. I'm totally familiar how the system works. There's more going on that meets the eye on this that I don't talk about, but, we know what we're doing. Yeah. It took a lot of time to figure out a direction, but we did. We figured out a direction. Embarrassed with Vitality, but they don't want to go down that road again. Trust me, they don't. Not by choice, really. There's been a lot of shit going on. Immigration has been under the gun. They've been under a lot of investigation, and hasn't been really. Sorry, I had a little cut off there. I don't know how long it was cut off. Sorry, I had a little cut off there. I don't know how long it was cut off. But yeah, of course, you've got to be careful. But, we kind of got our shit together on this, it seems. I spoke to my lawyer just yesterday. We kind of know what's going down. And in the interim, well, okay, I already fed the dog already. I already fed that dog already. Yeah, okay, my neighbor. We know what's going down. We know even more than that. Okay, it's like an immovable object. Okay, like I say, it's not moving. It's not grooving, and there's reasons. One of them is that the evidence is lacking. I found out. They're not going to go after me on the evidence. Oh, and she did turn in video. She did. But they're not usable. It proven in any formal way, give probable cause report, and it doesn't accurately depict anything that she claimed on her complaint. That I could tell you. They use it as a baseline, the complaint. But the finish on this, what they're trying to do is, can't let them get away with this. I'm thinking, like, what? Get away with what? What did I do? Purposely. Nothing. Not a thing. But, welcome to the Philippines. They got to justify things, but they don't. But as much as you're a plaintiff or a respondent in any situation, you're going to have to justify your own evidence why what they're saying is not right, or what the person complaining is doing is not right, or it's perjury, with revenge, whatever it might be. You have a responsibility, but they also have a responsibility too. And not a lot of people think that way, but they do. They actually do. And there's been so many fuck-ups going on, and they're so overwhelmed, they're not even looking. Well, actually, it is my understanding, if I'm correct, that they've gone through the investigatory stage already, but they're not willing to make a decision on this. Okay? And there's 3 people on the board that makes decisions. And after 24 months, I don't even know what it's been, they can't make a decision. So there's a wrench in the machinery somewhere, and they're holding out. They're holding out. But yes, whether you're in the right or the wrong, you still will have to pay. And I know that sounds like a crock of shit, and it's not right, because it's not your fault when somebody put a false report on you. They're still going to get you. Just like when you have to go renew your visa. You didn't want to go in the fast lane, but they don't really give you a choice. They're going to charge you about a couple of thousand more or something for the so-called fast lane when they're not. I don't know if they're even offering you. I don't know. It's been a while now, right? It's like you have no choice. Unless you want to come back, God knows when. They know people are going to give it. No, I'll take care of this now. I'll pay the fast lane fee. Boy, what a rip-off that shit is, man. What a rip-off. But no, you will still be responsible for what it costs per month. Add the penalties on there. Just like, imagine Barry, 7 years. So let's see. 65,000 times 7. Anybody want to do some quick math? My brain's done it. 35, 7 years times 65,000. If you want to do some quick math. I can't do quick math on a whim. So how much did I say? 65, 75 is to 30, 42, about 450,000 if I'm correct. About a half a million pesos is what Barry would have to pay out for his. I did the math. I think I'm correct. Barry would have to pay out. That's a lot of money to come up with. Okay, a lot of money. Then add more to that. So another 500,000 for the court penalty and for my damages. Okay, so add 5. So we've come up with this rounded off to 500,000 on his immigration. So in other words, he'd have to be responsible for 1 million pesos, about $18,000 American, according to what the peso is, what the exchange rate is. So 18 to 20,000 to get himself complete, his penalties, all these years. And I don't know if they're continually, he's been incarcerated for over 3 years now. Now, you might want to add that in because they might actually be incorporating that into it. So if you have to go another 3 months, right? Add 3 more months of that in there. 3 years, pardon me. So that's 3 times 65. That's like 190,000. Am I correct on that? Is my math off? I think that's about 190,000 pesos extra. So you're talking about 1,190,000 pesos if they include the 3 years he's incarcerated. I'm not sure if they're doing that. I don't think so, though. But he's probably liable for about 1 million pesos. All right, that gives you some answers. Me, 1 year would be 65,000 pesos. I could do that tomorrow. Okay, but I'll do it with my eyes closed. But then there's going to be other litigation involved because, well, if things go the way I'm thinking of going, yeah, there's going to be a little more money involved, but it'll be worth it. The person who actually put the complaint on me. So, yeah, there might be a little more involved with there, but man, I would look forward to that. I would have no problem with that. I'll pay them whatever it takes because what happened, what she did was absolutely wrong. Absolutely wrong. It was not necessary. It was not worth it. But she was pressured to do it, and I understand that. Whether she was pressured to do it or not, still don't matter. She did it, and she could have not done it. And she could have came forward and told the truth to immigration, or could have came. I gave her opportunity to go voluntarily, really, voluntarily, go sign an affidavit at my lawyer's office. They'll put that information to immigration. And, I said, I will stipulate in there that I don't plan to press any charges, nothing. And I meant it, because it's going to be on paper anyway. So I kind of sent up the firing signals for her. We have not seen any cooperation with her. We still think that she's being pressured by others to continue in that direction. I guess she must be a good gambler. Maybe she's been to casinos and she's won a lot. But it's a roll of the dice is what it is. If it doesn't work her way, the lucky 7 she's trying to get might turn out to be snake eyes. So anyway, that's kind of how it works. Just to educate you guys how the system works. You're damned if you do sometimes, and you're damned if you don't. But if you don't do it, you're not going to win the lottery unless you buy the ticket, right? You have a really hard chance to win that lottery. But if you don't play at all, you're guaranteed not to win. Making sense here? No, not even a thumbs up here? Are you kidding me? Come on, trolls. My goodness. Not even a goddamn thumbs up on here. Not even from disaster. That simply means that the trolls are all on. Oh, I get it now. There we go. Somebody gave in. Someone was very generous. Thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you. Also, another thumbs up. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. We'll take what we can get on here. It's one of those channels, we'll take what we can get and appreciate what we have, right? That should be, there we go. We even got another one up. Thank you very much. See how easy that is? I don't know who you are. You could be a troll and still give me a thumbs up. I wouldn't know it. There's no way of me knowing it. But you're enjoying my shows. Give me a thumbs up, trolls. You know you love listening to me. You love to learn. Ate early, had another salad, but it wasn't very good this time. I didn't have certain ingredients in there. I need something meaty tonight. I gotta figure what I have. It was pretty bland. I think she put too much lemon in there. It wasn't like the last one I had. Also had the kidney beans in there too. This was kind of bland. It was still healthy though. Still very healthy, but yep, I guess I'm not gonna be able to go to Cebu tomorrow. Gotta watch the dogs. Yeah, unfortunately, I was hoping to get back down to Funky Town and bop around the malls and all that good shit. It'll be next time. Mama's birthday tomorrow, or next day. 90 years of age. Young lady. 90 years of age. I can't imagine living to 90. I just don't think that's going to happen with me, buddy. But you never know. Stranger things have happened. I think there's a movie that Strange Things Happen or something like that. I should be on that movie. I don't know. A lot of strange things have happened to me in my life, really. The truth is, I should be dead. I've had some instances in my life where I should be dead. But I escaped the Grim Reaper. I can think of several occasions I should be dead. But Grim Reaper just wasn't ready for me yet. He had his sickle up there. He's ready to go for me and all that stuff. Then he stepped back. Yeah. I owe him some gratitude, I guess. I'm just living day by day. That's all you really can do. Oh. Yeah, I have actually been quite busy today. As I said, there's been things going on behind the scene here that you guys are just not aware of. And I'm not obligated to talk about anything, but the things that I could talk about, I certainly will, and I can, and I have. But there's certain things I cannot discuss on here. Because it's a little more complicated than what I've explained to you, but I'm not in a position at the moment, until this whole shit is over, to kind of tell you what really went down, okay? I can't tell you all the details. It's pretty juicy, actually. It's pretty juicy. But I tell you what, I've learned a lot. If anything, I come out of this, I've learned a lot. I do understand the system out here now very, very well. I always have, in a way, but I understand it really well now. Very well. I know what you're going to put up with in a similar situation that I was in, or am in. I know exactly what you're going to go through. Step by step. Inch by inch, they approached me. To make me sweat. Makes me sweat. Eyes without a face. Eyes without a face. And the human race. Eyes without a face, man. That's our society. Eyes without a face. Everybody's looking and leering at you, hiding in the shadows, waiting to attack. Society actually came down to that after all, didn't it? Well, not like it's never been that way. Like Trump. Should have been out of office already. All this crap. He's violated every fucking legal law in the world as a president, as a politician, as a human. He should have been out of that office already. But this is what money does. It holds up things. It pays people off is what it does. Get rid of the Epstein files. Get them all. Redact everything. Better yet, burn them. Burn them. Burn them at the stake. Well, if he don't die first, which he might, he's not in good shape. I don't know if you guys know this, but he's hanging in there. Do you know he's farting during meetings? Farting. You could hear it on the microphone. And he's making fun of Sleepy Joe. He's also sleeping on news hearings and press conferences and all that shit. He's farting. He's shitting in his pants too, because disbelieve he has a colostomy bag. You voted for him. Make America great again. What did you do? You fucked up America, you MAGA supporters. You fucked up America. Look what's happening to the economy. Don't mind his figures. As he says, fake news. Well, that ain't fake news. Businesses are shutting down. Some chain stores, Wendy's is shutting all kinds of places down. Other places are shutting down. Okay? But all Bondi could say is, well, the Dow was up 50 and it wasn't even answering the guy's questions. You know, she's basically doing what do you call, a filibuster. All she does is filibuster. She didn't want to answer the questions. She's going to be going down, that's for sure. Pam Bondi's going down, that's for sure. Oh yeah, and the press secretary too. She's going down too. I think there's a lot of people going down. People are speaking up. They had enough. And that's kind of where I'm. When I have enough, I speak up. And I get things done. I get the job done, as Kristen Sabu used to say. It gets the job done. I got to give Kristen Sabu a little bit of honor. He had a few lines that I always used. The boy should come back. He really should. Everybody misses Kristen Sabu. I miss Kristen Sabu. But I had to take his real estate away. I had to take the perch away from him, man. I was willing to share it, but not anymore. No. It's mine. All mine. Nobody could have it. I'm claiming eminent domain. If that applies. It is mine. It means I got to clean it up a little bit too, you know. I'll be over there shortly enough. Every now and then, you got to show up, though. You don't have to be a squatter, but to claim property, you got to show up and occupy the space. That's how it works. Because otherwise, anybody can claim it. That's just the way it works. Eyes without a face. They ain't the human race. That's not really the lyrics, but I could add my own. Is that okay? Anyway, it's been a fine, fine day today. A fine, fine day. Laid back, but actually very, I have to say productive. Go look at my thumbnail anyway. Get a chance. Look at the thumbnail. Screenshot it. That's just one paragraph, by the way. I can't fit everything on there. I'll find another way to do this. You know me, I'm not very creative in that way. I'm not highly technical. Had my other phone, I could do it. With this phone, I could say, well, sure. But I'm not Mr. High Tech. And it's not even high tech shit anyway. Every little fucking kid, 5-year-old could probably do that. Told you. I'm as basic as he could ever be. Okay, I don't see much other dialogue on here that's going to force me to get off and watch a movie. But I like to give people a chance to have their say on here. I'll always give you a chance. Whether I like what you're saying or not, I mean, I'll certainly let you know. You never stopped me before. I never will. But you're welcome to do dialogue on here. If you have a question, ask me. If you're going to be an asshole, I'll respond as an asshole, and I'll pull you off, and just like that. But you know what? I'm a fair guy. I offer people, alternatives to certain things, and they don't cooperate. I'm being very nice about it. Like be honest about something. Go sign some papers saying I made a mistake, blah, blah, blah. I said that. I guess it's over because it really hasn't happened, But as I said, as my boy Clint said, do you feel lucky? Do you? I guess you do. I guess you do. But please, later on, I don't want to hear. I just don't want to hear it. Well, I have to come on and say, I told you so, but you didn't listen to me, and that happened with Barry. I came on and I said that. I told you so. You didn't stop, did you? Look where you've been all this time. You did it to yourself. My responsibility is over with that. That was an actual case. I'm dealing with a complaint. That was a case. He fired the warning shots, like I always do. The boy didn't want to listen. He could have been my adopted son at some point. You never know. Throw him a couple of $100 every now and then, help the boy out. Now it's all over with. He decided to take, the wrong route, the wrong direction. He made the wrong choices. And unfortunately for him, he's paying for it. What more could I say? That's over with him. But the bad thing is he got his girlfriend involved. Yeah, that's where he screwed up even more. It made it even more impossible for him to ever get together with her again. So they both lose out. They'll never see each other again as a result of what both of them did. So who came out ahead? No matter what happens to me, and I do mean it, no matter what happens to me, who came out ahead? If you think about it. Barry's in over 3 years over his head, drowning. Might as well be fucking 30 miles under sea, and he's drowning. She could wind up going to jail for 6 to 8 years for perjury and all the other charges. You know? And on top of that, both of their faults. The relationship is basically over. They could call each other honey and sweetheart. We're still in a relationship, but it's impossible. He's definitely gonna be deported. We don't know that. He's blacklisted. He's a felon. He ain't coming back anywhere here. Anytime soon. When he's not coming back, it's permanent, like a black permanent marker. You can't erase that sucker. Nope. It'll be a hard thing for her to go to the States. I mean, so it's over. What can I say? It's over. When it's over, it's over. The fat lady sings on that one. So who's winning? If you want to make it a contest, who's actually winning? I got what I wanted with Barry, and I'll probably get what I want with her. You know, if she doesn't willingly, with no intimidation, none at all, just being suggestive. And I've already been there. I've been down that route already. I made a suggestion that we could iron all this shit out. Apparently, she's being pressed to stay on track. Or she would have made that decision on her own a long time ago. I'm convinced of it. When I'm convinced of something, I'm convinced of it. And I'm convinced of that. She's hanging in there because of pressure. Is there monetary reward going to her to hang in there? I don't know. Disclaimer right away. I don't know. What I will say that anything is possible. Why she's still hanging in there? Because she knows what could happen to her perjuring herself. So if immigration gives in, says, okay, we don't believe this report. We think it's a bunch of poppycock. We think she's lying. The evidence proves that, well, it doesn't prove anything. That's the problem. And she wrote that up, had a lawyer do it. Well, a lawyer's going to write down anything you say because the lawyer has a client, and that's the person who's putting the complaint in. And you can tell the lawyer anything you want to tell him. And you give him all the evidence you want, third party, whatever. None of that shit works unless you can prove it. Okay? Again, it's not a prima facie case. And, the probable cause, they could go with probable cause, but I think it's too weak on this. So, it just remains to be seen. Let's be honest. But I have some really good positive thoughts about this, and as I said, I'm not in a position to give all the details, just stuff that already has been discussed, maybe cleaning it up a little more to make you understand it, to make everything a little more legible, and how the court system or how the immigration system works with complaints and stuff like that. Just to kind of clarify things, to give you a better understanding so you don't have to listen to the trolls and say, oh yeah, he's going to be in jail. I won't be in jail, that's for sure. I already know that. They're not going to arrest you on this situation. That's just not going to happen. So get that off your repertoire of hate. I will not be detained on a situation like this. It's just not going to happen. I already know that. Okay, now you get that one out of the way. Then you just move on from there. Might be litigation involved. There might be, might be some back and forth shit. Or it may not have to happen at all. But it's just a matter of time. But that's the whole thing, that word time. Too much time has gone by. My rights were actually violated. And I do have rights, as I said, believe it or not. under the circumstances, even being a foreigner, you actually have rights out here. I know a lot of people say different, but you actually do. The difference is how knowledgeable are you about local law. So if you don't know what the hell you're doing, yes, you will be taken advantage of out here. There's no question about that at all. There's none. I think you'll agree with me on that. But you got to know what you're doing. The ins and outs of this business, how they do things here in this country, could be radically different than in Western countries, Western culture. You notice they don't even have juries out here. I don't know if you guys knew that or not. There's no juries out here. From my understanding, there's no juries. That's different. Anyway, I want to watch a movie or something. Well, anyway, thanks for listening. You haven't been that cooperative on the dialogue. I think they're just sitting down there, you're taking notes, recording me. I already know that. So I do watch what I say on here. I'm only going to give you information I feel I could give you, since you've been following this drama for quite a while. If I was on the other end of the stick, I'd probably be curious too. You know, get that monkey off your backs a little bit, you know. See how fair I am? Get that monkey off your back. I don't have to do that, you know. I don't want you guys jonesing out there. Jonesing ain't no fun. It'd be no fun at all. See how thoughtful I am. Okay, so I have to run. People, places to go, people to see. You know how that is. A busy life like I have. Us monsters live such interesting lives.
Been to Philippines, and we had a marvelous time. And when we checked out of immigration, they gave us a big smile, said salamat, and see you next time. You guys are the biggest fools in the world. That's why you're on the dole. That's why you're sitting there in your basement waiting for your next government check, because you have no fucking clue what you're talking about in any area of life. So yeah, we'll be back in the Philippines. We're gonna stay there for the month of June, I think. Either June or July. We have a great time, you know.
It's only one.
No, it's not. There's another gift in there.
No, it's only one lang yun. It's only one. What is that? What is this, babe?
It's a necklace, baby.
May I see?
Oh, yeah, of course, it's yours. Open it.
I will open this one. I will open this. Oh my god. Thank you, Mr. Barry. Wow, it's beautiful. I love it. Look at guys, so beautiful na. I really love it. And this one. Oh
It's a
my
little dress.
god.
Tommy Hilfiger dress.
What? Why you buy like this na?
I know you'd like it.
You know my.
I know. Told you I know you, baby.
Wow, it's very. I like it. I love you, baby. Thank
I love
you
you
so
too. You're
much.
very welcome,
Merry
honey.
Christmas.
Finally figured out what's wrong with these trolls' brains. On the left side, there's nothing right. On the right side, there's nothing left.
Print that.
The
Look at this.
lies continue. Okay, we're up extra early this morning because, and we'll tell you why. Okay, build it and they shall come. The lies, so many lies on YouTube. Can't put the wool over my eyes. No, sir. No, sir. Greetings, everybody. Can't put the wool over my eyes. I've got a little theory here, my friends. Okay. Yeah, we're up extra early today because they're getting ready to go to Cebu. Had to wake up early to get an early ferry. So, if she's up, I'm up. I'm a light sleeper. Gee, one of these nights I'm actually going to get a full night's sleep. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be groovy? Okay, here's the cover-up, the lies. Now, if you remember, Barry's so-called girlfriend did a little shorty thing where just the title says, Single Again. Single Again. I saw through that a long time ago. No, they never officially broke up, per se. But we'll get into that with sensibility anyway, even to stay in a relationship. But, okay, hold on, folks. And we'll be with you in a second here. Momentarily. All right, they're gonna be taking off here to go to lovely Cebu. No, I can't make this trip. Gotta watch the dogs. I would have liked to have gone, but that's just kind of the way it is. All right, so what's going on here? A little cover up here. I think I can't see through this. Well, what's going on is that the notorious, nefarious Barry Lee Jordan, who was very upset about his conditions, well, of being incarcerated. What's going on actually is his girlfriend, who put the complaint on me, okay, they come up with this little underhanded thing where she'd pretend, oh, Single Again was the caption on her show. Well, you both know they both lie. I mean, after all the complaints, right? See, what she was trying to do, and I was reminded of this by somebody too. I've always thought that's what it was, but I was actually reminded of this. The idea was to, if they could make the authorities think that they're broken up, that there's no reason for her to support his cause, so basically she puts a complaint against me, and basically, revenge is what it was, okay? But to try to fool immigration with my attorney's counter affidavits to say that she did this because it's revenge because her boyfriend is incarcerated. Well, by posting a thing quite a while back, not terribly long ago, Single Again was another, what they thought was a clever ruse, so that authorities will say that, no, okay, we can't buy that reason that, she's doing this complaint out of revenge because they're broken up, they're not together anymore. Well, that won't work. Hate to tell you that. But it was clever, but unfortunately no cigar. whether you smoke it or not. That's what was behind that. It ain't gonna matter at this point. It's not gonna matter. And by the way, that volcano is going off. There is lava coming out of the top of it. Yeah. What are people in the area doing? What was that? Negroes Occidental? Was just there. I was just there. Yeah. So the caption, single again. I mean, when did they tell the truth? Okay. They thought it was quite clever, but that ain't going to hold up. That's just simply not going to hold up. See, even the crazier thing than that is why, and this could be any woman. Well, okay. In this case, you got a Filipina living in this country. She has a boyfriend that's incarcerated. He's going to be deported eventually, permanently. In other words, you know, is there any potential of holding on to a, quote, relationship if you can never be together? It's pointless, right? Well, one would think. She's never going to be able to come to America to be with him. But you see, she got a trip in at some point to South Korea because she wanted to put, see how much insight I have on here. I'm quite clever myself, but she's trying to fill her passport. So she had made a trip to South Korea at one point to get some stamps on her passport, so that the idea is to eventually, once he is carted off to America, that he knows he can't come back in the Philippines. So the next best step to do, make it so that, you know, she could definitely travel to other Southeastern countries, get some stuff on her passport. It looks better, you know. And by doing so, you know, she'll be able to make a trip somewhere like, you know, to Thailand or someplace, you know, where supposedly Barry could meet up with her. But, you know, they're not going to be able to stay there. And it also takes money for Barry to travel, which he's going to be pressed for money once he goes back to the United States. So none of it makes any sense at all. You know, when something's over, it's over. There are circumstances that prevent the relationship from continuing. If he can't come back in the Philippines and he's permanently banned, there's no way they're going to be able to get together on any permanent basis at all. So the question is, what's the purpose? But you see, a lot of Filipinos, they like to, well, it's saving face, you know. They believe in their head, oh, I'm in a relationship, even though it's only going to be like an LDR, long distance relationship, where it's not a relationship if you can't get together. You can't be physical with each other. You can't live together. You can't be together. So what's that all about? What's it all about, Barry? Oh, you dream the impossible things in life. It's not possible. Okay, so what sense does it make? Don't make any sense at all. Oh, they've been trying to fool us for a long time. No, they never actually, if you want to call it break up, they never actually broke up. Okay. It was just a month or a few months ago, she made a statement on her show saying, I'm going to try to help Barry out. And if you broke up, what the fuck do you care about helping the other party out? What does she mean I'm going to try to help him out? Well, she's been bringing him food and stuff when she can. She makes periodical trips to Manila. Still does. So the so-called single again bullshit. No, that's exactly what it is. It's bullshit. The guy would need about 1 million pesos to clear up everything he needs to clear up. And there's no way he's going to make $1,000,000 to cover what he owes the penalties to me, to court, what he owes immigration. It comes and you put it all together, we're talking close to $1,000,000, which, is a fair amount of money. And I don't think he's going to have any financial supporters from the high roaders and so forth. And even if he achieved such a miracle, very doubtful to ever happen, still, if you're permanently blacklisted, ain't going to be able to come back into this country for jack shit. So how are you, quote, in a relationship with somebody you're never going to be together with? Now, it's possible. Let's say Barry got his shit together in America. He's still going to be able to come to the Philippines. Well, America's going to be a big challenge for him. He may be going back to jail because of back child support. However, he'd have to raise money to make a trip to Southeast Asia. Pick a country, any country. Thailand, Vietnam, whatever. Where she could theoretically meet up with him. For how long could that carry on? Now, I don't know. First of all, I don't even believe he's ever even renewed his passport. He never had the money to even do that. But let's say, hypothetically, he renewed his passport. Okay. You could always do the Southeast Asia thing other than Philippines. But how often are you going to be able to afford to do that? So does the relationship make any sense at all? Apparently not. I mean, none of this is sensible. But let me explain how a Filipina's mind works. Not all of them, but a lot of them. They always, because it's kind of embarrassing to a Filipino when you reach a certain age that you don't have a boyfriend. And of course, the golden boyfriend, of course, is a foreigner, right? But they like to say to their friends and family or whatever that they are in a, quote, relationship. Well, define relationship, right? Got a thumbs up, thank you. Define relationship. LDR? That don't work. And once Barry's back in good old America, he's going to be a busy boy trying to survive if he's not in jail again because of his back child support. So, what he'll try to do, well, actually, once he gets to America, I think at the immigration gate, okay, the authorities could get him right there. Right there. So that's a possible scenario. I was just kind of thinking out loud this morning what we're doing. So I'm up early this morning. They had to go get up early and get the first ferry and all that stuff. So none of this makes sense at all if you think about it. But okay, again, how does the Filipino mind work? It puts you still in a certain position if you say you're in a relationship with somebody, no matter what the situation is. Being 40-something years old for a Filipina is like being an old maid. You know how people look at it. It's kind of embarrassing to a Filipina, especially if you had a boyfriend that was from America. He's a foreigner. That's like that's like the golden chalice of life, to say that you have a foreign boyfriend, right? We all know that. But to have a foreign boyfriend that you can't be with, okay? But still, it's for saving face is what it is. It's saving face. And this is a common practice. It's not just this person. It's a common practice out here. To say that they're in a relationship, because it's kind of embarrassing to many Filipinas that you're in your 40s and, you broke up or you're not in a relationship. So it's just easier to tell people Oh, no, no, no. I've still got a boyfriend. Yeah, he's having a few problems, you know. He's in jail. Yeah, that's a problem. But let's say the smoke clears, he raises up to 1 million fucking pesos to clear everything up. Because the government is not going to let him leave until he clears things up, and that includes the court that he pleaded guilty to, the penalties and all that. And of course, it's going to include all the immigration fees he owes for 7 years. Now, I don't know if he's ever paid anything into this at all. I'm tending to think that he did not. That adds up to, Jesus Christ, quite a bit of money. Where's he going to get? His family ain't helping him. His so-called quasi-girlfriend, she ain't got no fucking money. Unless the high rollers come in and help, secretly. That's the only way I'm going to see this happening. So, how do you hold on to a relationship when it's impossible to have a relationship? It has to come to a point you give in and say, oh, fuck, man. My life's got to go on. I can't hang on to something that ain't going to fucking happen, man. Ah. Well, that's kind of how it works. I know it sounds ridiculous to y'all, and it really is, but when it comes to saving face, Filipinos are major on that. They are major. They even put their life on hold for somebody that is locked up, is going to be going back to their country on a one-way non-return ticket. But that's fairly common what happens. Don't want to admit it's over. But it's better on paper to friends that, oh, it's just a little setback. Yeah, quite a setback, I'd say. Just a little bit of setback. You know, everybody go back to the homes, nothing to see. Go back to your homes. You know, one of those situations. But it's just not realistic. It's just not realistic. Pardon me, I gotta find something here. Oh boy, where is what I'm looking for? What am I looking for? Okay. Ah, shit. Okay. Okay, obviously it makes no sense at all. So if you guys remember the caption on our show a little while back saying single again. Hell no. That's an out and out lie. Sorry, I'm squeezing a lemon. I'm not squeezing one off, but I'm squeezing a lemon. I want to get every drop of juice out of this sucker. Okay, that's a done deal there. Ah. Very good. Now, what else are we throwing here? Ah, same shit. I'm up early, so didn't want to be. But when everybody else is up, I'm up too, because I'm a light sleeper. Gotta see her off anyway. Of course, you gotta go to the lovely Cebu Cebu. But I'm not going on this trip. No, sir. Not on this trip. Somebody's got to watch my children here, my dogs. Can't leave them alone. I'm not one of those people. Okay, what do I do? Is this going to be a... Oh, hell. I don't think I'm going to go to this green tea shit. I'm just going to make some ginger and turmeric and what have you. Too much involved. I'm too lazy Turmeric, of course, of course. What did you expect? Okay. My ritual, my routine, yeah, it is. What else can I add today? I might as well throw some cinnamon in here too. Why not? Why the fuck not? Okay. Alone again, naturally. Oh, Mix is back. Good morning. Got some company this morning here. Yeah, they're all out. They're going to be on their way to Cebu. My mom's birthday coming up. And wish I could be there. But unfortunately, I cannot. I cannot. By the way, I'm not shooting up. This is a syringe for my dog that I was giving her some prednisone. So I guarantee I'm not shooting up. Oh, lordy, lordy. Lordy, lordy, lordy. We might even get on camera this morning. I don't know. I'm not feeling the part, but kind of a little early to eat anything, so I'm just going to let this tea cool off and kind of get myself going here with some lovely, well, it's a tea, it just ain't green tea. It's ginger, it's turmeric, it's all that shit. So it's a tea, no matter what. Oh, this door is looking nasty. I'm going to paint this outside screen door. Okay. Why didn't you travel up to Booze? I just said, not listening. I gotta watch the dogs. I can't go on a trip. I'm a responsible pet owner. Yeah, I'm one of those people, actually responsible. And I don't leave the house empty at any time at all. There's always somebody here no matter what. And the dogs can't take care of themselves, so that's your answer. I got a dog that's kind of aging. Oh, you came in late. Boy, I just can't get a good straight night's sleep, you know? Can't get a straight night's sleep. Shit, I was up from past 3:45 to 4 o'clock because they had to get ready. And she's up, I'm up. That's just the way it is. I'm a light sleeper. Hey, you came in late. I would have liked to have gone, but not this time. Apparently that volcano was going off there. What is that? My last stop, Negros Occidental. Apparently there's lava coming out of that sucker. So I don't know what they're doing in town. If they offered is there like an evacuation going on? Or I don't know what's, I got to kind of keep up on that one. So do you have a sleep problem? Is this a normal thing for you, Mixter? Yeah, sleep is really imperative for your heart too, by the way. My normal sleep does not go more than 6 hours. Now that does not mean that I don't wake up once, sometimes twice during the night, but I fall back asleep. Once I'm up, I'll take a piss. While I'm up, you might as well. It's not the peeing that wakes me up, but once you're up, you probably got to go anyway. So yeah. After 3 to 4 hours, automatically awake. Yeah, that's worse than me. I'd like to emphasize something on that. That I don't know. You're probably gonna have to do something. I don't know what to suggest. But in actuality, and how old are you anyway? You can tell me your age too while you're at it. But you're gonna have to do something. Yeah, it stresses your heart. It's when your body goes back into balance as you get sleep overnight. All the metabolics and all that shit of your body kind of take a rest and a breather and all that shit. You're 46. Okay. Gotcha. Well, actually, what I started talking about, Miko, was this little roost that Barry and his girlfriend were trying to pull. She did a show a few months back, or whatever it was. Single again was her caption, and that was to throw off the authorities. She wanted the authorities to believe that the motive was not revenge because I'm not even in a relationship with him. But that didn't work. And it wouldn't work anyway. She was already in a relationship with him when she put the complaint in, which she doesn't understand about that. So that made no sense at all. That was not well thought out, you know. So she figures that if I say I'm not in a relationship with him, then it takes the responsibility legally out of where, of course, the motive, the motive for doing the complaint. But if she's not with him in a relationship, she has no motive, right? Well, you can still break up with somebody and still have a motive if it came down to that. I mean, sorry we're not together, but we can still plan on fucking him up. We can still fuck him up. Well, they both thought that I didn't see through that. I didn't, but I had a reminder actually from somebody overnight that brought that up to me, and I said, yeah, I know. I said, I thought about that. Yeah. Because, as I said, and during this show, I was saying how Filipinos think about saving face, in a relationship, because you start hitting your 40s and stuff, and it's kind of embarrassing to your friends and so forth and peers and whatever to say that at age 40 you're not in a relationship. Even though your boyfriend might be in jail, they still, it's just the way they think. It's just a different way of thinking here in the Philippines with, women. And it still makes you look good and save face if you're telling people, no matter what, that you're in a relationship, even if your so-called fiance is in jail. I know it makes no sense to you and me. I get it, I know. I fully believe the high roaders win. Oh, shit. Dude, I know that. I don't know. They're trying to test how gullible I am. I'm not that gullible. Trust me, I'm not. I'm not that gullible to believe that. I'm sorry, but I'm not. Oh, man. I'm awake. Fuck. Some people get this beautiful 8 hours of sleep a night. Boy, that would be marvelous for me. There ain't no chemical that could do that to me. Well, propanol, whatever they call it, propanol, which Michael Jackson took and killed him. But then when you get an operation, you get that. You don't know nothing. You're out. I don't know if you guys ever had that. Had to have anesthesia to knock you out. You don't know nothing. It's like death. If you figure what death is like, there's no conscious thought or anything. You would imagine it would be that way, right? There's nothingness. You don't know anything. Someone could be chopping you to pieces under that fucking anesthesia, and you wouldn't even know it. But that's not the way to go to sleep, obviously. Mick says, some people can just switch off, but not everybody can. Yeah. Well, Filipinos have a lot of pride, and this thing about, saving face is huge. It's just huge in this culture. It's big time. So even if you have a boyfriend in jail, and there's no way you're going to ever be able to get together on any permanent basis to actually get married, nevertheless even meet up with each other would almost seem impossible once he's deported, So how did, go figure. I mean, you call that a relationship when you can't get together? Oh, sure, he could find a way to meet her in Southeast Asia if he could ever raise the money to make a trip. But I think once he's back in America, no matter where he decides to go, he's probably not going to go to Alabama. Well, they're going to have to send him to the same place that he originated from. So that means when he gets to the pearly gates of immigration in Alabama or whatever, I think immigration is going to meet him right there because he has hanging over his head long-term non-payment of child support, and it's not expired probably for another 8 years or something under their law left on there. There's no way he's going to get away with that. Some states have a lesser time where it could actually expire, but no. I think it's 20 years in Alabama, something like that. There's my 13. Hey, boys, welcome back. Let's say hello to everybody, Mick, our favorite people. Oh, and the lies continue. The lies continue with your good buddy out there, Mix. He's still pushing this thing that you're this big felon or something and predator or whatever. Well, look, I mean, I don't believe anything unless I have proof of it. Like you said, he found somebody with your name that wouldn't pass me, surprise me. It's trying to say that you're this person who committed this and committed that. Well, I really don't know anything about you. Anything's possible, but yeah, that would be a little ploy he would use, but yeah. Keeps on lying. And by the way, almost every show he's doing now he's really, this is where you have to come in on this. Don't react. See what's going on? Exactly what I thought. He's trying to bring you to the surface, Mix. So every show, he's trying to antagonize you. Don't give in. Don't give in. I'm telling you. Every little thing he puts on, he's supposed to be writing his so-called books, but he spends more time coming on now on YouTube. No matter what he's doing in the park with his family, he finds that he has to bring you up and he has to bring Sweet Skates up. I've noticed that. Don't give in to it. And if he's on another show making comments, don't come into there and attack him. Don't even attack him on here. Just acknowledge what's going on, which I'm sure you are. By the way, that E.T. Freely guy, psycho, man. I went to actually listen to his channel, and he was talking about, what the fuck? Some really nonsense that don't make any sense at all. About what? I don't know. He was calling me something. I don't know what the fuck. Then he was making up shit about me. It didn't make any sense at all. What is this guy diagnosed with? I'd like to know. Pretty insane, man. I mean, holy shit. I can't remember what word he used or what he said about me or something. I was something. I don't know. It was just insane. Well, he's insane, obviously, but explains that. But yeah, he's trying to intimidate you, Miko, just to let you know. He wants a reaction from you, but don't give in to it. Don't give in to it. Trust me on this. Don't give in to it. And don't come on my show and totally knock him and all that shit. Because that's what he wants you to do. He wants you to react to what he has to say. This is old news. This is what happens on YouTube. That's why they say these things. They'll try to insult people to get a reaction. But you see, the thing is, old Mixter, is that if you don't react, then they're not achieving what they're trying to do. That's the point, okay? Don't give in. And they can't achieve what they want to achieve. They want a reaction from you. They want you to get upset. That's the whole purpose and denominator of all of this. But anyway, getting back to the original. Yeah, they didn't break up. she's still communicating with him. In fact, looking at, there was something just a month ago I seen on her show. Obviously communicating. Love you too or something, because Barry had wrote her, and this is only a month ago. Only a month ago. I forgot what the communication was. She would make reference something my fiance, which was only about a month ago, mind you, a month ago. Breakup? No. They didn't break up. They wanted people to believe they broke up. Like that was going to help with her situation with me. Take away the responsibility of enacting revenge because her boyfriend's in jail, to kind of invalidate her claim. But she was advised by somebody to say, oh, I'm single again. That was a couple of months ago, I think, where she posted on that. Just got to go back and look at some of her recent shows, a few back or so. Yeah. You'll see what I'm talking about. No, I never believed it. I'm not that gullible. Nope. You can fool people some of the time, but you can't fool them all the time, you know. But it does seem that your little nemesis there does have a lot of time on his hands. Of course, we know he never went to Boracay. But I do plan to Boracay for a while. It's going to be in June. And, yeah, well, you know. Well, it's one thing to visit, if you can get away with that, but it's another thing to, is that what Princess Anne put against him? Is that, she did some report on him, on immigration. What was that all about, by the way? And secondly, and back to what I was saying, visiting on a trip to the Philippines might be a possibility, but to reside there as your home base, no, that ain't going to happen. To Malaysian. You think he has a big link with Israel? I don't know what that possibly could be with Israel. Do you think he's some kind of a radical? Is he getting into politics? Well, the Malaysian, yeah, E.T. Freely. We talked about earlier that he was saying some really nonsense, crazy shit on his show. He's like wacky, man. Wacky. I don't really go to his show. Partially because I can't understand him half the time. His accent or... plus he talks so slow. I couldn't sit there and actually listen to this guy for any length at all. Oh, he's something, all right. This guy's insane. No, I mean, he's actually insane. What can I say? You think the big man is paying him? I don't know how many people he's got on his payroll. I don't know. I don't really care. But like I said, you know, oh, he's a parrot. No, Freely was saying something about me, and he's talking about something that didn't make any sense at all. Well, he never makes sense, but had to do with me. I'd have to review it. I don't know what he was talking about. I mean, I don't know. That's why I can't really listen to this guy. Because I don't understand his psychology, and a lot of times I don't understand his accent, you know. Just bizarre. Got a lot of bizarre people on here. I don't know what to say. Too early for this shit. Ah, shit. Well, I got my dogs here with me, so I'm not alone. Oh my God. I gotta have something in my tea that's too early. And she made these, of course I gotta watch the sugar. She made these pretty cool brownies last night. But I gotta have something with my tea. So I think I'm gonna have to steal one of these things and take a chance on some sugar here. Sugar, sugar, honey, honey. So, back to what I was saying earlier, don't buy the story that Barry and his girlfriend are not together, because that's total bullshit. Well, I mean, they're not together, you know, literally, physically, obviously. But they want to make people believe that they're still in, they're out of a relationship. That they're out of a relationship. That's it, yeah. Which I never bought into. As I say all the time, nice try, but no cigar. No cigar for either one of them. They both lie so much that you can't believe anything that's coming out of their mouth. Yeah. Oh, they all do, don't they? With some almond milk here. I haven't even touched the tea yet. When was a big man have a proper home cooked meal? It's either McDonald's or a cheap Korean buffet. You're lucky to have Gil to make you nice meals and bake for you. Yeah, it works out real well. It works for me. I'll be honest with you, I can't even I can't even stomach looking when he puts his family and shit on camera. There's no envy with me going on here, I'll tell you that. No envy at all. For lots of reasons. Well, that's really going to raise my sugar level this morning. A big no-no. I was hungry for something quick, you know. Oh, my goodness. No, I don't like getting up early, let me tell you. Well, you know, I can always try to go to sleep whenever I want. Maybe I'll be able to fall asleep or at least rest. But I'm a light sleeper. Even if the wind's rattling out there, I got my sliding windows, you know, my bedroom. And they're not exactly like really tight, you know, to seal. And you get a good wind blowing, you're going to hear a little bit of rattling on there. In fact, we had this tree on the side of the house. Then we just took it down the other day. The wind was blowing, it used to rattle against the house, so we'd hear that. I know she certainly heard it. I heard it too. She told me that had to be that way. Well, we took the tree down though. And I told her, pick me up some blueberries while you're out there. Some troll, who was it? It was Simulcron. I don't know who that creep is, man. I could deal with the oatmeal with Frank, but I can't deal with the blueberries. I'm like, what? What is it people have against blueberries? I don't get it. Is this like a joke or something? Or I could deal with the oatmeal, but I can't deal with the blueberry. Maybe it was Simulcron or one of them trolls said that. That doesn't make any sense at all. They got something against blueberries. I don't know why. It's a fucking fruit. It's a fruit. A fucking fruit. They got something against blueberries. Now, moving along on YouTube, we got Mad Matthew. Mad Matthew has now been able to live stream. He's got this chick over there, man. I guess good for him, I guess. He won't show her face, though. And on his show, he's got this, he's way in the foreground in his bed. It's not where he's living in, because that's an actual room, not a shack. Some cheap hotel or something, I don't know. And she's laying on the bed, kind of horizontal with the bed. And she's wearing a thong. And you can see her ass and all that in the background. Her ass is facing toward the camera. Yeah, Mad Matthew. He is mad. He's mad. He's mad at the world. But you know something? He's got the right idea. I had an idea once. It certainly could work for me. And people do it on my channel anyway, but only against me. But why not do a show whose whole purpose and intent is to allow people to gripe? The Gripe channel. It gives people an outlet, and that covers everything. For example, somebody might have cancer. We don't want to hear that really, but they're very frustrated about it. Or they're in a bad relationship and they just want to vent. Or life is just not going good. This is an excellent idea. Everybody out there has a gripe. Everybody has a gripe about something. That may not be, I call it the Gripe channel. Because people are bitching and whining about everything all the time. Why not do a channel that's actually addressing it? To give people a forum. So they could come on, they could bitch and whine, and knowing that it's okay to kind of vent. And I thought about this actually a long time ago. I said, nah, fuck it. But now that I think about it, everybody is bitching and whining anyway. So, why not? Why not, George? Hey, sounds like a good idea, Jerry. Speaking of Jerry, where's the fairy been? Jerry the fairy, where's he been? Oh, he probably comes on my name under another name, probably, more likely. More than likely. Doesn't stop Jerry. Always wants me to unblock him, blah, blah, blah. But I always want to block him anyway. You would take so much of Jerry. Know what I mean? Sorry, I'm not rubbing one off here, guys. If you hear a sound, I'm wiping the top of my chest freezer, which looks like shit. Actually does. Look at me, I'm cleaning at this time in the morning. Jeez, give myself a break here. All right, it looks cleaner than it was anyway. I know. But he likes to call himself Kardashian too, like the Kardashians, you know. It takes all types on YouTube land. It's YouTube land. YouTube land. It's just a far off place in another dimension of mind and soul and body called YouTube land. But yeah, some shows I hear that expression I use all the time. I get a kind of a visceral effect from some people. I know Big E's one of them. I can't stand his voice. I mean, I'm being honest. There's a few people that rub me wrong with the voice. Farzio, Big E, definitely. We get this visceral effect. And when he comes on, says, howdy, you know, whatever he comes on. Of course, he does that purposely. You go, well, you know. It's something about his voice, period. Not exactly what he says. It's just something about his voice. Some people hit me that way. Oh, Popeye definitely. Big E definitely. Fazio was definite on that. That visceral effect you get. Not everybody, but these few people do. I mean, even if a guy was a friend of mine, I couldn't sit around listening to Big E. I don't know, something about his voice. It's just, something that strikes you in one way or another, or it doesn't, you know, but I could never sit around with this guy in person and have a conversation with him. It's just his whole character. It's just his whole character. You know, I could pick and choose who I'd want to be and communicate with and talk to, but even years ago, and I actually talked to him on the phone a few times, he has that kind of voice that you just want to like slap him in the face. I don't know why. As I said, some people, this visceral thing, it just hits you. It just hits you, you know. FB Crime Family's back. Yeah, I know. His wife is his wife is, what, Chinese or something? Mick says, big man maintains he is better educated than everyone else. He made a bewildering statement the other day that Dublin had no big parks. Dublin has the biggest city park. Like I just said, man, he's going to attack your character. He's going to attack where you live. He'll attack Philippines because he can't reside there and say that Vietnam is the best place in the world for him because he knows he can't permanently settle in the Philippines. That's all it is. And, you know, political reasons, personal relationship reasons, and all that shit that he can't do that. So that's why he's going to build up Vietnam, obviously. But, you know, we're kind of giving him some satisfaction by talking about him here. So we're probably going to have to really get off the topic. I don't like him. You don't like him. We made it clear. That's all it should be. And he's trying to manipulate you. He's trying to antagonize you. And again, just by talking about him, you're falling into this trap. We both got a good idea what his life is really like most people on here. And that is most people. They're not exactly living the life that they claim they're living. Oh, the traveling is true, things like that. Oh, when he's not lying that he's in Boracay. We know he wasn't, of course, but he'll still push that. You understand? He'll push the narrative. He'll still push that. Obviously, we know it wasn't in Boracay. And we know it was an older video. Well, actually, no, it was actually not an older video. He really was No, he really was at McDonald's, but he was in McDonald's at the particular country that he's in now, but he wasn't in McDonald's in Boracay. And as one of my constituents wrote me and gave me a lot of details, who even knows what McDonald's looks like in Boracay, and there's two of them. But anyway, I had information come in on that verifies it's all bullshit. What's that? I'm not reading. I'm sorry. Big man maintains he's been okay. Got that. The world. He walks a half a kilometer from his hotel. He thinks he knows Dublin. As I said before, he is the worst. What America has to offer. Big man Google Phoenix Park. You buffoon. The parks you frequent in Asia are second rate. FB Crime Family says you could tell it was an old video because his side woman still had buck teeth. Which one? I'm not gonna get political, I'm not gonna get into issues here with knocking somebody and that crap. It is what it is, I think but I will say one of the most prominent, one of the big statements that somebody made on here once, though, I thought was funny as shit. And I'm just quoting that, let's just say one of his harem members about their teeth, that you could chew through a chain link fence with those choppers. I'm just repeating, what somebody said. It wasn't my statement, but do I know what E.T.'s real name is? Not really. As I said, it's very rare that I go on his channel. I've gone on there a few times and made a comment, but he was very proud and felt very, very privileged for me to go on his channel and make a comment. I made his day or something when I did that, apparently. E.T. travels. Does he travel? He don't travel nowhere. What does he do? Like, how the fuck does he make a living? He's a grown-ass adult. How old is E.T. Freely? And what is he living on? That would be a good question. It's much too early to eat a heavy meal, but I got up and ate a fucking brownie. My bad. But I wanted to have something with my tea. But since I bought some almond milk, I figured, well, what the fuck, man? That's what the almond milk is for. Oh, I got to do a lot of cleanup today. Sink, everything. They left everything for me. Oh, well. Has to be done. Anyway, don't matter. Let me shut the light in this room here, at least. Oh, relax. Okay. Back on the bed, boys. He lives on fish he has in a pool outside where he... What is he raising? What do you call that? Tilapia or... well, what the fuck is it? Which are very easily farmed. What is that? Tilapia? Which I heard is pretty nasty tasting. Oh, he's another gripes expat who's single, of course. No woman just fantasizes about the teacher, LOL, and others. Holy, okay. Well, just come to a conclusion. You can't believe anybody on YouTube these days. What do you think about the idea of formulating a channel where, see if I could change the title on here. A couple of days, I think I could change it. How about, a gripe channel? Everybody's got a gripe. Everybody. Everybody wants to vent. Come on, you're having a bad day. Okay, why are you having a bad day? Girlfriend left you, or got fired from your job, or you developed a health condition, you're upset about it, or, you're upset with the politics going on in the world. Everybody has a gripe. It's like when they formulated the Seinfeld show, a show about nothing, but it's about something, right? And, everybody has gripes. Everybody has something to say. Tilapia is the name. Yeah, tilapia fish. They're easy to farm. Full of lice. I don't know. Where do lice come from anyway? I know people, they wind up having it in their hair, but is lice kind of an insect that's from the ground? I mean, what is the source of lice? I know people that don't wash to get lice, but how do they get it on them, for one? I know from another person, but it's like, what comes first, the chicken or the egg? Where do lice come from in nature? Are they in the soil? I've never really thought about that question before. Well, actually, I did. I never had it, thank goodness. But where does lice come from? And yes, I know, don't tell me people's hair and they transmit to somebody else, but they got to come from somewhere. A lice normally in the ground, in the earth, are they on leaves? Are they... I mean, where does it come from? Fish can easily be affected by lice in ponds. I presume insects. No, that still doesn't answer. I mean, it has to come from somewhere, right? We know how people get parasites. You can get it from... sometimes you get it from a dog licking you. According, if you have a wound, you can get parasites from food, obviously. Foodborne parasites. But where the hell do lice come from? Horrible topic, but they're gross. Well, that's another reason I don't eat fish. I mean, I'm not into fish. I told you, I could eat cod if it's like breaded and fried up in olive oil or something, crispy, and white meat. I like the white meat, the white fish, I could eat that occasionally and enjoy it, but I'm just not into fish. Now, growing up in an Italian-American family is kind of unusual because many Italians, they love fish. Well, they'll make with the squid or octopus, what do you call that, calamari, things like that. But I never, because my parents never really ate fish, and that's why I'm not into fish. I never found it tasteful. I could eat prawns, large shrimps, prawns, breaded, of course, and if they're garlic prawns, it's even better. But, oh yeah, I could down that. But I'm not a fish person. And I happen to live in a fishing village too, actually. It's what it is, a fishing village here. Quaint fishing village. So back to the original topic. No, I don't buy this so-called "I'm single again" coming from Barry's girlfriend. I never bought that when I seen that title on her show. That was to throw off officials. That was the purpose. To make them think, well, why would I have the motive for revenge if I'm not even in a relationship with a guy? But you see, she put that up a little bit too late, because when she put the complaint in, she was indeed in a relationship with Barry. I mean, she still is. I mean, I know it sounds bizarre, but it's all bizarre. But saving face, all that shit I talked about earlier in my show, if you only just tuned in, is saving face. A Filipina wants to have this it satisfies them to just have this facade that they're in an actual relationship with a foreigner. It gives them clout, to date a foreigner with light skin. Don't matter if he's broke as a scope, but it's like a trophy. So they're not going to tell anybody I'm broken up because it makes them look bad. And for a long time, she even told her family way back that he was actually in America working instead of telling the family that he was in jail. And eventually figured it out that he was in jail. I guess you had to relay that to them because, things got pretty ugly. But, yeah, that was my initial topic coming into this morning. I don't buy the story. I never did. Someone just kind of reminded me of it last night. I said, yeah, come to think about it, yeah, you are right. That was to throw people off. I mean, how many times did they supposedly break up when they were together because his girlfriend wanted to take the heat off her? So it was easier to say that we're broken up when they weren't. She was still visiting him over there, bringing him food and booze, whatever she brought over there. Well, he was getting the booze from somewhere. And she was the only regular visitor that, he had. So do the math. I do remember her saying that, yeah, I got to go visit him. That was only like a month ago or so. That he's ill or something. And she had to go over and see him because he's ill. But according to good old Breavis, Barry's having a gay old time there. He probably is having a gay time. That he's handling it fairly well and didn't say anything about Barry's health conditions or nothing. Oh, Barry seems okay, seems healthy. Well, Breavis is not going to tell the truth anyway. Certainly not. Well, it is what it is. It can't be a wonderful place, so already know that. But the last few days, I've been throwing out a few hints, actually, what's been really going on with this shit. And I'm pretty convinced I know what's going on with all this. And now we have to take a second step here without going into detail again or even getting any deeper into it, which I'm not privy to do. Now we just have to we're doing right now, take a second step on this, which is going to force immigration to make a decision and perhaps even drop this whole fucking thing because actually they're breaking the law against me by not finding resolve. It's an unusually long time, so I'm in the right on this one here. Anyway, don't even want to go into the legalities of that situation. I'd rather not. Thank you. But I have a very good idea what's going on. Actually, a very good idea what's really going on. What's going on? What's going on? I got a song for everything. I enjoy listening to this stand-up comic. I forgot what his name is. There's this old guy, and you've probably seen him. I probably use some of his lines, too, because I like his stand-up. And you know how some people that are fat, they just talk about their weight, how much they eat all the time. That's their whole shtick on their stand-up. This one guy is using his age. He's doing very well. And he comes up with some great one-liners. He comes up with some great stuff pertaining to his age. And the one I liked was, I liked a lot of them. I used it the other day, actually. And he met this woman and decided to exchange phone numbers. She asked, well, what's your number? And he said, 125 over 87. You got to understand what that's all about. If you don't get it, you don't get it, okay? If you don't get it. He does a lot of stuff like that. Every now and then I see his feed comes on. I call it the feed. The feed comes on here. And some really good stuff. Where, it's fun. Because sometimes you have to do that. Sometimes you got to make fun of your age. If you're getting older, embrace basically, and laugh at it. Don't be horrified as you're getting older, because everybody's getting older. Then you become a senior and so forth and all that. And seniors are known for having their body parts break down, and they have this and they have that. But some people, they make light of it. They make humor out of it. And that's how you survive a long time. In other words, it's the same as the same, make lemonade out of lemons. So it's fun to make fun of yourself sometimes. And there's a lot of good therapy with that, when you could actually make fun of yourself or your situation or something, So you're getting older. Yeah, you're going to have certain things not really functioning as they used to, your bones or whatever. Whatever, aches and pains, or talk about doctor's visits and have some funny things come out of that. Having the ability to laugh at yourself, I think, is unique, and I think people should, instead of complaining about an ailment or something, make fun of it or something, or talk about it. But I still think, I don't know, I want an opinion. Anybody's willing to acknowledge this, but give me an opinion. What do you think about doing a show? What the show be all about? People love to gripe on here. And people these days have more to gripe about. They're not happy with something in their life. Why not do a show that addresses that and only that? What do you think about that? Everybody has something to say, right? Everybody has a gripe or something, or they're disgruntled by something, or something's eating them, or a relationship, or a present girlfriend or wife, or shit. I think a lot of people would possibly be drawn to the channel for that, because everybody does have some gripe of some sort, of some nature. What do you think? Do tell. Think about it. We could do that. It might be a good direction. Might call the channel, What is Your Gripe? Free Gripes, or Gripe Central, or something. Come up with a catchy name. If you can think of something interesting, let me know too. Trolls could gripe. Everybody can gripe. And then they could help settle their matters with eating Gilbert grape, And viewers can comment on the other people's comments and offer advice or something about their situation. Just an idea. I think it actually work. Because everybody's bitching and whining about something. Why not do a YouTube channel that basically addresses that? Just like people like food. And if you do a channel about food and cooking, you're going to get people who are interested in food and cooking. They do very well. Well, how about a show about such gripes, anxieties, what's bothering them, being in a bad relationship, whatever. It's it's endless. People could actually talk about. Well, I'll run that through, see what you guys think after a while, and I might actually do that and give it the old college try, but unfortunately, I got to get the channel out there, though. That's the problem. It's got to be out there in YouTube land, the World Wide Web. It has to be out there. You got to put the keywords in somewhere, and you got to do this and do that to promote the channel, and they will come, believe me. Just like people love food, you talk about food, they like to listen to you. People like shopping, they want to watch shows where people are shopping, know what prices are, what they're getting into. But everybody has some kind of negative shit going on in their life. It's just there's so much goddamn negativity on YouTube. Why not give people an actual outlet? Just an idea. Just an idea. Okay, what else, folks? Regurgitate a few syllables before I go here. And we could even start right here. Gripe. I'll tell you what, as soon as I could change the my handle, the title of my YouTube channel, maybe I'll give that a go. What do you think? Could work. I mean, a copycat channel bitches and whines about me all the time. Why can't I just do a show about that? The gripe of the day. I mean, I can't give out awards or nothing, but, no booby prizes or something, but, at least give people a platform, to sit on that soapbox, in the street. Or like the movie, they're out their windows. I'm mad and I'm not going to take this anymore. That could be a title. I'm mad and I can't take this anymore. That's a good one too. Besides calling it the Gripe Channel or something. I don't know. Well, think about it. If you could offer something better as a title, I'd be willing to listen to it. But anyway, I'm going to go and see what else I got to do this morning. Oh, it's easy to say I go put my head down in bed and try to fall asleep again, but that doesn't work that way with me. I think once I'm up, I'm pretty much up. Forget about that shit. Well, I'd have to force myself to do it, But once I'm energized, Jesus Christ, I got sugar of all the worst things in the morning. I got sugar in me this morning because I decided to break down and have a brownie to go with my almond milk because I happen to have some almond milk. I said, what am I going to use it for? Cereal, but I don't eat cereal other than oatmeal. I might put a little bit in the oatmeal, but it goes real good with a brownie. She just happened to make a tray of them last night. Yeah, that she left for me. Oh, great, right? I may have to give it off to the neighbor's kid or something. I don't know. I don't want that many brownies around me. It's too easy. You get a sweet tooth, you get hungry or something. Oh, I'll have a brownie. And they're good too, by the way. But as I said, me and sugar don't really go together real well. Keep the sugar away. I don't really indulge in a lot of sugar, but I do break down. I admitted it on my show. I break down. I will eat something sugar, but it's very moderation. That's one of the biggest toxins you can put in your body is sugar. That's the one thing. And cancer cells in your body can turn cancer. I mean, they feed on sugar. If you got cancer, which I certainly hope I don't, you're feeding the cancer with sugar. Don't give cancer a chance to come out. Everybody has cancer in their body. It just doesn't get kind of like, shall I say, activated until something happens, and you don't want to feed it. That's the whole thing. Eric is listening. I'm sure he is. He's welcome. He's listening to me once. I know they all do. I'm not stupid. He's sitting there with his harem. Let's listen to Frank. Ha 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 ha. They all are. Popeye, Don C, they're all out there. Barry even probably got his phone again. Well, I guess they're not keeping their eye on the prisoners there, are they? With all that hoopla, what happened with Italy, and they took everybody's phone out. Barry seems to still get use of it. He's got a thing going on with the guard or something. Even after all that shit happening and people getting fired, these guards will still give in. They'll still give in. They don't learn. It's amazing. What is their gripe about? Did you harm one of them? Oh, you're talking about Big E and his clan? If you're talking about him? No, I didn't do anything with Big E. He was just promoting Barry, and him and McFish Sandwich. They didn't think it was right that Barry was in jail for a long time. They said it was only because of immigration, but they always failed to mention he pleaded guilty to 5 charges of cybercrime. No, I mean, I never really liked the guy to begin with, okay, but you got to understand, he's a financial supporter for some people on here, okay? And a lot of people believe that he's the one that financed Barry's girlfriend to put a complaint against me, or was one of them anyway, one of a couple. He denies it emphatically. That's why I know it's true. If he denies something, then it's got to be true. Just think of the opposite of what these people say. There you go. I didn't harm any one of them. They're just mean people, that's all. They just like to antagonize people. It's like a hobby. It's sort of a built-in feature for them. No, but I never harmed anybody. I don't care less about his wife and his mistress and all that shit. I don't give a fuck. Now, that's his chosen lifestyle. It's just not mine. But, there's nothing wrong with basically making a statement about it. Saying I think that's kind of a fucked up way of living. I'm allowed to do that. No, I didn't step on his pooch or nothing like that. I didn't kick his pooch. I didn't do any of that shit. He just wants to go against me. It all has to really stem down on my show about telling the truth on here. And some people don't want to face reality about themselves. They don't want to get embarrassed on here. They do stupid things and they expect people not to see it or hear it, It becomes common knowledge what they do. Nope, didn't harm anyone. I didn't harm anyone on here, period. 0. Pardon the yawning. Probably going to make you yawn too. It's a psychological thing. FB crime family. And whose picture are you using on here, dude? Let me see. Who's the picture? Who's the icon you got on here? FB crime family. I can't see it. I try to press on your icon, but I can't bring you up. Trying to figure. Is that a picture of Big E on there? FB crime family? Kind of looks like him on your. Is that him on your icon? Your little. Yeah. Kind of looks like it. It's really small. I can't blow it up. No. Oh, it is him. I thought so. Yeah, it's really small. I can see with my glasses on here. Yeah, that did look like him after all. Why would you want him on your icon? So what's going on Discord, boys? Ground Zero, what's going on Discord? What's the big talk on Discord, buddies? Got to be something going on Discord. There's always something going on in Discord. What's the word of the day? What's going down with wonderful Discord? They should call it disharmony or something. I don't know. No, I can honestly tell you, I don't go on Discord. I don't have an account on there. I tried one time, but you have to get invited or something. I don't know. It's just confusing to me. I said, fuck it. I'm not going to bother. I know people that go on Discord and they feed me information here and there. I don't even, not even me requesting either, but people tell me what's going on Discord here and there. I'm just yawning like crazy here. She's got a thing going on. Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones. I don't know where these songs come in my head, man. It's like a radio station that's going, you know, on steroids or something, changing channels. Gilligan did that on Gilligan's Island. That was a funny episode. He had a filling in his mouth, and it acted as a receptor for, you know, RF signals, radio frequency. And they used to turn his head because they wanted to hear the news about anybody looking for them on the island, you know, to rescue him. They were turning Gilligan's head in all different directions because his metal filling was actually picking up radio frequencies, RF. They come up with this shit, man. I'm glad they do because it is funny. Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones. Don't get a song in my head. I normally got a song in my heart anyway, but I'm a regular songster. I'm a crooner. I was watching this thing about Mickey Rooney, of all people. Came up on a lot of shit come up on my feeds. A lot of say he was a pretty fucked up person, pretty mean-hearted. His family, see what I mean about family, how to fuck you over? His family, he used to be worth millions, but his family managed to fuck him over on that. They were pilfering whatever his and all that shit. He died with only $18,000 in his account. Can you believe that shit, man? $18,000. They basically, he lived to be 90-something. I don't know. Boys Town, he has some good movies out there. You know, his personal character, a lot of people were attacking his personal character. He's a real bastard or something, I don't know. People didn't like it, but any movie I ever seen with Mickey Rooney in it, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. I mean, the guy's been in like 200 movies. Not to mention other endeavors. And by the way, you didn't know, but he had a franchise with the, what do you call that yogurt company that's still going? Something TC, something Y, or whatever the hell it is. He had owned a couple of stores back then. Investment. So he actually got involved with TC, I don't know. It's a yogurt store that's still popular. You probably see it in the malls. Great day in the morning. I gotta check that dog next door, see if he's still alive. I don't know, man. I know he doesn't have much time. He looks in pretty bad shape. Even though I'm feeding him, I don't know. It's gonna take a while for him to be put on any fat. I gotta wangle up something in the morning for him too. I'll give him some of my dog's dog food. That's the way I am. Some people say, worry about your own dogs, but, you know, look, put yourself, okay, an animal can't fend for itself like we can. We can find resources for food and all kinds of shit. Not an older animal that's sick, and this dog is completely deaf too, I noticed that. He don't know I'm there unless I touch him, okay? Let's put it that way. The dog is hanging in a familiar spot, and he hasn't been going any place, which tell me he's deteriorating, because his back legs hurt. He had some injuries or arthritis in combination. I know where he probably is right now. Probably right in front of my neighbor's door or in the back. So I'm going to try to wangle up something for him to eat. I'll help the animal out while it's still alive, and it makes me feel good. Because look, put yourself, you're all broken down. So you're an old dude. I mean, your body is just fucking breaking down. You're going deaf. Can't walk really well without being in pain. You say you ain't got no friends. Nobody's helping you. Would you like to be in a situation like that? Well, neither does a dog. But to see the difference between a dog and a human is that they could take their pain and handle it better than humans can. They're very good at that on dealing with their illness. They're very good with dealing with pain. They can tolerate it. Unlike humans, they're going to bitch and cry and whine. Now, unless a dog is in terrible pain, you might hear him moaning. Yeah, okay, there's a limit to anything. But, humans, we voice out about the littlest thing. Oh, I got a headache. Well, some people have something worse than a fucking headache. In fact, let me see what I have here. I don't think I have any leftover rice from they made from yesterday. I'm not thinking that. Oh, I'll just give them some of my dog's food. What is in here? Ah, jeez. What is that? Oh, that's been there for a while. That has to be thrown out. That's some squash. So things like this have to be thrown out. They don't do that. Then somebody might think it's fresh, and eat it and get sick. But I'll tell you what, it's one thing I haven't seen around here. People getting, even this old cheesecake in here, that has to be thrown out. Pieces of cheesecake from last week. Still in the refrigerator. This kind of shit, both these containers have to be thrown out. You can't keep this shit in there. But, I'm not going to get into arguments every day with them. I really don't even get into arguments. I might mention something, say, this is not good. This should have been thrown out. You have old condiments in here. In fact, this mesquite smoke sauce here, fuck this shit. I'm throwing this out. I don't know how long this has been there. It's little things like this that can make you really ill. And it takes somebody like me to point it out. That is my gripe. That is my gripe for the morning. That's my gripe. Since we do a show about gripes, that's my gripe. It's a continuing gripe, actually. In fact, I've got this pancake syrup, which I don't use. It's all high fructose corn syrup. The only reason I'm keeping this is because I want to get some boric acid. And I mixed it in with the boric acid for the ants. And they'll go for it. Fresh Godt. This thing has been opened. Fresh Godt. Thrown out right now. Thrown out. You got to go in your fridge and you got to empty some things out that have been there for a while. Otherwise, you're going to put yourself in a world of hurt. But don't listen to me, as I always say. Don't listen to me. I don't know what I'm talking about. I never know what I'm talking about, right? No, don't listen to me. Okay, well, sounds like you guys are a little bit burnt out on here. I've been on here long enough, and when the dialogue stops going, then I guess I need to get going. So, I'm just going to put something together for this poor animal outside. I don't have any more hard-boiled eggs. I could make them, but I was just going to give him I think let's just give him some of the kibble. I don't know if this dog's been drinking water or not. I tried putting a bowl near him, and he didn't even go for it. I don't know. He's got to stay hydrated. That's for sure. I can't give him any prednisone because that'd be dangerous at his age. And I've got prednisone. This is actually human prednisone. But it's the same, but dosage might be different for an animal. But I'm not going to kill the dog. You got to give prednisone a certain way, then you got to wean him off like I did with my dog. And I'm not just going to get into the prednisone. That's a hormonal thing. I don't want to I don't want to deal with that. Let's see. Okay, well, dialogue is out, so you're probably getting burned out in this broadcast. I think we talked about what we need to talk about today. We'll leave it at that. And again, my advice, Miko. What almost sounds like Biggie. My advice to Miko is that, doesn't that sound like him? Don't let him get to your goat. Don't let him antagonize you, because he's waiting for a reaction from you, Miko. Does that not sound like him? Look, the point is, don't give him the satisfaction of reacting to that. That's it. Why don't we just condense this into that one statement? Don't give him the satisfaction of a reaction, because that's what he's looking for. And understand something, folks. People are going to live their lives the way they want to live it. You may not like the way they live it. Just don't live that kind of life. Be honest with people, be honest with yourself, and you got a good start. People who claim they have so much going on with their life, but yet they have that time. They got all that time on their hands to do shows, and that's their only goal, is to talk about other people on here. Now, if you've been watching and listening to YouTube for a long time, then you pretty much will understand that there's a whole purpose of what they do. Action from you. Okay, this signal's going to disconnect. I'm going to walk next door and see what happens. Probably going to have a disconnect, and if that's the case, we'll be off. I bet you the dog is probably right in front of his door. Let's hope he's alive. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a disconnect in a minute here. I'll bet he's right in front of the door. If not, I'm back at the house. But if it disconnects, it will... Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm back at the house now. Yeah, I walked over there just enough time to give him some food, and he's eating it right now. He's alive. So he'll have his morning breakfast. Me, I gotta do the dishes. There's nobody here to do them. I don't like things standing around in the sink like that. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. So I guess I gotta do the dishes this morning. But in a way, I like when you're not here, because it gives me time and a lot of shit to do around the house that's been put on hold. And I can get a few things done and get this place in order, because it does get out of order quite often. Put the dry dishes away instead of just sitting there. And a dish rack. Sorry about all the clanging. But then the idea is to clean out the dish rack, which is not done as often as I'd like. Here's my gripe, starting the gripe show, the new show about gripes. That's starting out mine. And we all got gripes. I think it's an incredible idea for a show. And make that the purpose of the show. Get rid of this, get rid of that. It gives me a chance to get this fucking house in order. We got everything on the counters here, which I really don't like. Everything on the counters. You name it, it's on the counter. Feng Shui, Feng Shui, whatever you call it. I'm a believer in that. Because when the house is imbalanced, I'm imbalanced, I'm not. I mean, you got to get the shit together. So I guess it's gonna be up to me. The first thing I'm doing before I do the dishes is to pull this dish rack apart and clean this puppy properly. Now I saw Gilda doing the dishes yesterday at one point. She was like in a hurry. And she was basically, now what I'm doing is I'm spraying some diluted vinegar and soap. And that's where like the utensils go. And we're gonna clean this puppy with that to start off. Then I'll go for the dish rack. Okay, success. That's gonna try. Now I take this dish rack apart. And the pan underneath it gets a little soiled. In fact, there's some ants down there. Ants. And we're gonna scrub this puppy down. What we're gonna do is spraying vinegar on it. That's the sound you hear. It's vinegar, but it has a antibacterial dish soap in there. We're gonna clean this puppy, make it shine above and below. Oh my. Oh my. Come on, I want to show you something. This is where the water drains out from the drippage. I want to show you something. It almost looks like rust. Hold on. I didn't get the camera on it. Whoops. I want to show you something. No excuse for that. Look at that. Well, that's where the water drips out of the drip pan. Now, I'm sorry, but that is butt nasty. Like, I gotta get on their asses for this because that's important. It affects me too. So sometimes you gotta speak up to your spouse or girlfriend. They're very quick to just throw water and hit the dishes with soap. Don't really take the time to clean things properly. And I'm doing this right now. That's just me, folks. Maybe it ain't you, but gotta understand, I gotta eat, drink off the plates and glasses and so forth. Maybe you don't do the things I do, but maybe, just maybe, you should. I'm even gonna wipe the area underneath the dish rack, spray it down with the vinegar, which kills germs, bacteria, and mold. This is the shit that you have to do. And whether you like it or not, if you don't want to get fucking sick to your stomach, catch some goddamn viral thing, I don't know, whatever. This is the shit that you have to do. I mean, if you're going to do things, do it right. Now, there's always going to be some gripe with your Filipino out here because they don't always conform to how you were raised and what hygienic things that you may practice, but there's always going to be something different. Now I got to find some rags or something here. I thought it was going to be off by now, but got to find some clean rags around here. So much shit, even in this cabinet in the bathroom, man. Where are all the fucking cleaning rags and stuff? Damn. Damn. Double damn. Oh, fart. Well, I'll find something. Anyway, I won't keep the show going on here much longer. I'm just going to tell you that basically, if you're running a household, okay, we found something here. Excellent. Found a cleaning rag. If you're going to do something, do it properly. It's those utensils and dishes you have to eat off. If you don't clean it right, it's bad enough we don't use hot water, which you should. I actually have underneath the sink, but it doesn't really put up the temperature that much. It really doesn't. Under the sink, I actually have a hot water heater. But the only reason we don't use that is just it draws so much electricity. And that's the problem. There's nothing that's really efficient. Now what I'm doing right here is I'm cleaning underneath where we normally put the dishpan, the drain, or whatever the dishes in. After we clean them. So I'm cleaning that area and let it dry out. Now, sometimes you gotta drop the hammer, you know. I mean, it's for your own health and safety. Don't be afraid to do that. And to tell you the truth, although I hate doing dishes, I really don't like doing dishes. But sometimes for my own safety, that I will do the dishes voluntarily because at least I know they're gonna be clean. Now the dish rack itself needs a little going over, but not too bad. Spray it down with white vinegar and soap. That's how you get shit done. All right? Sometimes you gotta do it yourself if you really want to be sure. Don't depend on somebody else and how they do things, because here in the Philippines they do things differently. If you haven't noticed, culturally and otherwise, they do things differently out here. You gotta be aware of that. And the things they do may not be that beneficial, is what I'm trying to say. So you gotta take certain things in your own hands to get something done right. Oh my. Hold on. Ah. That's good enough, I think. Come on. Get in there. Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones. Here we go. Okay, so the rack is officially cleaned to my satisfaction. Okay? Excellent. Excellent. Now I just gotta tackle these dishes. So, I can imagine foreigners where they're living, if they're living alone, I can just imagine what swill they're living in. But that's why a lot of times they're going to get a Filipina. They figure, let them do all that dirty work. But you see, I help out. I'm different. I always thought I was different from these people anyway. You see, because I have to live here too. And if you don't feel things are getting done the right way, then sometimes you got to intervene. I mean, for your own benefit, really, if you think about it. You got to intervene. And that's exactly what I do. I buy new sponges because I will not reuse them over and over again. When I'm not sure of a sponge, I might spray it with vinegar and I'll give it, let me see, does she have any more here? I will actually give it, I'm going to do this second actually. I'll give it 2 minutes in the microwave. So I'm going to put, on this sponge, I'm going to rinse it out, spray it with a little bit of vinegar. All that texture holds in all the bacteria. I'm going to take this puppy, I'm going to give it 2 minutes in the micro. 1, 2. Uno, dos. And we're going to kill those damn germs. Before I wash these dishes, I'm not going to do it. I I mean, there's so much shit on the counter. I'll show you it. This is where they pile. Sometimes they have some clean. We have a place for this in the drawer. This shouldn't be out here. See, my idea, what I like, there should be absolutely nothing. There's even a garbage bag on here. We throw stuff from the sink. Okay? Got pitchers. We got old bottles we use for water, for cold water that we use. We got Reynolds wrap here. Somebody's got to do it. Somebody. Of course, we got the air fryer and the toaster. We leave that out. And I will clean those too. A man's job is never done. From dawn till dusk, it's really not that fun. All this, there should be absolutely, even the rice cooker that has its place should go. That's why I got cabinets. That's my gripe this morning. And that's the idea. I'm going to pitch a show about gripes. Gripes and yipes. We're going to pitch that idea. Because you all have gripes. And you got wives too. Look at this. Ah, fuck. Yeah, you think I sit around all day. I know. You think I sit around all day watching TV. No, hate to disappoint you, but that's not what I do. I actually do keep pretty busy. Sometimes busier than I'd like to be. Look at this. Old fucking sweet potato in here. Come on, man. Are you kidding me? All of these. How long were they sitting in there? And you wonder why you're going to get some ants or something. How old is some of the garlic in here? Look. Jesus Christmas. I mean, really, seriously. I don't. Look at this. This is all unnecessary. Well, unfortunately, a lot of Filipinos are like that. What I put off today, look, this is some kind of mongo beans they had in here that fell out of here. I got to get rid of them too. Mongo Jerry. Look at this shit. You wonder why I'm going to gather some insects? Come on, man, get real. But rather than get into arguments with her or them, you know, I kind of treat it lightly. I actually do. But, I mean, I'll talk about it. That's the thing. You got to talk about it. If you're not happy the way things are going around the household, sometimes you actually do got to speak up. Doesn't mean you get into a big argument or something. Nothing like that. I don't advise that. Just speak up and say, hey, man, things need to change around here. I got you the house, so maintain it. Maintain it. It's your future. And I got to live in it while I'm alive. So I make my point, don't get me wrong. See how much better now? Cleaning off this counter. This is like a whatnot thing here. The kids even go and brush their teeth in the kitchen sink. I mean, come on now, really? Garlic skin. I don't know if that's a good light bulb or a dead light bulb. Fuck if I know. Empty bottle of soy. Why is that there? Why can't it be thrown away? I'm not asking much. So I'm cleaning the counters. And then you got the garbage bag on here. It's like a convenience spot. But then you get leakage out of this shit. It's just gross. It's just fucking gross. Look at this. Come on, man. Good. That begins my gripe. Jeez Louise, come on, man. They'll even brush their teeth sometimes, the kids. Well, all right, I understand. They can go use my bathroom if they want. But the sink always gets clogged, and that's something we have to get to, the water in the sink. All right. But, don't spit into the sink while we're putting dishes and shit like that. I mean, come on, man. Get my point? Keeping things in the refrigerator. Gripe, baby, gripe. It's good to gripe. It's good to gripe. Get it all out. Get it all out. I do everything around here, too. I'm very self-sufficient, really. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That was a waste of detergent. Just fell out of the bag. So basically, on a daily basis around here, if you must know everything, not everything works out in harmony as far as like household chores. She's always good at cleaning up the floors and sweeping and vacuuming, cooking and doing great things. She's good at that. Sometimes, they mean well, but they're not doing a thorough job of what they're doing. So that's where I step in. See, I got a laundry pail here. I'm going to wash some clothes. And when they're done, I'll hang them up. But it gives me some time, actually, to get shit done around here that they're not doing very efficiently. I'm getting to the point, we got cabinets, I'm going to tell them, I said before, but it still don't work. I said, I don't want to see anything on that counter unless it belongs there, like the air fryer, which I'd like to get a better one. This is a cheap one. There goes the laundry, but I'm doing laundry. Man, I'm like a machine, brother. I'm like a daggone machine. I ain't got no energy for my age. Well, I'll tell you what, I would beg to differ on that. Remember, it all comes out in the wash, my friends. It all... You'll see what I mean. This was put on there on her channel 3 months ago. So apparently, she's still in contact and involved with him. So I guess I was right. Proved myself right yet again that a lot of bullshit's being flung around. And there you go. Proof of the pudding. Aye, mates. Okay, sorry. I've actually been talking some veterinarian stuff with Chat GPT on some issue here with my dog's medicine. Speaking of, as I'm speaking, I got to instill some drops in her eye. I have to go to the pharmacy again today and get her some drops. Where's that little baby? Let me see your eye. Come here. You gotta buy more of this for you. Yes, I do. I gotta buy more of this today. Don't worry, I'm not gonna put no more cyclosporin in your eye, okay? Open your eye. Open. Okay, sorry I've been kind of a little bit busy attending to something else. Almost forgot that I had this damn thing on, to be honest with you. Just kind of attending to my dog's eye and looking up some stuff in regards to on the famous GPT, Now, hold on. I gotta answer this. Well, I already just applied the gentamicin. I don't know. Well, I already just applied the gentamicin. Sorry, doing two things at once here. Okay, sorry about that. It's really ridiculous when I have to go back and forth here. I'm actually having another conversation going. This shit happens here. Geez, I actually forgot the purpose why I was coming on here. I was so busy actually looking up shit on here. I forgot that I went to do a live show. And when I was going to show people, well, you know, I got all this time on my hands, right? Dishes done. And I was going to actually show you how I actually do the dishes. And you're probably saying, oh, come on, dude, you must have some time on your hands. Well, I do, but that's not the point. I wanted to show you exactly how I cleaned these and how I dripped them out before I put them on the rack. How I sprayed it with white vinegar initially when I was cleaning them off. Okay, that was going to be a whole show in itself because most people don't know how to actually wash dishes. Believe it or not, a lot of people don't even know how to wash dishes. Okay, oh, I know. My title of the show, why is Mad Matthew so mad? Same thing as what's eating gilded grape. This guy seems to have well, it is a good thing. And that's why I thought about doing a show about this. I mean, actually have the format of the show be about the gripes. And the reason I was going to do that is because Mad Matthew he's like a perfect example of what I'm talking about here. He's doing live shows now, trying to make some money. He doesn't have his life in any order whatsoever. He don't even know what he's doing day to day. Except he feels that he has to gripe about every single thing. I mean, every single thing. I guess it's his way of venting. But I don't see him doing certain positive things about the bad things that are actually going on in his life. Not from what I've witnessed, actually. And yeah, he's very outspoken. I'm very outspoken, but he is very, very outspoken. And you know, he doesn't build him. I'll give him such credit. He doesn't build himself up to be something that he's not. That part of him I actually appreciate. That he's probably in the right direction with that, but his whole show it seems to work for him, so maybe just do my shows about fucking gripes, because everybody seems to have a gripe, and I mentioned that earlier. There's always something going on in somebody's life, it seems, you know. And maybe, you know, YouTube is their outlet, is from what I could figure out, you know. But this guy, I don't know if he's on meds. I don't think so. But I think if anybody's suffering from anxiety, this guy certainly is. I can certainly counsel him on that. But he may need something different. I don't know. It could be manic depressive or something. He's got something going on with him which isn't right. He seems really flustered. And I think his cortisol level is going through the roof. He's got to watch that. Look, this is all from observation. He's always upset. You can't be upset all the time. You know, I got some shit and things going on in my life right now. You don't hear me being upset. I'm not screaming and yelling at everybody. And he's screaming and yelling at other people, but he's screaming and yelling at himself. He seems to have a problem with his own self. He admits to the stupid things he's done in his life. He's here in the Philippines at his hot sweat box. in bumfuck Egypt somewhere in the Philippines, in the jungles or something. He's living in a fucking tin shack. Tin shack. You'd expect that for some poor Filipinos, unfortunately, for them. Income. And so forth. But you don't usually hear a lot of that with the foreigners. They may not live in the best place in the world, but it's at least a livable place. But this guy is in, I don't know, now he has to move out. He got burned on his rent or something from the landlord. I thought he bought the place, but then I'm hearing he's renting. I don't know what to believe on there, but he realized, and then he's got this chick over there, and he's crying that he doesn't have any money, but he had some girl over there, and the only thing you see is her ass, because in the background, she was leaned forward, like, you know, like talking on her phone horizontally on the bed, and she's wearing this thong underwear or bathing suit or something on there, and you can see her whole ass. Then he jokes about, 4 minutes, and I don't know, he's kind of really very brash, very, how he talks about sexuality. He kind of makes it dirty, really. He makes sex dirty, the way he talks. Things he's done with women and what he's done with her or whatever. Talks about blowjobs and all this shit. I mean, he's as out there as anybody could possibly be on YouTube. I mean, he's way out there. He's a very complicated guy. I can't see him in a relationship at all. He's got too much shit going on, man. Anyway, that's my observation of this guy. Anybody's actually watched this show, he's starting to get some subscribers. He gets a couple of donations now. He's got monetized or something. I don't know what the deal is. But he seems to be able to afford this whore that he had over his place. And then he'll make fun of her right in front of her. I don't get that. She's laying there on the bed while he's in the foreground talking on his show. And he's making these little sexual innuendos about her. Some of them are kind of, I don't know, less than nice. Like she's some kind of piece of meat, some piece of shit, good for fucking. And, I guess how Nico talks, Snicko talks that way. She's like in the background, and all you see is her ass. But he has money to get laid, but then he's talking about he's broke. I don't know. I told you, people on YouTube are very complicated. They got so much shit going on in their lives. But I understand about the venting. Venting could be healthy. It's according to how you vent on here. But this guy's like off the wall. He's off the charts. Big time. He looks rough around the edges. I don't know what kind of work he said he used to do. I think this guy needs to go back to America. I just don't think the Philippines is, although he'll say, okay, the prices are better. But at the same time, he'll complain about prices. But I don't know. Everybody's in a fog on here for some reason. They move to the Philippines. It's going to be their dreamland and everything else. Then they come here. And they are like into deep, dark complaints. Knocking everything. Knocking the bureaucracy. Knocking everything, how long it takes to get a water served to him in a restaurant. And he's like falling apart. That it may have taken 10 minutes. You were lucky you got it in 10 minutes. He's falling apart because he wanted water and he wanted it now, and it took him like 10 minutes to get him that water. This guy's falling apart because it took 10. This is the Philippines, man. If you haven't figured it out yet, he hasn't been out here that long. Now he's kind of like, he started to do live streaming. Now this is when it begins. That's when the trouble starts, and I warned him about it. I said, buddy, you think you're getting crazy comments and shit on here? I said, just wait. Not especially if you go on live streams. He discovered how to do live streams, okay? I said, just wait. And look, I said, I've been out here a long time, and I've been attacked for 10 years. If you're you're all riled up already for practically no reasons, or very little really get that riled up about, wait till you just go under the attack. Then they try to report your channel for your language and everything else. And you just built it up. manage to get monetization and then it gets destroyed, you're going to put a gun to your head if you can find one. If anybody is, I think that's going to be you. Just trying to help you out, dude. Just trying to help you out a little bit. I'm just making an observation. And speaking of such, I got to go. I got to get medicine for my dog. And I was watching his show last night and today. And he's doing a lot of shows himself, actually. I mean, he's absolutely, I find a lot of things to do, but he's totally bored out of his mind. He don't know what to do with himself. So his reason for coming on YouTube, because he doesn't know what to do with myself. But believe me, you saw this morning what I'm doing. I'm always busy doing something. I managed to put my time in on here in between different chores and shit that I got to do. But I go on with life, although you may think YouTube is my life in some ways. Let's just say it's part of my life coming on here on social media as well as it is yours. But I will make time to get things done. I'll do chores, I'll do exercise, I'll do take care of the dog, whatever the hell I have to do. This morning alone, I did how many loads of laundry, and I did some carpets that the dogs lay on because they're filthy. I did a whole shitload of dishes, cleaned the dish rack, swept and mopped the floors, hung up some clothes. So as you can see, I'm not stagnant. I'm not like, oh, gee, every minute of the day I got to watch somebody's show. It doesn't work that way. And mostly, as I said, I've been keeping up with the news and even the volcano situation in the Philippines. Actually, it's been acting up. Was that in General Santos area? So yeah, I do keep busy. For those that wonder, gee, this guy's on here quite a bit. Well, I'm not going to lie about that because I can't lie about it. I do come on here a lot and I do a lot of shows, but it's voluntarily. No one's putting guns in my head and saying I got to do shows. If I'm in between something and I'm bored because the family is out for a couple of days, I got more time on my hands. Okay. And I do spend time with the neighbors sometimes. I'm even taking care of the dog that comes around his house. So yeah, I do keep busy all the time, or I would go out of my mind. But I think in Mad Matthew, I don't know if that's his real name, Matthew, but I think if he keeps up at this pace, he's going to have a heart attack or something, or nervous breakdown. Boy, calm down, man. You know, I've been down that road before. Calm down. You got yourself involved with YouTube now. You might see it as a good thing. There might be part of you sees it as a bad thing. But I'm going to guarantee you, if you're frustrated now, boy, I got a lot of pointers for you, bud. Well, what am I doing? Besides making some broccoli for later for me and the dogs. Excuse the mess. We are throwing shit. Oh, I am throwing shit away. Big time. Cleaning, arranging. Oh, a woman's job is never done from dawn to dusk. It's no real fun. This is a cabinet up here that's wasted. When I say wasted, it's anything they're like not using. It could be plastic containers, crap like this. Just a bunch of crap with crap inside, which is just taking up a lot of space. Now, I ran out of paint, so I basically just had to clean it down with soap and water and vinegar. It's going to be adequate. What I want to do is take things like, I don't know, maybe some pans, something we use every day, to be right there, available to reach to, whatever pans could fit in there anyway. It's a frying pan or pot or something that we'll use every day. I mean, you know, even the rice, whatever, you know. As I said, none of this belongs on a counter. This should be totally clean. You can see that kinds of bottles, a lot of garbage coming out of there. Magic syrup, which I don't eat. Okay, I'm going to try to arrange these dishes on size. And what they don't do is you got to rotate. So when you clean a dish and it's dry, what a lot of people do, they put the dish on top. And you're never getting to the fresher dishes. Okay, so they sit there and they'll probably get dust or whatever. And you got to do the same thing with cans and stuff like that in your pantry. And let the bowls match, you know, bowls, dishes, plates. I mean, it's a mess. We just keep our, little glasses and shit up here, you know. This is kind of a whatnot shelf here above the microwave, okay? It's anything, whatever. Coffee and tea, a few spices that I use in my tea. I don't know about the Saigon cinnamon because this lid hasn't, I've been using it and I haven't gotten sick yet. Antacids, I'm throwing this shit away. This has been here. I mean, this is just crazy shit, you know? Stuff that we don't use. Now, this is what happens in an atypical, see? I mean, they're usable containers, but, you know, plastic you don't really want, but I guess it could come in handy for something. But, I mean, look, there's no need for all this shit. It's going to be tossed. It's going to be tossed. As I said, I like a clean counter. You could work in the kitchen when everything is proper, put away. I'll give you a wide angle here of everything going on here. That's the upper cabinets. Those are painted, everything. And every now and then I do take stuff out and I repaint this stuff nice. So I try to keep everything sanitary and clean. You know, plastic bottles, we have a bag for that outside because they want us to separate, segregate. So this is going to be a slow process. I'm not in a big mood. I'm boiling some broccoli for me to have later and also incorporate that into my dog's meal for later on at dinner. Cool it off, put it away in a better container, not plastic, and see what the hell I have to actually use. So, what do I do all day? Well, I'll tell you what. It's not what you probably think. Not what you probably think. It's a pretty good sized kitchen here, actually. It's not a bad sized kitchen. We don't need all these fucking magnets on here and all that, but I don't know. It's not a bad sized kitchen per se, but you know, it looks like shit. Now they decided to put this table in here, and this becomes a what-not table for just about everything. They have some noodles, which are gonna go back in the pantry. My God, Magnum. And you know, rags, we go through so many rags, so I'm always cleaning the rags. Placemats we haven't even been using. Keys, a candle. What's a candle doing here? Sometimes she'll put potatoes or bananas out here. But all this shit, eventually, I'm just taking my time with this. It's going to be gone. That's calling a neat kitchen, okay? See, so this is, you know, even a shredder, I mean, a grater, it's up there. There's glass bottles we're never going to use. We're never going to use that. I have to clean the top too. I haven't gotten to the top yet. It's kind of hot in here now. I'll wait till later it cools off. But I'm starting it, you know. I couldn't stand looking at all this shit anymore. I just really couldn't. But like I said, that's me. You know, some people could live with this. And I really like organization. My paperwork, I don't care what they are. Albums, legal papers. I want them all enclosed, documents, labeled, medicines labeled, all that shit. I'm not really asking much. But unfortunately, like I said, this is like what you call atypical in the Philippines here. But when I'm on board the ship here, you know, thank goodness I'm here. Let's just put it that way. Because if I wasn't, this place would really fall apart. And I always got to make sure that the dog's water bowl always has enough water. I wind up filling it up a lot. That happens a lot. And I'm real mad about stuff like that. I'll say, hey, you like to drink water? So do the dogs. I will not take any excuse for that whatsoever. Yeah, I run a tight ship around here. Because, well, somebody has to. And I guess I'm the delegate. Hello, anybody. Hello. All right, back outside. Oof. Do a lot of things too. Running back and forth to see the other dog next door. Give him an egg or rice or something every now and again. I even have some special spray for itching for dogs. There's some special ingredients in it. And sprayed it on him a little bit. Took a chance. Because I'm really careful with dogs and cats. Because that dog is so old and has so much shit wrong with him that, you know, who knows what he has. And I don't want it. So I got this cream. It's And it's not really regulated here in the Philippines, but they sell it in the independent stores, cheap too. And it's got some powerful medicine in it. It's for all kinds of skin diseases and stuff. It's not for sissies. And, you know, you gotta make sure the dog doesn't lick it off. You know, that's the problem. I'm doing what I can for the dog next door, but of course I'm also taking care of my dogs. Yeah. So, yeah. I don't have eyes without a face. I don't have a face. I have a face for radio. It's Radio Gaga. In fact, that should be the name of my show, is Radio Gaga. I like it. I like it. It's reminding me. So yeah, I do keep busy every day. More than you know. I'm surprised I don't sleep like a baby at night. But there's other days I'm just kicked back. I'm trying to watch TV, but then I think of something I want to do because I want to keep active. You know, if I'm not exercising, I want to get the blood flowing and, you know, move around. Because if I don't move around, I'm going to sit in the chair, surfing on the TV, and I'll be going for 2 seconds, wake myself up from the snore. And there you go. Gotta move it, and I gotta groove it, baby. But because the stove is there, and that's why these cabinets up there that get yellowed, you know, you get a little grease in there. And then, you know, it's like, you know, you got something, you don't know where to put it, so throw it in the cabinet. When that cabinet could be utilized for some really good space for something, you know. That's what pisses me off. Lassie has just come home. One of the boys from a big athletic trip. Didn't do totally well. Santa Fe came out to Victor and a few things they didn't. He's tired as hell. The water's kind of rough on the ferry, apparently. It took him a while to get back here. Oh, so right now I'm going to put all this shit aside. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put all this shit aside. Water bottles have to be put in place. I'll get around to it. I think I could, with the broccoli here, how soft is it? I'm going to let it go a little more, make it really, really soft. I'd rather steam the broccoli, and I could have done that. I don't know. I just all the shit around here. I just got lazy and said, oh, fuck it. I was just, this whole big frozen chunk of broccoli I just put in here. Yeah. Whole big frozen. All right, what can I actually throw up here now? I'll see if the pan fits. Well, one of them does. The other pan, now I'm going to show you what needs to be thrown out. You see this pan? That's nasty. They're not going to use it again. That's probably Teflon, and that's the last thing that you want to cook in is Teflon. You know, I'm not going to let them use it again, and I'm certainly not going to use it. Okay, I have a drawer that has a lot of, or a cabinet down below over here. But pots are things that we use all the time. You know, we're going to put where it should be. Oh, gosh, let's see. Sometimes I don't even know where to put that, which is the top first. Okay, there we go. If you don't get organized in the house, then everything just gets discombobulated, you know. Now we got this whatnot tray here, which is another whatnot tray. Plastic, which I don't like to use. You know, ice cream tops. And look how fucking filthy this shit is. Come on, man. Are you serious? Oh, my God. It even smells terrible. My God, Magnum. Oh, where's the vinegar? I mean, that's... I'm sorry, but that's fucking nasty. White vinegar. I mean, it's just nasty. I don't know what else to say. It's just nasty. I'm going to spray in the corner here with the white vinegar, too, and clean that down with a rag. Let that sit there a little bit. And when you leave things like this, it's just nasty. It's just fucking nasty. God, I even took the sponges and I cleaned them and put them in a micro. There's absolutely no excuse for this shit. Oh, my gosh. Hope I never get that old and I can't take care of myself, because I tell you what, this house will fall apart. There's probably even a mold growing on here. But this is going to sit there. In fact, I'm going to grab some bleach. Yeah, I've been doing laundry, hanging things up. I hang them on the fence too, where the sun is. The garbage can, it's terrible. Segregation. See the cats, they'll go in there, but we have one for plastic and blah, 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 but they'll still try to get in there to investigate what's in there. In the interim, you'll find packaging and different stuff on the ground out there. It's just nonstop. So running a household, I don't know how these foreigners who live alone, I don't know how they do it. I'm gonna have to go outside. Woman's job is never done from dawn to dusk. It ain't no fun. These will go outside until it's ready. We get a bunch of bottles together and the guy comes, picks them up, and he brings new bottles. There you go. Anyway, I'll end it here. We don't have a lot of viewers. They're waiting for some kind of drama or something. Well, I can't help you with that today. I'm sorry. No drama at the moment. Oh, my broccoli. Okay, that's way soft enough. So, now we gotta find a strainer, if I could even find one, because nothing is really put. Okay, here's one I could use. The creepy, it's kooky, mysterious, it's spooky. I'm gonna let this puppy cool off here. Get all the water out of it. Nice and soft for my meal tonight later. And this is gonna be some of the dog's meal too. Because I want them to eat a little bit of human food, but tight. I gotta get the big bowl. What I gotta go through, I gotta organize this. A big old bowl like this. It's not plastic. And you could put this in the fridge with this. You gotta let it cool. Just created more dishes to do, right? So we'll leave this on top here. You can see how hot it is. It's steaming. Dirty fork. That pan is being thrown out. Not keeping it. Not in the world. Scissors. I mean, come on. Seriously? Oh, well, hey. A day in the life, folks. A day in the life. You wonder what I fucking do all day. And I do a lot of this stuff even when they're home, too. This is not just for show for you to say, well, you know, I'm not laying on my ass all day. Well, I don't lay on my ass all day. You want to come in here? So? No? I'm coming here? What do you girls want to do? Stay in or out? What do you want to do? She'll know what she wants to do. But I'm ready to watch some movies. I don't care if it's repeat, science fiction, good old disaster movies, or whatever. Since the house is a disaster, I'll probably watch a disaster movie. But anyway, that's kind of it. And my job ain't done yet. As I said, I have to see what else I can fit up on the cabinets. And if you let stuff go like that, it could get grease. You might even be able to smell mold. I have another cabinet like that has some old pots that she never uses, that a lot of Filipinos or Asians use to kind of like saute, or shall I say, stir fry. These are old things that actually cost a lot of money, but you don't use them for anything. So when you lay shit around, the paint gets affected in there, you know. It just smells moldy in there, and it's just like I feel like just throwing everything out. I mean, Filipinos would run to take this shit, to tell you the truth, but I just throw 'em. Good afternoon. Kind of in the middle of relaxing and watching a movie, but I try to give information as it comes to me, and a lot of people wondering what's really going on with people on here. And when I find that information, I like to share it for you because there's a reason I do that. Too many people are so busy talking about everybody else, but they got so much shit going on in their life that a lot of things you don't really hear about. Now, our friend Licky, he's suffering a lot of health problems, and he's running out of cash. And one of the reasons is something that I said a long time ago. I said it. That Ricky's on kind of a mission, and I said this a long time ago. Ricky knows he has some serious health problems. And that's why he was blowing his money on rented dates and drinking and cavorting and all the stuff that he did. And traveling back and forth one place to another, making his trips to Germany to see the family. What you also don't know is that his grandfather committed suicide, and his sister and brother passed away at an earlier age. So he's got a lot of family history going on. He's got the wackiness of his grandfather. And, obviously Ricky's got his really heavy-duty weight problem and health problem. And, he's got some serious shit going on. Now, despite what anybody thinks, I don't hate Ricky, and I just dislike him. He's done a lot of bad shit to a lot of people, including me. But this is kind of what's going on. And I give it a 98% that what I just said is true. It's that high. Now, the reason, Ricky been basically throwing caution to the wind is because of all of the above I just said. He's trying to handle, a weight problem. He's on, oh my God, he's like 12 different medicines. I remember, pardon me, when he showed the inside of his horrible Deca Homes apartment. He had a round table with a lamp, and under there must have been about 12 bottles of medicine. I'm probably not exaggerating on the count. There was a shitload of medicine. It's believed that he's got diabetes, and he does have high blood pressure. I know that. Other problems, I couldn't tell you. But he does not eat a good diet, and he does his share of drinking through the years. And I think Ricky basically gave up on himself is what happened. And that's why Ricky, goes a little wild on camera, and he challenges people and, talks about them, fully knowing that any one of these people, if they didn't like him that much, they could really do some damage to him. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think Ricky really gives a shit. I don't think he does. I think that he's blowing his money, whatever he has, and I think it's going down because he had this deal with the, the pension he had from the military. I think he opted to take where he gets more per month, okay? But it would mean that it would run out at some point. And this is about the time it probably ran out. So when he says he's making $8,000 a month, well, I never believed that much, but he was actually taking that. This could have lasted longer, but because of his health and stuff, he opted out to take in the larger sum on his pension is what he actually did. And man, I'll tell you what, they're going to be dropping like flies. Heide is not in good shape. Ricky is, There's got to be a reason that Ricky hasn't been on that often. I think things are going on. He's not feeling well here and there. You don't see him out dating, paying for rent-a dates, and psychologically, well, you definitely know he's got something wrong with him. I don't think that's a total act on camera, okay? Because that does go into his personality. Although you wouldn't know it sometimes if you met him, but he's the kind of guy that you could trigger him off real easy if you really had to. And he would be reactive. He could be dangerous when he wants. Look how reactive he was to Fazio. And he didn't care that Fazio was on his cell phone on YouTube doing a live. He went all the way to Bohol, to where Fazio lived, rented a room next door. Everything was premeditated. Premeditated. Even though he knew, because he had to be monitoring on his phone, so he knew Fazio was out there. He knew Fazio was in the yard, and he knew Fazio was on the phone doing a live show. But yet, he wanted to put on a show. He was pissed off about a few things that Fazio said about him. He came there with a temper. It's the same kind of temper that he displayed on some videos when he was at these political rallies having to do with Bill Clinton and Hillary and so forth. Ricky isn't well. I never thought he was, either physically or even psychologically. I never thought he was. I wish him well. I don't like the guy. He's done a lot of shitty things, but, I kind of wish he'd take care of himself and get his life together. If he really wanted to lose the weight and get healthy, I think it's possible, but I think, sometimes people get in life, sometimes they just don't care anymore. And I just got the feeling about him that I just don't think he really cares anymore. I think that's the last thing on his mind. I think he's gone too far gone. He's out of control in the kind of food he eats. He's out of control on his drinking. He's taken lots of medicines, which, by the way, a lot of medicines could cause side effects too. I don't know if Ricky's on any psychotropic medicines. I would not be surprised if he is. If he's not, he probably needs them. But if you don't hear Ricky on too much, of course he'll make an excuse for it. Oh, I just got tired of YouTube. Or, no, I think there's a lot more going on in that. I think his money's running out. The 5-star lifestyle thing, I think is getting played out because realistically, I think he's kind of parlayed all his money on his little nightly outings and, buying drinks for ladyboys and other entities at the bar. And and it's one of the reasons why he took Barry's money too, because he didn't want to go into his money to buy her an iPhone when he was with Apple, the girl Apple, not the iPhone. I think I've been putting all this stuff together over time with a little bit of thoughts from other people too, and I think that's what's going on with him. So as you can see, people got a lot on their hands on here. That's why I look at myself and whatever's going on with me, and I say, you know what? Things could be a whole lot worse for me, and they're not. And I'm very grateful not to be these people. Now, I can't predict the future with legal things and shit like that, but my life goes on either way, and I'm not unhealthy like that. That's why I'm trying to stay in the best shape I can and enjoy my life, because, Ricky and people like that, even Big Kevin, it's not going to live to be my age. I could mention some other people on here too, they might get pissed off, but I wouldn't care. I don't think that they're going to last to be my age either. It's a cycle that follows on here. You've seen them come and you've also seen them go on here. Unfortunately, a lot of them had something in common on here, which we talk about quite a bit, that a lot of them drank for a long time, and a lot of them were obese. Their body mass index was way off kilter. Okay, and they just never, would eat the right foods and everything else. They didn't have to smoke cigarettes to make that happen. They were doing plenty enough to their body not to have to be a smoker. But it's kind of all coming together for me here now. I've kind of made an assessment of these people, and it's not anything good that's happening to them. It really isn't, Then you got Jimbo, old Jimbo, who's been on steroids for 25 years, and he's sort of an expert on steroids 'cause he's been taking that, but the one thing he either stupid with or doesn't want to admit is that the steroids are taking toll on his heart after 20, 25 years of usage. Even the testosterone he takes has a risk to it. But I guess muscles are more important to him than his actual health, and I never understood that. It just goes to well-known athletes that are dropping like flies, bodybuilders that don't care about anything but their muscle, and they wind up dying of heart attacks. How many have we heard this year, past year alone? Wrestlers and younger people that got involved with steroids, and they're all dropping like flies. And there's something to this. And you can't blame it on the COVID because this is all seemingly related to a lot of athletic people that you're hearing a lot about this. So we can't blame that on the COVID. I think people these days is just not taking care of themselves very well. And with all the craziness going on in the world, I think it creates an inner stress. I think a lot of these people are under stress, and that's why they attack people on here. That's why they attack me. They don't want to see anybody happy unless they're happy. You know, unless you're hurting, you know, they'll be happy. So I pretty much made my assessment on this. I do believe I'm right, and I'm going to stick to the story. And I've been right before many times, amazingly actually, and pretty accurate with some of my predictions on here. So I think you're going to be hearing a lot before this year is ever over. I think there's going to be a lot of stories. I think we're going to lose a couple of YouTubers, is what I'm feeling. In what order, I don't know. But, you know, it's science, basically, and, you know, body mechanics and so forth. You could only abuse your body so much, it's going to give out. If your heart gets out, you're dead. If you're on diabetes, you might as well be dead because unless you get that under control, and sometimes you can't, you know, it's going to affect every other organ in your body, especially your heart. So, you know, what can I say? Try not to get diabetes, watch your sugar, everything else. Sometimes even watching your sugar, I mean, it could happen. But if you're obese, and thanks for the little icons coming on my screen here. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So I'm not going to, like, I don't know, man. I could spend all my time on here arguing with people for calling me names and shit and for fighting with each other. I haven't really been doing that. I've been talking about their shows, and I do talk about these people, but if you notice, there's been a big change in me. You know, we'll mention people, what's going on with them, but I'm not getting into no arguments with people on here. I'm just telling a story, and the stories happen to be true. And, you know, it's just kind of the way it works. People don't want to hear, you know, anything that happens to be truthful about themselves that's going to kind of hurt their feelings. And they attack me. It's not like I've done stuff that was so bad on YouTube that I should make so many enemies. It, you know, it takes one apple to spoil the bunch, and that's, you know, cliche, but it happens to be true. One person don't like you, and they tell another person to lie about you, and they don't like you thinking that you're really like that, and they tell you, it's just the way it is. It's like a domino effect. So people are wondering, what's all going on with you? You got a channel devoted to you. You got, well, that's pretty much what it is. All the above I just mentioned, you know. That's why I'm so laid back on this all the time, because there was a time I wasn't, but then I learned. But it's pretty much what it comes down to on here. It's not that it's taken me this long to figure it out. It really hasn't, but I think the more I get to know these people and what's happening with them, the more I see where all this is actually coming from. And I'm pretty well convinced. I'm pretty well convinced of the conclusion I came up with. And this is over, you know, a period of time. And I didn't make all this assessments all at once. It's kind of a, you know, trial thing and a one-by-one basis, experiencing people on here, what they talk about, what they do, and what they actually try to do on having to do with your life, and looking research and devoting channels to you. Obviously, they have a lot of time on their hands, but why? It's always the question, why? But everybody has a reason. They got something going on in their life that's not too cool, and I guess they're just not really happy with themselves. To sum it up, I guess. God, if I ever think I have a problem, I gotta tell you, man, I look at these people and I say, dude, you really don't have any problems compared to these people. You really don't. If you ever felt in a while that, you thought you did, well, you just think back on what happens on here, and believe me, you don't have any problems compared to what a lot of these troll type of YouTubers are going through in their life. Some of it is pretty sad. You could almost feel sorry for them, the loneliness and stuff. And a lot of that is also derived from loneliness. But, then there's always the age-old question, why are they lonely? What are they doing that's so fucked up that makes them lonely, where people don't want to date them or they don't want to have anything to do with them? Yeah, I mean, it goes a long distance. There are many factors in there, and I don't know everybody's case individual by individual, but I think it's a whole kind of a series or conglomeration of different things that I think that are going on in their lives. If you look at the horrible comments you'll find on like Copycat Channel and other channels about me, and there might even sometimes be about other people, but predominantly me, there's no statements that any one of these people could back up. They'll do editing, to do EI, to make a point, to get other people to attack you, because they're really thinking that this guy must be pretty fucking bad. If all these people, come on, you want to come in? If all these people are talking about you, you must have done something wrong. Well, folks, believe it or not, I'm not that evil person that some people think I am. It all has to do with trolls, and that's why they are trolls. That's why they're called trolls. Duh. So maybe you understand me a little bit better. Kind of know what's sort of going on in the community here. And to work on pulling this kitchen together here. Yikes. I almost really don't want to, but when I start something, I tend to want to finish it. So I think in a few minutes I'm going to get back to doing this. And just kind of get it done. Because when the kitchen's looking good, I feel better about myself too. I could cook better. I could, I don't feel overwhelmed with shit to do. And, we get projects done. It's a good feeling of relief. Because not everybody does what I do. I gotta expect that. So sometimes you have to do the work yourself, unfortunately. So whether it takes you a few hours or it takes you a half a day, you just kind of work on it and get it done. Like I've done with the cabinet here. I'm starting to put things in here now. I want to arrange these bowls up here for size and for what they actually are. And everything is just kind of thrown up here, kind of like haphazardly, really. It's just, everything is just out of kilter, it's just really... I'm actually doing that as I'm talking to you, actually. Certain plates should not be up here. Similar plates should be with similar plates and bowls, but that's not, unfortunately, always the case. So I'm actually doing that as we speak, actually, and organizing this. Certain bowls go with the others. These are deeper bowls. Will go with the others. The deeper bowls go on top of the bigger bowl, and the other ones will go there. Trying to just kind of get things in order. This is another deeper bowl. Goes there. This could go here. Actually, no. It'll go actually underneath there. We'll put that to the side. Hold on. Yeah, I mean, geez, does it take that much, really? Is it really? Okay, so I got that under control. It just takes a little bit of effort. And some people might see it as a lot of effort. They don't wind up doing any of this. But you ever have a sink that ever smells like sewer? It's happened a few times here, and I said, oh, no, fuck this shit. As water settles with food particles behind your sink, behind the where you're going to drain your foods. And if you don't take care of that, you just got so much bacteria. And, you're dealing with foods, right? You're dealing with food. So instead of putting that yellow tray where behind it had all kinds of shit in it, they didn't know what to do, I just removed it. Medicines or something, whatever shouldn't be up here. We're getting to it, though. I'm getting to it. I'm almost done here, actually. Well, there's just a little more to do. This pot has to be thrown away because the Teflon on here is fucked up. Okay, so these here, I don't need any more bottles. I know what I want to do with this. These plastic ice cream tubs could come in handy because, well, a neighbor's dog or something, if I want to give him some water or something or put some food in there. And I could probably hold on to this for something like that. But other stuff, and I don't even know what's in this damn thing here. I don't even know, to tell you the truth. I'm going to try to figure out what the hell is actually in here, if I can get the top off here. Jesus Christ, really? Alright, what is this? Polar bear, tapioca. Oh, for God's sake, how long has that been in there? Come on, man, seriously? My God. And this plastic? I don't need this plastic. I don't need this jar. So they're going to be taken outside to one of our segregation. Sorry I was in a bad spot. I was working on the garbage shit out back. So by the time I'm done, now I'll take this bleach. I will actually pour it down the drain so all the crap that's in that drain is sanitized too. And we'll just let it rest in there. Well, I'm telling you, this is what you gotta do. This little thermos thing, it's never being used. That's gonna get thrown out. Sorry, that's it. I gotta put my foot down sometimes with this shit. I gotta live here too, and sometimes that's the attitude you're gonna have to take around here is, hey, get your shit together, get your act together. This could be cleaned. That could be cleaned. Vinegar and dishwashing liquid that's antibacterial. Remaining dishes in here and whatever. Vinegar. Soak it. That's what you gotta do sometimes. If you're not doing that in your kitchen, I don't know what to tell you because, we all enjoy food, we all enjoy eating, but the question is, just like I bought the stainless steel for the chopping food, and because they were using a wooden one, and the bacteria gets in all the little nooks and nooks and crannies, okay? So we're going to have a clean cabinet here pretty soon. This is a salt or a silver. Just go up here with the other shit. I don't mind this looking a little crazy up there. This is old bread. This gets thrown out. There's even a medicine here. And what is it? Oh, Cherifil, which is kind of a stuff for the kids or something, some kind of a cough medicine or some shit like that. So, going to get rid of all this shit. Soy sauce, well, put that up here. Or some of the other stuff. And you do have to clean your microwave out every now and again too. But you want the bottom to be dry because I'll guarantee you 325% that it's going to be rusting like crazy. I'll get to the dishes later. I think I've done enough for now. I don't need these little plastic containers. They are going to be thrown out too, and they're going to be thrown out right now. Watch me. We gather a lot of this shit. And you got to see my so-called pantry in here. Tool section, everything is just hot. So this is kind of, and the reason I'm showing you this is that empty water bottle, we go to water bottles like, more like water, you know. This is atypical what goes on in a Filipino household. Now, I'm not saying that they're not clean people, but I guess what I'm saying is compared to our Western culture and some of the practices we have, it might be a lot different than what Filipinos do. They might leave things hanging for a while, and even towels, and people don't understand that either. And I know people that are, sorry, I hit another spot. That's went out on me here, my signal. For example, towels in the bathroom, for example. Even one use. Now, you gotta understand, this is the tropics. And I've actually talked about this before. Okay. I mean, as far as my girlfriend's concerned, she'll leave a towel up there for another use. I won't do that. No. It's not something I do because it is the tropics, number one. Okay? And because it's the tropics, it's humid. It's humid and it's warm. These are all the elements you need for bacteria to grow. And you want to go dry yourself down with a towel like that?
I'll go.
Where you going?
I'll go to downtown.
Do me a favor, I'll give you money, pick up a lighter. I seem to be running out of lighters around here. Let me give you something. What do you gotta get?
Just meet some friends.
Oh, I'm gonna meet some friends. When you get a chance, could you, I don't know what I did with all my lighters, but we use them for the stove and all that. They're so cheap, 20 cents. 20 cents is 20 pesos. All right. All right. Don't matter what color or anything.
At least it lights.
All right. If you want to use the change for something to drink or soda, so just use the change for yourself. It's not much, but you know, just yeah. All right. Look, you're gonna eat. We got stuff around here. You just have to make it. All right.
Yeah, I'll cook dinner.
Huh?
I'll cook dinner.
Yeah. All right. Well, just be careful. Okay. All right.
Okay.
I thought you'd be resting more after the trip. Now you want to. Oh, you want to go meet your girlfriend. You little wild one, man. Okay. I know what he's doing. He's a young, virile man. 14 years of age, but he's pretty big for his age, too. He's growing tall. He's growing tall. He certainly is. And Jesus Christ, I don't even have. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, really unorganized. Okay. Well, I think I'm in a good direction here. I think I've established a lot today, did a lot today, accomplished a lot today. But I can't say this is an average day for me, but I'm always helping out around here and cleaning up too. But it's kind of an advantage that they're not all here at the moment because it kind of gives me the motivation to actually do some of this stuff. They're not in my way, you know, get all the cooks out of the kitchen, that type of situation, you know. But anyway, everything is not what you hear and see on YouTube, and I think a lot of you guys have been able, okay, be careful. I'll try to shut the gate, but yeah, I'm having trouble with this damn gate. Might have to replace the gate too. Hey, welcome home. I don't know why I've been having problems with my signal here. But organizing, well, I'm generally an organized guy, except for one thing. I'm guilty of it myself, like in my bedroom. I have a counter on there that has all kinds of shit on it. You don't know where to put something, and that's why, even in the living room, we got a round kind of a coffee table thing in there. At any moment in time, there's like, half a dozen things on there that shouldn't be on there. So it's kind of a daily thing around here. And sometimes they let things go, which simply means that you got more work to do. I don't like things to actually build up. I got to buy more paint for the inside to touch up. I got to buy more of this yellow. It's actually a cream paint to go over the outside. You got to see my wall out there. That's the last thing I'm doing, the white wall. The cats are constantly just destroying it. They got muddy feet. Cats are climbers, jumpers. And they go through this wall, the other side. And you'll see orange foot marks and so forth. It's just, a house can get really out of hand if you just kind of let it go. See, I'm not willing to do that much work all at once. I'd rather take care of things as they come along, and one by one, and just kind of get things out of the way. That's all I'm trying to do. And there shouldn't be anything on this dining table at all. Scissors, I don't know why scissors. Oh, I know, because she's actually bringing eggs over to the relatives. And why is she doing that? Well, because man, I just don't know what the hell's going on with the connection here. I got a room here that's a mess. It's a mess. This is supposed to be, I got my vitamins on here. We got certain food substances in here. Vitamins everywhere. These are going to be, a lot of these I don't even use. I'm going to make some space here for other shit. This stuff I've been used. MSM, I should be. Has that even been opened? Yes, okay. And the thing is, if it's been laying around in the tropics, you don't know. Don't want this old resveratrol. That's not good either. Ginkgo, that's good. Panic ginseng is good. Calcium, magnesium, and zinc. But I don't take it in that form. Not much resveratrol, but there's enough. And this needs to be cleaned off too. And it's always being repainted. So forgive me if people, if you really think that I don't do anything with my time on here, you are so wrong. Because when you do have a house, it's nice to have a house, but there's a lot of work involved. Let's see if the signal goes out again. I might actually even have to take stuff off the clothesline. So as I said, job is never done. I'm going to most of the vitamins I'm not using, I'm going to push them to the side, and the ones that I am using, we're going to put on the side so I have a little more space over here. Yeah, this needs a good wipe down. I'll do that real quick as we're speaking. And the vitamins I have here, this could be where you can put more food. Okay, it's just called organization. Try it, you might like it sometime. It doesn't hurt. In fact, it helps. And when your house is organized, it really affects you in a positive way. Because you're able to find things, which normally you can't find anything. So we're going to clean this off a little bit here. Just wipe it down with some vinegar and soap. It needs a repeating, yes. What I'm going to do is going to take the current type of medicines or things that maybe I do take every day, and we're going to put it on this side just so I know that's all the usable stuff. And we're going to separate and put them right here. This way I have more counter space here. Okay? And these are things that I take fairly regularly. And just get it off here. This is everything else. Probably not any good. Some theanine. Glucosamine hydrochloride. I got to start taking that for my joints. This is done. No omega fish oil here. That's all gone. Nothing in there. Got to throw that out. Neuromag. There's a little bit of D3 and K2 here. I don't know what shape it's in. A little bit of lycopene. I'm going to probably throw it out. I got a whole bottle of it. I don't want any old lycopene. So what I'm doing, you can see there's dog food. Little shit on here. This is out. I throw that away to CoQ10. I'm going to lay the phone down so I don't lose my signal. Let me run outside for a minute and get rid of this shit. Instead of losing signal every time I go outside. Get rid of the shit I'm not using. And there you go. Now, if prostate stuff, I haven't been taking that, but it's still good. This is expensive stuff too here. This I'm never going to take, but it's going to go here. This is mostly unusable shit over here. Well, this is probably okay, the Kirkland glucosamine with MSM, so we're going to put this here with the usable stuff. Get rid of the silicone packets. I don't want the dogs to get it because they could die from that. Silicone packet. And this counter's just going to need to be cleaned up. And the magnesium glycinate, I'm about out of that. I need to buy more of that. D3 and K2, I'm going to use what's in there, and I need to order more. Lycopene just gets thrown out because, now hold on. Okay, and I need a rest. We're getting there though. Oops, might as well wipe this down, a little bit of vinegar and soap. Normally I will repaint this. I've repainted this so many times, you wouldn't believe it. Look at the mess here. You know how long that's going to take me? Well, it'll take me about an hour. Got to figure where the drill's going, where I'm putting all these tools. They're all around just kind of haphazardly. It's a horrible, horrible situation here, but I'm not gonna go crazy with this. Bad brush, don't need that. Don't need that at all. This paint is actually out. And so I use semi-gloss latex white. This ain't no good no more. Get rid of that. See, better already on camera. Whew. So please don't tell me what I do with my time. Yeah, I may come on YouTube a lot, but you just don't see what goes on behind the scenes. You don't see that. And there's a lot, obviously, I've shown today. And I do need some too big. Gotta hydrate. There's about 14 ounces of water right there. All right, this is a typical day of what should be done, which is not always done. We're still not done here. I'm gonna put the bread in the refrigerator here. And I've gone through some of the things in the refrigerator, not all of it. Throw out what's been laying there, old condiments, whatever. That's how you run a household. And if you're gonna live in the Philippines, you're going to have to put a lot more effort because of the tropical heat and the humidity, which will affect just about everything in your house. Where are you, Ginger? Is she in Daddy's room? Yeah, where'd she go? Ginger? Where'd she go? Oh, she's over there. Okay. I didn't see you, Ginger. Now it's time for me to relax and finish a movie or watch a movie. I think I've done quite a bit today, except for removing some of the stuff off the coffee table. I got a phone holder on there. There's Rubik's Cubes, 2 Rubik Cubes on there. Someone's sunglasses, 2 pairs, and some nail clippers. Don't belong there. If I were to remove it, it would stay there. All right, you got my point. In other words, there is a lot to do to run a household here. It's not that my girlfriend doesn't do it, she does. But she's always running around doing something, cooking this and that, take care of the kids, this, that, going on chores. And spends a lot of time talking on the phone, though, like a lot of them do. But if I have to put the boots on the ground a little bit more, I will. I don't want to have to create more work for myself. So I'm going to kind of demand that as you are finished with your plates for dinner, wash it properly, put it in the rack. Don't leave it in the sink for things to build up, and then it becomes a big job to do that. I really don't think I'm asking much, but some... Well, for those who don't know, Mike Ross, if you haven't seen him around, well, he just goes under the name of Poultry Boy, Poultryboy. Hello, Mike. You owe me $50K, by the way. Welcome aboard, welcome aboard, welcome aboard. No, I'm not talking to you, Sal. No, you're wagging your tail. I'm talking to my phone. Let me talk about some scams. And I think there's a lot of them going on in the Philippines right now, but the question is, are they helping people? What's really going on? Now, Philippine Antics did touch up upon the very same person that I've been questioning, and that's a Carrie chick, you know. There's a lot of things that don't add up, okay? And the first thing, you know, I've talked about it well before Philippines Antics did. I kind of beat her to the punch on that one. And she seems to be geared toward, and there's another gal I think does it too. In fact, I think the Carrie chick, her husband or something was doing it, and I don't know if they got on separate channels or they're in together anymore, but one was borrowing stuff from the other. I don't got the whole picture there that was going on, but basically this chick Carrie, what she does is she's Filipina, and she seems to be geared toward helping expats, foreigners, you know, that are on the street, that are having problems, that need to get back to their country. But as I talked about on my show well before Philippines Antics ever did, I questioned it back then. Why is she just helping foreigners when there's so many countrymen out here that are having problems? But it's twofold, really. It's to benefit herself in numerous ways. First being, well, you know, get some attention, get some subscribers from this, views, all that crap, to further her channel to make money, like you would normally make it through, you know, the system with YouTube and it could even be super chats, all that stuff, you know. And of course, for getting donations and even starting GoFundMes. So I guess the question is, what's going on with this money? And what's really going on with Carrie? I've been suspicious about this. Pardon me. Long day. I've been a busy boy, as you know. I am actually tired. I've been suspicious about this for a pretty long time. Like I said, I see through things that some people just don't see. Call it a gift or a curse. I don't care. Both. I don't really care. And I've smelled something fishy with this chick ever since I've discovered her channel. And a lot of people are doing this too. There's another woman that does this stuff too. I can't think of the name of her channel. Another Filipina, same thing. So here's the idea. You know, everybody's interested in foreigners out here. So she figures if she helps a foreigner out, she's going to get all these blessings. And, oh, that's nice of you to do that for a foreigner, you know. They're in a foreign country, they're having a problem. But the problem is that there are hundreds and hundreds of thousands of Filipinos through the big cities, Cebu, Manila, wherever she's operating out of. That could certainly use the help. Food, a place to live, to shower, something, anything. Or money to pay for a trip somewhere else in the Philippines to stay with their relatives. I mean, there's a thousand things, reason, they could do. And there's always Filipinos in need. Now, I'm not saying that none of these foreigners are in need, but some of their stories don't jive. Some of them look so clean, dressed, and one guy got a free computer in the past from her viewers and whatever, claiming, oh yeah, now I can get my life together. Just because he has a computer, he could do some online something or other. Well, what's the chance of that? He got a free computer. He probably went and sold the computer, the laptop. It's probably what he did. There's a lot of stories out there. Everybody having problems. Everybody has problems somewhere. But a lot of the times, it's the foreigners that screw up, and they put themselves in that position. Then they want to get bailed out. Somebody has to come to the rescue. Now, I know one goddamn thing. If something ever happened with me, nobody's going to help me out, that's for sure. Forget about a GoFundMe or something. I'm lucky to get the little bit of Gcash I made already. And I was pushing it. I know that for sure. If something happened to me, I'll handle things on my own because I won't expect it from here. I don't care what followers I have. Ain't going to happen, bro. Ain't going to happen. And I know that. Something happened to Gilda or something, Well, anyway, putting that to the side, people found that, the internet and YouTube is a wonderful way of legitimately making money, of course, but then people get really greedy. But then somebody always says to somebody else, I know a way you can make some money, man. Make believe I got cancer or death in the family or need money for a funeral or I want to get back to America or, my Filipina took advantage of me. That's the old story. They're not all taking advantage of the foreigners. Sure, it goes on all the time. You know that. But that's a good excuse. Well, I invested money into this, or I just, we had a store together or something, and she kicked me out, or she tried to have me beat up, and, there's always something. But yes, there are foreigners on the street. There's definitely foreigners on the street. There's no doubt about that. You don't see a lot of them, but they're out there. The saddest part is when you get like a really older guy, 70s or so, and he just looks destitute. You would think no foreigner should be on a street in the Philippines. How is that even possible? And we all think that. But sometimes shit happens, and sometimes legitimate shit happens, where they got taken advantage by somebody, or health conditions, they're not eating right. And yes, I think people need to be taken care of if you're generous and it's a real story and you want to help out. I have nothing against that at all. I've helped many people out since I've actually lived out here. I can tell you that with certainty. But I think when a rare case comes up, honestly, I'll do that with dogs. I'll certainly do that with people. And if somebody was in the corner of the road, back against the wall, look like they're starving and look like they're sick, well, I'd help them out just like I'd help a dog out too, which I'm doing at the moment. It's a futile attempt, which will never get really better. But when you're advanced in age, that, of course, would raise more of my interest in helping somebody out because a lot of them have special needs, whether they got diabetes or heart medicine or something. But the thing is, if you're going to help somebody out, you handle the money. You don't just give them it. You go in the store to buy certain things they need, food or whatever. You buy the medicine. You want to know where the money is going. That's critical. You can't just give somebody money and they're just going to go out and do some shabu or some crap like that. But a lot of that's going on too. You think foreigners are not doing shabu or something? I'm sure there are. There's enough of them out here that, might be the drug of choice. It's not just Filipinos that are taking drugs, but I'm sure there's foreigners too. Some of them probably came here with some kind of a habit. I don't know. There's a million, stories in a naked city. And everybody has a story. I don't think anybody don't have a story, really. They all have a story. And I've shared a lot of stories with you about a lot of people on here too. They all got a background, they all got a story, they're all running away from something. Well, it is what it is, right? Can't save the world, can you? No, you can't save the world. But it's good to help people. But I have a suspicion about this chick. And I'm kind of glad that Heidi's covering that. It's just to bring more attention to it because I think there's a lot of people that don't think she's doing things very legal, that she's not being very honest what she's doing, and how she's singling out foreigners to help and won't even help her own people. Okay, there's a pattern to this. Well, if she helps foreigners to get more attention, oh, what a so giving person you are to help this foreigner out. Oh, God bless you, and I'll give you some money. What's your PayPal? What's the GoFundMe? Whatever it might be. There's a lot of naive people out there, but it's not really being naive. It's really not knowing the truth of what's going on. We'd like to take people's words straight up, right? But you can't always do that. Because some people lie very well, as we know very much on here. So who do you believe? But to give direct money to somebody, if you really want to help somebody out, you handle the money. They say they're hungry or something, all right, take them to the nearest restaurant, give them a good meal. Don't give them any money. It's just like when I lived in Hawaii. I used to walk around with empty gas containers, or red gas containers, or plastic containers. They never even owned a car. Oh, I'm just trying to put some money together for some gas. And his wife would be in the other end of Safeway, the other parking lot entrance or something. She might be walking around with a gas can too in another place. I've seen it so many times when I lived in Hawaii. Oh my gosh. I've seen a guy get out of the parking lot who was doing something like this, and he goes and step in a brand new, beautiful truck, pickup truck, in fact. And he was counting his money in the truck, and he had a big shit-eating grin on his face. And how do I know that? Because a lady witnessed that. It was on some local chat thing or whatever on, Hawaii, local. And he looked at her, she looked at him, and he had a big old grin on his face. Well, he had a wad of money in his hand, driving a very late model truck that you and I wish we could just go out and buy, without denting your budget too much. This goes on all the time, and it's going on out here, even by foreigners. There's always a story that the Filipino fucked him over. I'm not saying that doesn't happen, man. Please don't get me wrong. Yes, it does happen, of course. But everybody's got a story, and sometimes it's a bullshit story. Maybe he caused the problem, Maybe she kicked him out because he was problematic. He didn't know how to control the money, drank it up. Now he expects help from everybody else. Well, you know that saying, God helps those who helps themselves. Something like that. Yeah. I've never seen God help a little kid with cancer, but anyway, we won't get into religion. Yeah, but when you say help yourself, and when you're in the Philippines, so let's be fair about this too. You can't get a job as a foreigner unless you want to, you want to work for a call center. I guess you're good, if you speak good English. They'll teach you what to do. So I guess, they even have a call center right here. They got a call center right here in town. I never knew about. If a foreigner really wanted to work, they're looking for people with good English. So there are jobs out there. Some of them just don't want to work. So I don't know where that's going to pan out with this Carrie chick. Probably not even a real name. And everybody's so proud of her. The homeless. Here's the thing I think Philippine Dances was talking about, if I get this clear, is that that same person they were helping, he's a French guy or something, appeared same shit on this chick's other channel or her husband's or ex channel, and they were both using this to raise money. Something like that. I guess you'd have to listen to a Philippine Dances show. So apparently there's a lot of this going on. I'm not giving to anybody unless I know them or it's verifiable that their situation requires a little bit of help. I don't expect anybody to ever help me, so not on here, that's for sure. If I had a needed situation, I know I'd be on my own for that. But I'd certainly be willing to help. If a foreigner really did get into trouble, I don't know how far I would go, but I'd have to really know his situation. And maybe even ask around, do you know this guy? Do you know what he's saying is the truth? How long has he been on the street? Before you lay out a peso, kind of find out a little background on a person. Before you go gung-ho and create GoFundMes and all this shit. And, they could be pulling your leg. Look, let's face it. There's a hell of a lot of scamming that goes on in the Philippines. Foreigners and Filipinos. It goes up to government level too, of course. Forget that. Well, I know that is a fact. But just be careful who you want to give money to. Just spend the time to check it out. Otherwise, you just waste your money. That could be used on somebody else that really needs the help. How about a simple thing? How about something simple? A little kid needs their uniform for school or something. Mom and dad's having a hard time. I'd gladly buy somebody a uniform for school. Little things like that. And shoes are a big thing out here. They treasure shoes. Shoes are expensive, any decent shoes. A lot of kids wind up going to these okay stores to try to see if they can find some shoes that look pretty good. But most kids need new shoes, of course, for school and stuff. And just like we provide for the children living here, there's always an expense. Uniforms, something. That's what it's all about. It's worthwhile because I know they have a future. They're good kids. They're smart. So, help out for a good cause, but investigate it. It's just, my words on this, because I personally, and that's just my opinion, and a lot of people are kind of questioning this, and even Philippines Antics, we try to find new meat to chew on, if you know what I mean. And boy, I think she gained even more weight, didn't she? Anyway, besides the point. To cover this kind of stuff. And if they're catching on, there must be something to it. I think one of the original people that questioned what this Carrie chick was doing, what's the name? The rest of the name of the channel is Carrie something, Carrie. And there's another one I think that's doing it too. I think there's two of them. Anyway, I don't want to be on here too long. I wanted to cover this because it should be looked into. And nobody should be taking anybody for money, When there are people that really need it, and these people are making money, and we don't see the receipts, we don't see what's being brought in. They're not showing it, especially when they don't show it. They're not keeping a record of this for the public. They're probably not even reporting it to BIR. And they're getting away with a whole lot of shit. I know people need to raise money, but do it the honest way. Don't have to look over your shoulder like you're doing something wrong, like you just took a bunch of people's money and you can't provide proof. Hello, Mix. You don't have to tell me. I heard your friends cut last couple of shows, especially the last one. Like I said, he's not going to give up on that, so he's waiting for another response from you. Yes, I heard it, so you don't have to say anything. I'll save you the trouble, yeah. I'll save you the trouble. Yeah. He's not going to stop, you know that. Don't worry, man. Something called karma, it'll happen, don't worry. I feel it in my bones about him. Something's going to happen with him. My instinct is pretty good. It's pretty good. It's just a matter of time. I say that a lot, but it does come true. But anyway, yeah, it's just been some crazy movies. People were out at sea, they had their boat went down. I don't know. They had to wind up beating a body. Kind of different than the one in the Andes, but they were all on this smaller boat. Has a top on it, so they're sheltered. Anyway, from a plane. They all came out of a plane. But anyway, they were in this boat. Baby was born on there, but there's a lot of sharks in the water, and a lot of them got eaten by sharks before the movie went down, and not too many survived. Seaplane picked them up, blah, blah, blah. I won't even give you the name of the show because I've already told you how it ended, so spoiler alert, too gone. But you don't know the name of the show, so don't matter. Yeah. They had to wind up eating somebody that died. And that's kind of a good question right there, and kind of off topic. If you had to survive, would you eat a human body? That's a question of something I've never talked about on here. Right off the bat, because you're well fed, and I had a big dinner. I could never eat and ever think of that, but if you're in that situation, hello. If you're in that situation, what would you do? You got loved ones to come home to, and you want to live your life, and then you got to live with the guilt. But I don't know. There's another way of looking at this, to be honest with you. Okay, we're all animals, right? Other animals eat animals. But this is in part having to do with, it's really having to do with Christianity and stuff, is what I think it is. We see it's very taboo for a human to cannibalize, another human. But this has been going on for centuries. I mean, there's really nothing new about that. Some tribes around still do it somewhere, I mean, if you're hungry, it's meat. You think a shark is going to say, oh, wait a minute, man, this is not ethical here. I can't eat a human. Well, why not? You've been doing a pretty good job through the centuries of doing that, right? Yeah. It's part of Africa, especially in Congo, they sell human parts on market. I wouldn't be surprised. What do I do with my classmates who's annoying because they always ask you for stuff? I talk about some really heavy-duty topics on here. You sound like a kid. I just want to let you know that, we might be discussing topics on here. I always hit the button, no, it's not made for kids, so I'd like to put this disclaimer out. I've had some young ones come on my show, but I always tell them that we kind of vary our topics on here. You never know what we're going to talk about from one minute to the other. So always have to put that notice out and say, hey, man, maybe this is not the show you want to listen to. I don't know what to do about your classmates who's annoying. Well, how about if you stop giving them stuff? How's that? Yeah. Stop giving them. Look them in the eye and say, look, man, you ain't getting shit from me anymore. Because if you ask me anymore, I know somebody that's a lot bigger than you that's going to kick your ass. How about that? Well, I got a big brother that may not like what you're doing. Well, there are ways of handling it, nothing violent really. You know, sometimes you have to stand up to people. Don't give them any money. I know, maybe you're fearful, or well, it's when you say stuff, I don't know what you mean by stuff. Are you talking about money? I don't know. I don't know what stuff you're talking about. Your word is, it's annoying because they always ask you for stuff. What kind of stuff are you talking about? Because I can't answer that properly. Well, I don't know what your stuff is, but don't give them any stuff anymore. Eventually, they'll stop bothering you. And don't let them bully you around. Stick up for yourself. If that don't work, well, get somebody who will. Approach them and say, back off. Back off. Okay? No violence. I'm not suggesting anything like that at all. There are ways of handling things without violence. But initially, just don't give. Sure, they might get pissed off, but there's got to be a stop to it sometime. It becomes a real vicious circle and vicious cycle. That's all I can tell you on that. And how old are you anyway? What grade school level are you in? So I get an idea what's going on here. But anyway, you want to provide the information. I'll tell you what I think, but I don't know the exact. I was just asking you for stuff. Okay. We'll just go with that. All right. Back to mix here. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Even in the Philippines, at one time they were doing it. They still think that there are still tribal people out in the mountains that maybe have practiced that. Maybe still are. Maybe still are. I don't know. I've heard something about it. I think it'd be a rare situation to find, but it doesn't mean it don't exist. But, you know, China, other countries and stuff, they just about everything in China. Is it true they created these fucking robots, man? See the language, young lady, if that's you are. So you gotta watch out. Sometimes there's language on here. That they actually made these, they were dancing and crap, and it's just, it probably was AI. I don't know what's not AI on here anymore. You can't even tell anymore, you know. But I couldn't believe these robots. They were dancing around, spinning, jump. I mean, I don't know. Did technology come that far? I don't know. I don't know what to believe anymore. I get a lot of feeds with this and that, you know, China, you're showing this like talent show, and you got these freaking robots, you know, dancing, doing flips and all kinds of stuff. And I'm like, has technology come that far yet? Has it really come that far? Now it's like an old sci-fi movie or something I watched years ago. Having a robot companion instead of a real woman. Lonely people. Well, a lot of lonely people would benefit from that, I guess. But you know what? They actually have something out. It's like a ChatGPT thing. I heard this years ago. If you're really that lonely, they have like some kind of a box or something that lights up or something. I don't know. You could actually have a conversation with it. And actually, they're doing that right now. I mean, with ChatGPT, that's what you're doing. You're dealing with AI. You ask a question, and they'll answer back right away. You're not talking to a live person or none, but there's some people that are lonely enough that they will talk to ChatGPT as if it's a friend. And they could do this all day just to hear what seemingly is like another human voice that's giving them advice or, you know, That's happening right now. You don't need a robot. I mean, that's actually happening. Imagine being that alone that you have to, converse with an artificial intelligence through some application, and they got it going on right now. They got more advanced things than that. You know, I don't keep up with all the technology, but robotics are definitely part of the future. If you invested in robotics decades ago, you're probably going to make a lot of money if you stayed in that profession. If you're that good at what you do in technology, because that is the future. Everything just take it away. It's not a good thing either because it's taking away jobs, and they got things that can make you coffee. I mean, it's just incredible. I mean, look at the car industry. You think, I mean, they're doing most of the job with the mass production of cars. All this machinery that's putting parts together and less human labor. It's not like 100, or 50, 60, 70 years ago. Everything was put together by hand. But now it's like mass production. Everything from soups to nuts. I mean, soups, everything, packaging. Unbelievable machines. Look at what some farm equipment could do. They could pack things away and just rip the roots and everything from the crop you're growing. And I mean, it's just amazing what some of the equipment could do. Of course, if a farmer could afford a piece of equipment like that, he must have a big farm. And he's doing awfully good. They got air conditioning, they got stereo systems in there. It does the job of maybe 5 people, It could collect the crop, even take all the, I don't know, whatever, I'm not a farmer, take the leaves off and to like a ready product, stems. They got machines that could shake down trees to get the oranges down or apples down. It's a machine shaker. It's a lot of technology. I mean, you got a big farm field. You're not going to, you get worn out in 5 minutes. What are you going to do? Shake a tree and hope that the product falls out? No, they actually got these shaker machines that actually shake the tree, and the apples or oranges, whatever's on there, falls, and they catch it, and it's amazing shit. So I see the technology. It's going to be, robotics is definite. It's happening right now as we talk. They're going to be, it might even be nurses' aides. They teach it medical stuff, house cleaners, caregivers, and of course, companions. Now, if you could afford an advanced robotic, they could put a friendly face on it. They could put a wig. They could make it look like an attractive woman, or they could just keep it looking very robotic and just be very helpful and be able to perform certain things that your disability perhaps cannot perform. Kind of interesting, huh? Yeah, I think I'll live to see it. It's happening right now. I've already lived to see it. It's happening. But like anything new that comes out on the market, you're going to pay dearly. Remember, even with television sets, when they became flat screen instead of big old bulky shit we used to have, everything when it first came out was very expensive. But then as the market took place, people were buying and the products were selling. It got to a point they could drastically reduce the price because, well, there's more money in volume. If you ever learned anything about advertising or products, there's more, which people don't practice, they get greedy. But there's more money in volume than your set price. Okay, so a store that gets greedy and, I don't know, let's just say they're selling wonton soup. I don't know. Okay. Whatever comes to my mind. So you're selling your wonton soup for, you decide to raise the price 35% higher. You're going to make more money that way. However, if people don't want to pay the higher price, you're really not making more money. Because you can make more money in volume than you can individually on something that you want to just jack the price up. Okay? Because, you're going to have a competitor that's going to sell the product for a lower price, and they're going to go for that party, that store, or whatever, and not going to go to you. I mean, wouldn't you? Would you rather pay more for a product when you can go to another store down the block and get it for, perhaps a fraction of the price? Or it doesn't have to be wonton soup, but I'm just saying, no matter what it is, that's good shopping, smart shopping. That's why businesses fold. I mean, they start off, properly, and they invest a lot of money in their business to buy the product, but then human nature is they get greedy, and they may start off with fair prices just to get you hooked to come to their store and check out the merchandise so you could buy it. But then after a while, when they get settled down, they start jacking up the prices. Well, if I could sell this for that, maybe I could sell it for a higher price if they buy it at the higher price. I'll give you an example. Oh gosh, this is going back. Kodak, the company Kodak. This is an example of a million examples. But I don't know, it just came to my mind. Kodak uses silver nitrate to make their film and photographic paper. Okay, so they have this process, recovery. Whenever they print something up, they actually retrieve a lot of the silver nitrate from when they develop film and when they print photographs that, generally was going through a bath when they had mechanical stuff that was doing it, it wasn't digital era. Okay, so the price of silver went up, right? At one time, the Hunts brothers was cornering the market. That's when silver went up to like $40 an ounce, and people were selling their silverware and all kinds of shit. People were stealing from the Waldorf Astoria and fancy restaurants that serve you with real sterling silver cutlery and all that kind of shit. Oh yeah, people were stealing and going home with them. That's why these high-ass fancy hotels or restaurants were, they were serving at one time with the fancy forks and spoons and all that stuff. Then they had to wind up going to stainless steel because people will actually steal them. Human nature, man. Human nature. Yeah, that happened. And they go and sell it off and make money and stuff. So the hotels, whatever, had to adjust to that and say, no, we can't go through this, man. But yeah, if you're going to sell a product, sell it at a decent price so that people are going to come to your store and continue whatever your business is. I don't know, you're manufacturing or you're just a small business owner, a restaurant or something. Give somebody a fair price, stop being greedy, and you're going to get more people coming, and that's how you're going to make your money, by volume. I'm not an expert on sales and stuff, but I studied a little it's called Concepts of Advertising for one, that kind of went into all this kind of shit back at New York Institute of Technology, which one of the courses. I didn't excel at it or anything like that, but I learned a little bit anyway. How to sell a product, colors that will get you to buy the product. I mean, it's just, packaging designs, all that shit. Yeah, I learned about that. Magazines, for example, on a newsstand. A lot of newsstands, because, people used to read magazines a lot more. Almost every supermarket, anywhere you went, there were newsstands, with every kind of magazine. Muscle Man, if you're into muscle fitness, and everything. Just everything. And one of the tricks of the trade, because your magazine has to stand out, and this is only one of the tricks of the trade, but your magazine has to stand out among the others. Of course, they'll might put a nice looking woman on the cover, but one of the things they do is they use bold colors like red, which gets human attention, rather than green or yellow or something, or brown or whatever. So your eyes are going to be going toward the colors, what stands out. It'll draw your attention to that. Just like I used to talk about the photography stuff, that the difference between color photography and black and white photography is that generally a black and white photograph, your eye is going to be drawn to the subject matter because you don't got any colors to basically put your attention, otherwise scatter your attention. Where color photographs, it's the colors that attract you more, and you're not concentrating as much on what the center subject matter is of that photograph, whether it's a person or whatever it might be. But a black and white photograph, well, it's different because, your brain is getting kind of excited about colors, and it's being drawn to different aspects of that photograph, other than what the main focus is in that photograph. Because, it's the colors. But if it was black and white, you tend to just focus on whatever the subject is. In other words, you're not getting, the word is distraction. You're not getting distracted. Okay, there you go. So there you go. Then, of course, one of the things that happen all over, it's not just here in the Philippines, but, okay, you got these big religious holidays, or big holidays, and people are looking for accommodations. They're on vacation. Now, let's just say that a normal hotel in my town might rent for maybe a modest place, might rent for 1,200 pesos a night. Now, because there's an event and people are going to be really just looking around for places to stay, and they're desperate because, well, they came to the island. They know that they're willing to pay a lot more money. They don't want to be on the street because, all the places are booked up. So here's where these hotels and bed and breakfasts and all that come in. They won't charge you 1,200. They might charge you more like 3,000 a night instead of 1,200. It's people taking advantage of people. It's human greed. Why can't you just be happy to get somebody to rent your place at your regular price? But that's not good enough. You'll fill up your hotel or whatever it is. All the rooms will be filled if you offer a reasonable price. But people, when they're desperate, will pay the higher price. They'll pay the higher price. It's not available. Supply and demand. It's called supply and demand. All right. I know a little about this, a little about that, and maybe a lot about some things and maybe less about others, but, as the years go by, you kind of learn stuff. And part of me, my brain is still working. Allah. Oh, pardon me, it's been a very busy day. I see they were laughing about the fact that I do work around the house here. How desperate can you be? I mean, you're doing household work and they're laughing about it. Go figure, right? Well, it's because they could. I mean, yeah. Oh, I don't mind working around the house. Keeps me busy. I don't live on the outside of the house. I live on the inside of the house. I don't know where you guys are living, but I live on the inside of the house. It's got to be clean and functional. Some people don't care about where they live. You ever see some people's places, man? They don't even make their bed. They got clothes on the floor where they took them off and changed. They don't throw it in a clothes hamper or whatever. They don't do anything. Dishes in the sink could have been there for a whole week. You'll have cockroaches crawling on leftover food. No, that's not me. It's just not ever going to be me. You can live that way. That's not the way I choose to live. You want to make fun of that? Well, it's because they can. Nothing funny about that. I think I'm a pretty responsible person. I like to help out around the house. See, my girlfriend is not my fucking slave. Okay? She's not an indentured servant. She's my equal. It's unfortunate a lot of foreigners don't see their Filipinos as their equal. They just figure, well, look, we know for a fact they're nurturing. They love to do housework. They love to cook for you. And you just sit in your fucking chair being served. Here's a beer, honey. Another beer. You want me to open up another beer? Oh, you're going to watch the game? I'll turn that on for you. Fuck that shit, man. That ain't a fucking partner or wife or girlfriend, man. That's a fucking employee or a slave labor or something. Well, what it is taking advantage of the Filipino. That's what it is. And that's exactly what it is. Hey, let her just do this for me and that. A lot of times, my girlfriend would come in and serve me over here. I'm sitting there, I said, no, look, I could come to the table. You don't have to serve me, you know. I can get the food myself. I don't need her to serve me all the time. She does, though, you know. She'll cook for me. And boy, she could come up with stuff at a minute's notice that, and put some kind of dinner or lunch together that I said, wow, I didn't even think about doing that. Thank you for that. Thanks for making the effort. You got to show a little appreciation now and then. Don't just assume that's her job. It's not her job. Hold on a minute. Speaking of, I got to answer this. Wait a minute. Son of a bitch. Come on, stay on screen. It's not allowing me to stay on screen. Who's moaning? Oh, she's dreaming. My dog. Okay. Nah, Ginger's got to lose some weight. I'm looking at her right now. She got to lose some weight. You see, they're not active. And same as humans, same damn thing. And she's always hungry. Nah, she's got to get down some poundage in her, you know. So what we do is reduce the amount because, you know, she's not active. And they eat too much protein, that turn to fat too if they don't work it off, same as humans. But no, she could lose, I wish she'd lose at least 5 pounds, you know. They're both a little overweight. Ginger is more, she's older and less active, you know. I don't know. As I said, I love having the dogs very much, but, you know, if I'm still alive when their time comes, I'm not going to replace them. Love you too. See how nice. She's going to go to bed early tonight. She's tired traveling and all that. Love you. Well, yeah, love you too. Well, it bothers so many people that you can't have a good relationship. They got to try to tear you apart because you have a good relationship. Well, that says a mouthful right there. Encyclopedias. Or shall I say that says a chat GPT. Does anybody even use encyclopedias anymore? Can't even use that expression. That tells an encyclopedia about the person. We can't even use that expression anymore. We got chat GPT though. I'll tell you what, though, kidding aside, that come in handy for me in a lot of ways. I will tell you, it came in handy for me in a lot of ways. I learned so much from that little application, whatever, you know. And we got my famous 13 is here. Hi, boys. Hi, Big E and Don C and everybody. Hello, hello. How are you? How are you? Ever been to Hawaii? Yeah. The boys are there. That's important. It wouldn't be a show if they weren't there. Hearts are coming. There's the hearts. There we go. There we go. There you go. It comes to hearts and the smiley faces. And there you go. There are probably trolls doing that too, by the way. They love my show. Without me, they'd have nothing good to listen to at all. Because my show is kind of like a fireside chat in a way. And they love it. The trolls love it. They love it to death. I don't care what they say about me on here. And I don't care what you guys hear about what they say about me. The fact is, they like listening to me. Of course, a lot of them are trying to find fault with me. And when they have a hard time finding fault, well, they just make something up. or they try to tear apart something I say or do that's maybe a good thing I do, like, you know, cleaning out the cabinets or doing the dishes, arranging things in the house, cleaning up. Boy, that's a crime. Boy, that's such a crime. Horrible thing to do. But they'll try to make it into something horrible and tear it apart. Oh well. There's actually a joke about that, but I'll hold back on that joke, you know. It's just having to do with the brain. But anyway, I'm not going to stay there long. I do want to finish a movie. I want to find one movie to watch before I hit the sack later on. I'm just having a hard time because a lot of the movies I've seen, or some just don't sound very interesting to me, or even the ones I haven't seen. But I don't just watch anything on here unless things are that bad. I got to have some stimulation here with the TV on or something. Watch something because you can't find anything. So you put something on just for the visuals. Let's see, what else should I? Oh, I sent me some flowers. Oh, yes. Wow. See? You wish you had something like that. Oh, they can make fun of her all they want. They just wish they had somebody like her. It's a fantasy for them. And that turns me on, you know. It makes me appreciate what I got when she becomes a subject matter. They're thinking of her in sexual ways. They're thinking, what would she be like? Well, that's the problem. They'll never find out. That's the problem. For them, not me. I have her. Okay, what else could I touch upon here? Okay, we started off with that shit with, you know, okay, Carrie and the scamming going on in here. There are millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars being scammed off people every single day in the Philippines. Or certainly over the period of a month. I mean, there's a lot of money being exchanged for causes that don't exist except their own pocket. And people fall for these sad sob stories. They'll even pay a foreigner money just to say, hey, do me a favor. Give you some money, buy you some beer, buy you some drinks, or whatever they work out with them, you know. Just play a desperate person that needs to get home, and you'd be surprised. But Filipinos do it among each other, though, too. They'll get family members that all do it on a computer. They're all going to try to get money together for the family. They'll do it legitimately by having their own shows and generating revenue, getting monetized, legitimate way. And then they'll do it the other way. They're going to, like, you know, seek out to the public, and you got to have an operation, do a little crying on camera. And, you know, they're bullshitting, of course, but a lot of people don't know that. Because some people are suckers for that stuff. Believe me, I've had people try to do that with me. I know, firsthand, but in the past. Don't fall for that shit. Always, she's got a fever, needs a dress. Let me tell you how they'll take advantage of you. And this is off topic, but I was with this one gal, and, you know, oh, let's see. Joy. It was Joy. Good old Joy to the world. And we were in Gaisanos or something. And voluntarily, because I met her, a couple of kids she has, you know, nice kids, and I knew how they were living and where they were living, what they were living in. It was horrible, just horrible. So, you know, I had some extra money with me. I didn't mind. I volunteered. Hey, maybe your kid needs a new pair of shorts to give the girl a little dress or something like that. So we being there, she's looking through all these bins of clothes and stuff. And I only meant, you know, to be nice. You know, here, just buy a little girl a dress and buy him like a pair of pants or something. So she's over there just picking out all kinds of, oh, look at this. This is nice too. And see, that's where it gets ugly. And that's where they take advantage of you. They figure, oh, he's got a vulnerable moment. He's opened up his wallet. give a couple of nice thank yous with a smile, and oh, she looked good in this. And she'll grab stuff without even asking. Sometimes they'll grab stuff. Yeah, yes, I've been through that. There's Mark. Do you still keep in touch with Vanessa once? I have no idea if she's alive or dead. Boy, you remember everything, don't you? All I got is her pictures. That's all I got. Hopefully she's happy and found a good man. Or maybe she already had a man at the time when I met her. I don't know. She was probably okay. She just didn't want to. Well, she seen that I didn't want to live in the Philippines because I had a house in Hawaii. I was trying to convince her to maybe come over there, get her set up, But I think that was actually part of it. I think she was fairly legit with me for the most part. But you always notice one thing right away when you come over. Oh, I promised my parents I was going to meet you. The day after I came in, she made sure that the next day, go down to Balamban, you know where that is? Balaban, to meet her mom and her aunt and her brothers and all that. And suppose they had a couple of kids. The funny thing is they didn't seem too much interested in her more than somebody else. I don't even know if it was her kids. Well, anyway, I don't know. She seemed, I don't know, in part legitimate, but then there was a lot of questions. So, no, I don't even know where she's living anymore, actually. I know she had a food stand of some sort, make money. Oh, she's just found probably another foreigner. Well, she could have been married already. So, I don't know. I really wish I knew the true story, I'll be honest with you. Because something was wrong, because when I left her, the last time I seen her, I actually we were in the Regency Towers. Because I had to go back the next day or so, and she had to go back to work, and it wasn't one of these goodbyes that was full of emotion. I sat on there and said, sorry, I gotta leave, but I gotta go back, and let's figure this out. She hardly talked. She was very quiet, very quiet. Okay, got her luggage. We went down to get a cab. There was no one of these emotional goodbyes or nothing. No, there was not. Gets in the taxi cab, and that was it. So maybe she thought I was a player. That's a good possibility. I think she did. She figures I'm going back home. She let me have my fun or whatever. And yeah, I did like her. I liked her a lot, actually, sir. I liked her a lot. No, but I started to be curious if she's alive. I used to laugh at her, I used to joke. She had kidney problems, whatever. And she always wanted to stay in a room a lot and talk to her friends on the phone with me and just relax in the comfort of the nice hotel room at the Regency at the time when they actually took care of the hotel rooms. It was a nice room, very nice. Because we stayed at the Red Planet once, which was a dump, just temporarily for one night. Couldn't even move in there. I decided, I said, fuck this shit. Let's get a nice room at the Regency Towers, and that's exactly what we did. And she used to sleep with a little matting, like a netting at the bottom of her feet. She's so used to having her feet. It's like a kid with her blankie, you know what I mean? So she would carry us around this little mesh kind of thing, I don't know what it was made of, and she'd put her feet on it, always. She'd carry it, I don't know where she went. She'd put her feet on this thing. I don't know, something was wrong, I don't know. Even when we went on the bus, coming back from Balamban, it was crowded. And she could have sat next to me, but she sat down further in this other seat. I mean, I don't know. It was really hard to tell. It was one of those, what the fuck do I know situations. I didn't know what to believe. But when I got home, I didn't hear from her for 9 days. Calling her, texting her. And, my emotions were built up. Hey, man, I just hit, this is utopia. This is great. Happy as a clam. I finally found a really decent woman. May have a future with her. Then you don't hear for 9 days after we spent a month together. Get intimate, spent a month together, spent money, dinners. Finally got a hold of her and she says, well, she had like a little computer shock there, what do you call it? People who use the computers, She had a few computers, she make a few pesos from that, She said that somebody broke the lock on the door and they went in, they stole the CPUs out of her computer. So I'm thinking, that don't sound like a likely story. Why would they just take the CPU? Why not just take the whole computer? I don't understand. Does that sound plausible to you, sir? I don't know. Does that happen? They want your CPUs? She had the, tower type computers that they had. Desktop, I don't know. I really, honestly, it don't matter now, but I really was curious what the hell went on with her. Was she legitimate or not? I guess I'll never know. I guess I will never know. She was a good possibility, I must say that. She was really good. But as things turned out, they turned out really well for me. And she was this little underage teeny bopper, but I'll tell you what, she looked awfully young. She looked like she was 17. I swear to God. But she was 32. I think at the time I met her. God, that's a while back. She's got about in her 40s now? Fucking A, man. She looks so young. So young. But a lot of Filipinas look that way. But she had a lot of Spanish in her. She was a different looking type of Filipina. A lot of Spanish. I guess her uncle was like pure Spanish or something. I don't know. Yeah, I got photographs here. I'll take them out sometime, but I don't really need to. I've shown them in the past. Yeah, she's pretty good looking, Short gal. She had different features. Her eyes and nose were kind of different. Let's just say she had interesting body features too. I won't go into. I thought were very unusual. Oh, she was a cute little package. Yes, sir, she was a cute little package. My goodness, she was. It would excite any guy. First time anyway, certainly. Did me. But that's a long form answer to your question, Mark. You gotta watch when you ask me a question. You might hear more than you want to hear, But anyway, yeah, I think I should get off here. I've done a few shows today already. More than enough. I addressed a few things today with a few people too. And I taught them how your kitchen should look like when you organize it. But they watched. Why would they make even comments on it? They watched, apparently. Maybe they learned something. A hygienic kitchen. How to do dishes properly. Cleanliness in the kitchen. I probably taught them something. But yeah, you sure, you gotta be somebody I know. You sure know my history a little bit here, that's for sure. You're a big listener. Yeah, exactly. Yet they watch. I make that point all the time. Yet they watch. They bitch and whine about everything I do, record it, and make all their comments on there. So all the trolls show up. They can share their hate for me. It's really just sharing their envy. It shows out. It's so obvious in some of the lame insults they put on me. And what does that tell me? It tells me that very clearly that they are envious of, some aspect of my life, obviously. Duh. And, sometimes I like hearing that because I know what's behind all that. And is that envious of me? They got to devote a show. Think about it. Just think about it, you know? It's amazing. I always use that expression, I've arrived. Well, apparently I have. Apparently. Type in, hi Jimmy, no, I don't want that. I need something here. I need some Montelukis, but not the kind with an antihistamine. Where are you, Monty? Uncle Monty. Where are you, Monty? Is this it? Let me read this. I gotta put my glasses on. Bala Bamba. Bala Bamba. Bala Bamba. Let's see, we got here. The methazone. What is that? It's Pastine, but no, that's not really it. Gotta watch what I take here sometimes. That's why I better wear my glasses. I've taken things before that I thought was something else. That could have been disastrous. Okay, where do I start here? Bala Bamba. Bala Bamba. Pardon. Yeah, I don't want the Levistat. If this thing has a antihistamine in it. Come on, man. Come on, man. All right, don't mind me. I'm just checking something out here. I don't want an antihistamine. No, I just won't take it. I don't want an antihistamine in there. Okay, anyway, enough of that. Okay. And what's this? Wait a minute. Ah, holy shit, right in front of me. Pardon a minute. Oh, get that in my head now. Should never thought about it. What is this? What is this? These packets, you can't even read them, even with glasses in the light. Hold on, folkos. Chimney, crack it. No. That looks like a Benadryl. That's what that is. That's a fucking Benadryl. I don't want a Benadryl. I don't want an antihistamine. However, okay, enough of that. Enough of that. There we go, vitamin B12, okay. Have to be envy without that much devotion. Yeah, man. Look, you know that, right? I know that. That's all that matters. They can put anything on they want. I told them already, and they listened to me. I said, it doesn't faze me what they talk about. But they're thinking, oh, but you do come to the channel. Not all the time. Not all the time. They think I do, because sometimes I'll even be as bold as commenting on there. But in actuality, I really don't go there all the time. Truth be told. It's the same boring shit. They're just copying what I say, and to top it out, they're going to make their little comments on there. What do you expect? I mean, I expect that. I'm not fazed by it at all. Well, I got to get organized around this house, I can tell you that. Oh, no, they want me to post on there. Are you kidding? Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. They want me to post. This way they can come back with more comments. I've done it. I've posted. It gives them a reason to come back with more comments. They want to see me on there. Oh, absolutely. That's what drives them. So I play with their heads every now and then on there too. And I'll actually respond to some of the stuff. They want that, but I wanted to do it. And then when I came up with a great reaction, they couldn't answer it properly. Yeah, well, yeah, yeah, I know, I do know. What a monumental waste of time, I tell you. What a monumental waste of their time. But apparently they do got that time on their hands, obviously so. So there you go. I never tried commenting there. I figured I would be blocked immediately. Maybe. Or maybe they'll just tease you about me or something. I told you, it's just looking for a reason. I mean, look at Big E and Mikko. And Mikko's kind of calmed down a bit, but Big E is just really going at him left and right, you know. And I told him exactly what I told him. Don't let him get you goat. That's exactly what they're trying to do. So don't fall for it. But, nobody listens to me. Nobody listens to me. I think there's a few people who do, actually. Believe it or not. Whether it's health advice or supplements or something, or whatever, whatever. Sound like a valley boy, huh? Whatever, valley girl. Whatever. To be there, whatever. But the main thing comes down to one thing. They don't have to listen to me. No, you're right. They don't have to listen to me. They could critique everything I say, but they're not obligated to listen to me. I'll occasionally use that channel if I missed a show here and it was deleted, but that's it. Yeah. Well, you gotta understand, I have fun with it too, what they don't realize. And the guy who goes under the name Poultry Boy, that's Mike Ross. Because he commented on there. I hit his icon and it brings to his page, and it's Mike Ross. Mike Ross used to be here as himself, which that name probably isn't really even his either, Mike Ross, but fucker owes me $50K, man. He said if I could ever get Bummer in jail or something, get him arrested, he'd pay me $50K. And guess what? Even Don C was supposed to be in it for $50K, and also a guy called WTF, what the fuck, was also. So I'm actually owed money. I'm never going to see it from Don C, of course, I'm going to put this thing on the charger in a minute. Yeah, he owes me money. Yeah, Mike Ross was very active under his name, Mike Ross, but now he goes under Poultry Boy. So if you see him under that name on the Copycat channel, that's who it is. I don't know if you're familiar with Mike Ross, but he's been on for years. He's a troll. Oh, they're playing music in the background. I'm glad they're not too close to me. I'm lucky that this house is built fairly well, where I don't have to hear some of that music. A lot of that could be coming downtown from the bars, too. You can hear it all the way here. Hear them laughing. I hear, Can you hear that? How sensitive is this phone? Do you hear that? I know this phone's pretty sensitive. You hear laughing, you hear a drum beat. Is that a yes or a no? I don't know. I don't know when this boy is coming home. Guild is going to bed. But, he looks older than he is, but he's only 14 years old. And he shouldn't be out beyond a certain time. I mean, I'm old that way. I kind of have a responsibility for him, too. He goes out, probably visits his girlfriend or whatever. I don't have. I gotta put his direct number on my phone here, which I don't have his one. I gotta get there on my own phone here. But I don't like him being out late. And besides that, too, I'll go to bed at a certain time. If he ain't home, maybe I'm starting to go to sleep, and then he'll come in, the dogs are going to bark, and I'm going to get woken up. So that kind of pisses me off. Okay, man, I'm going to go because this phone is in dire need of a charging anyway. So thanks for the dialogue. I don't think I'm doing a show tomorrow morning. I'm going to try to sleep in, get up, and go back to bed or something. I don't really have any, unless I have something particular to talk about. I'm going to kind of slow this down a little bit. And sound like I like hearing my own voice, you know what I mean? Contrary to popular belief. Hearts, got hearts coming at me from all directions. Hearts. I'm loved after all. Okay, juniors and juniorettes. We'll catch you on the slippery side. The other side. Well, I don't like to use that phrase, the other side. Has a meaning to it. Kinda don't like. I'm gonna go watch a official movie or something and kick back and get off this damn thing. And hoping he doesn't come home later because I'm not his blood father, but I'm his father in this house, okay? And I don't like when they take advantage. I mean, he's pretty tall for his age, looks like he takes care of himself, but that ain't the point. Look, when I was his age, oh, hell no. I wasn't able to go out half the night and shit like that. It still applies in 2026 now. They're living under my roof and everything else. I know I sound old-fashioned, but it's perfectly okay. Because I have a responsibility. And he needs to be home with an adult. And if he's not, well, it has to be talked about. Let's put it that way. Alrighty then. Boy, by the way, good old Mad Matthew. He is mad. But to the original topic, I'll just end off in saying that, yes, there's a lot of real scammers, A lot of money's being made, you get desperate for money in a Filipino family. They will resort to stuff like this. They got it all down, how they figure they go out for interviews. They look very legitimate, very caring. They'll even cry. But they're always going after the foreigners. And that's what tips you off right there. That's the tip-off. That's the tip-off. So you got to look for the tip-off. Why they're not helping their own people? There you go. It makes you wonder, right? And it made other people wonder too. Even Philippine Antics did a show on her. She talked about her numerous times. So if I'm thinking that, and other people are thinking that, there must be something to it. But there's a lot of real scamming that goes on here, man. I understand they need the money, but why don't they try to do things legitimately? They'll still watch your show if she's a Filipina helping out Filipinos. My God, Filipinos have so many of them. They get a great audience. You've got an active show and you're a Filipino. You're not usually suffering for viewers, man. You can make legitimate money. That's why a lot of them do get on YouTube. They've learned. They caught on from siblings or other people and friends that were making money. Say, why don't you do this? Be able to help your family out. And all. I think it's a great thing. But do it legitimately. That's all I'm saying. Do it legitimately. Stop scamming people. I know your parents want you to help out. I understand that. You have an obligation. Or their parents are doing it too. I mean, they're all doing it. Nobody's innocent anymore. Nobody's innocent, right? Okay, man, I do gotta go. we'll keep this show on if you want to listen to. You didn't came in late, and I'm not going to take it off. We'll leave it on. Okay? All right, that's the deal. All right, I'm here because you're there. Take care. And I don't think I'm doing a show tomorrow morning, though. I need a little break, actually. I've been hitting it pretty hard lately. And I got to kind of slow the team down a little bit, you know. Well, like I said, too, I've talked about this quite a bit. I'd understand if I was one of these vloggers that's making a lot of money on the show and they got to keep up the rhythm and all that shit. And it's not exactly here. I mean, who's donated to me? I made $205. I haven't even been putting my Gcash number out. Even you people listen to me all the time. You haven't sent me shit. I put the number up. You know, you love my show. You love to listen to. You're always here. You appreciate me being here. But I haven't. A lot of you have not sent me shit on my Gcash, man. What's with that? Damn. Hit me up a little bit. That gives me incentive. I'm always that close to just canning it all, you know. When I can it, I even get rid of my Google. Okay, when I went out to that 3 months, I had to go through a whole rigmarole to get back on. I decided, but I even got rid of my Google account, everything. I had to start all over from fresh. That means I got rid of everything. Had to have a new email. The whole works. That's how convinced I was. I got a wild hair and I wound up going on again. You wrote some of the things Nico said, but the algorithm blocks the comment. Really? There really is an algorithm thing that blocks your comment on here? Are you kidding me? I don't know. I don't have any particular words that are banned on here. I don't know. When I had my laptop, and I used to use that a lot, there was a section in there where you could, you know, ban certain words to be used on there. I can't do that on my phone. Very little I could do on my phone. You can't even make a good report on somebody on the phone. It's not as elaborate as it is on a you work it off a desktop. You know, it's different. It's just different. You can put timestamps, everything on there. You can't really, so you could, but it's not the same. I did once, but you know, my channel's different now. You know, remember I got off YouTube for 3 months. I was completely off Google. I had to set up a new email account, everything on there. So nothing would apply. Whatever I might have had as block words in the past is not going to apply now. I don't know. No, I didn't do anything special. I'll be honest with you. I didn't do anything special for that. No. I can save some of this broccoli for the dog outside. Well, the thing is, I know that dog does not have, that particular dog does not have that long to live, you know. He's in pretty bad shape, you know. But, you know, trying to be good about this. Trying to, you know, help that dog out as best as I can, you know. Doing my best. You know, helping old animal out. Even helping old man out here. I don't see all the love here with dollar signs, my friends. Gcash buddies. Oh, you could rib me all you want on that, trolls. I'm not known to be an e-beggar on here. I've never been monetized except once. Yeah, that didn't last. I fucked that one up myself, though, to be honest. He said you should reconcile with your offspring. I know, Father of the Year guy with this guy. Life is too short to hold grudges. Swallow your pride and reconcile with the Snicko knows better than that. He knows I've made efforts. I don't have to get into this shit and explain myself to anybody. He acts like I'm avoiding my daughter. I'm not avoiding her. She just don't communicate with me. What could I do? I could email her. It's still good, or else it would come back, right? She still got the email. I've emailed her numerous times, many times. What can you do? I would explain that. You can either do something, you can. It's one, but they're not responding back. And he, and he should talk. He's not exactly the father of the year. He was into drugs now, but I don't want to get into that shit. I was in my daughter's life ever since she was born, basically, up until, I was always there. Always there. Raised her on my own. He never raised his kids on his own. He was into fucking drugs. His mother or somebody raised his kids. He didn't raise them. And now, because he's in their life now, like his daughter was staying there with him because, free rent from daddy. That's all, free rent from daddy. The only interest she took in him was the fucking free rent. Go in person and find her to talk to her face to face. Yeah, I'm going to travel all the way to Washington State to get slapped in the face. What are you, out of your mind? What are you, out of your mind? I don't even know where she is, to tell you the truth. She may not even be in Washington State, but I don't want to talk about this. It is what it is. It is what it is. My goodness. All right, I gotta chill down these eggs. Girls, you're just gonna have to wait a while because these eggs are gonna be too hot. Take a while to chill down so I can even break them open. Set you free, set me free. All this Father of the Year talk from Sneeko, of all people, can't afford to label me as something. He just cannot afford to talk about me at all. Especially him. Guy acts like a fucking gangster. And his own daughter, though. His own daughter talks like him. You ever see when she was ever in the background or on camera? She talks just like him. Fuck this, fuck that. And she drinks like he does. And Father of the Year? I don't think so, bro. I don't think so. I am Father of the Year. I actually am. Because I went the distance with my kid. I'll tell you that. That's right. I'll go into that scenario again. I changed her shitty diapers. I doubt he ever did that. That's right. I raised her on my own. A male raising a female child. Very hard to do. Very rare to get custody of such. I did. Need I have to go into this again? Let's see him do that. No matter what our relationship is now, the important thing that I know, Snickers bar, I was there for my daughter. I wasn't on drugs. I was there. I could have just gave my daughter off to my ex-wife. Say, I don't want the responsibility. I'm a single man now. I want to go out and, sow my oats. Well, I did go out and sow my oats, but after the divorce, I did it for a long time. I did it very respectably, My daughter in my life. I didn't bring all these women over the house for carnal stuff when she was there or whatever, I treated her as much respect as I possibly could. Yeah, his mother raised his kid. Yeah, of course. You see his icon on the show, the thumbnail, supposedly with an aged picture of me, Father of the Year, some kind of shit like that. He can't afford to talk. He cannot afford to talk. And again, who the fuck comes all the way to the Philippines? Like he's some kind of a trekker, trekking the world trekker, traveling around, seeing interesting places, interesting people. You come all the way to fucking Philippines. You're bad enough you haven't got laid for decades. You come all the way to the fucking Philippines, spend a day of flying, another transportation, spend money of being out there. and you're not going to get laid? Is it because he can't get laid because of mechanics, or is it just his wonderful sterling personality, the gangster personality? Filipino chicks don't like that. They don't like a guy who's all covered with tattoos. Bandana, the tattoos, and he's overweight, and he's got snaggle teeth. But like I said, it's not always the outside, my friends. It's the inside that matters. You could be ugly as the Hunchback of Notre Dame, but if you got this great personality, like Beauty and the Beast story, plenty of people that are with beastly partners. Plenty of people. Plenty, as Filipinos like to say, plenty. But they saw something good in him. I can't find anything good about this guy, but then I'm not a chick anyway, but it don't work. It got blown. Well, that was my theory. Think about it again. Even though they have like this titanium plates, those, I don't know, what do you call them? Humvees, or whatever they call them, I don't know. I'm not a military guy. The law of physics. Apply it to this. An IED goes off. Why is an IED going off when he's in America training? I don't get that. I don't know. What do they put the soldiers through? I don't know. Never been in the service, never trained. But it's going to blow up. That's what I say. It blew up. It didn't blow down, it blew up. So theoretically, if it blows up, the first thing it's going to hit, it's going to be your fucking 3-piece set. Then it'll get to your face. Right? Am I right or wrong? I don't know. Law of physics somehow applies there. So who knows? I may joke around about that, but it might be actually true. Look, it's not a great thing. And again, of course, you know, fair guy that I am, I'm not going to make fun of the fact that happened to him. But it happened, period. It happened. It happened. Can't change it, it happened. But, you know, who knows? There's a lot of shit that, you know, that people are not going to tell you on here about themselves, okay? Why they can't get women. But I know damn well, I'm not going to come all the way to the Philippines and enjoy myself in every fucking way. Let's say I don't have anybody particular to meet. I have nothing against if the girl is just into some night action or something, you know, horny. I'll take advantage of it, but I'll be a little more careful. I just don't go with anybody. I'm not going to get down on them. I don't know where they've been. And quite frankly, the women that I have ever met, I did talk to them for quite a while on a computer before I actually met them, by the way, just to let you know. Yeah. I did. I absolutely did. Hold on a minute, guys. Hold on, girls. Got your yummykin right here. Hold on, boys. Looks good, huh, girls? There we go. All right, girls. Hold on, guys. Be with you. Not just taking care of 2 dogs, I'm sort of taking care of another dog. Trying to prepare something for that dog. Eggs and all. Eggs and all. Eggs and all. Set me free and you and me. Okay, I gotta talk to my lady in a few minutes here, boys. Yeah, I'll listen to Nico's bullshit when I get a chance. I gotta talk to my girlfriend first. A little more important than watching Nico's show. A little bit more. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Gotta prepare this. Hold on, one more minute, boys. Yeah, I'll also have to go out and feed that dog, so. Was he really blown up in training? Well, no, it wasn't in combat. No, my understanding was he was in America, some training thing or some shit like that. That's my knowledge. How does that happen like that? I don't get it. You mean they're going to put IEDs on the road? They don't know where they are? You're going to run over? I mean, who's the driver of the fucking vehicle? I don't understand. I don't get. I can't say I know everything. I can't say I know everything, but I'm giving you what I got, you know. And some don't seem right about this at all. Some just don't seem right. But law of physics, man, you never know. Just never know. You just never know. Hey, Mikko, if you had a way of contacting me, I got something to discuss with you. But unfortunately, I can't give out my email address. So, can't help you with that. Yeah. Something interesting you might want to know. But anyway. Okay, guys. We're over the 2-hour mark, 2 hours and 30 minutes. Boy, time flies when you got some dialogue going. That's the difference. Either I got a good show going, there's good dialogue, or nobody's talking at all. I'd rather have people talk. Kind of gets me through my morning chores to kind of talk what I'm doing. Takes my mind off some of the shit, but you know, all the chores I have. And I got to do her eyes again. She's getting a little more. So many things I do. My God. But a lot of things I do are like what you call part of something called responsibility. And some people can't take responsibility for what they do in life or what they do to other people. I guess I'm just like that, you know. I gotta apply, even right now, I gotta put some Dextran in her eyes. It's for dry eyes. That also helped me get the gook out. She got a little bit of gook. I was getting off the antibiotic for her, but I was told, no, stay on it because she might need it. Regular basis. Come here, let me see your eyes. She really knows what I'm talking about. When I say to see your eyes, she stands in the spot. She knows I'm going to do something to help her. The other eye. There we go. Later on, we'll put the antibiotic in there. See, that's how you got to treat an animal. And the same thing is how you got to treat people, too, you know? Treat people with respect, and you'll definitely, there's no question about it. You'll get respect back when you show it, but you can't expect anybody to just respect anybody if you don't get it back, you know? I mean, that's the way it works in this world. Some people don't see that. They wonder why they don't have any friends, why they can't get any women, besides any mechanical or physical aspects of who they are. You're not going to get women when you call them hoes, you know? When you talk gangster shit. Mabuhay bitches. Oh, come on. Seriously, man. You wondering why I ain't getting the chicks? I mean, the whole thing about Snickles, his whole package is soiled, you know, his whole package. The whole package deal. Looks, internally, externally, his character, you know, he's flawed. He has a lot of flaws. How are you going to get a woman that way? God, I'm just so glad I don't have to go to the song and dance. I've got a permanent woman, over 10 years now, you know, I don't have to put any efforts. I'm settled down, I'm settled in. Gosh, I'm glad I don't have to go through that shit again. I'm too old for that shit, literally, in and hypothetically too. I'm just too old for that shit. If something ever happened to Gil, forbid, I'm not dating again. Hell no. I know it's easily said than done. I'm becoming an old fart. I don't, I'm not gonna, I'm embarrassed at my age sometimes, even to be with a younger woman, even if she's only 20 years younger than me. And I say only because the age gap that's normal with fathers, they have like 30, 40, even 50-year age gap. I mean, what's with that? You know what's with that. I think you know. Pennywise says, or was it how Brevis told the story of Snickos pulling the pin out of a grenade? No. Brevis. Pulling the pin out of the grenade in training and throwing the pin instead of the grenade. That would be a funny one, Brevis. If you said that, that would be a fun. I got to give you that. That would be a funny one. Throwing a pin instead of a grenade. All right, I'm going to give that one to you, Brevis. I'm sorry, folks, but I have to give that one to Brevis if he said that. That was a good one. Kudos to you, Brevis, on that one. Good one. Throwing. I'm laughing at it too. I don't care if it came from Brevis. I'm laughing at that. Pulling the pin and throwing the pin and holding on the grenade. I can see that. Good one. I like it. Or was it like, okay, yeah, that's rich. I love it. Well, I got to put some shoes on here, slippers. I got to go give something to the dog next door, and then I'm free to call my lovely lady. Lovely lady. Ginger, come on, man. That's why I got to watch you. Apparently, Sal did her thing. She didn't eat all the food. And then Ginger comes over, sneaks behind my back, and she's eating what's left over in Sal's dish. Come on, man. Jesus Christ. You wonder why you're fat. Jeez, you gotta lose weight, girl. I don't know. She's just eating more these days because she came off the prednisone, but I didn't think it still makes her hungry, I know prednisone normally makes you drink a lot of water if you're on something like that. But okay, listen, man, listen. Gcash number will be available on the description after I get off here. Give to the cause. We got a lot of causes here. Let's show a little appreciation for the show. I'll spit out the number one more time, but afterwards I will put it on the description. We're going gung-ho. 0969 367 3217. Give said, but the algorithm blocks the comment. Really? There really is an algorithm thing that blocks your comment on here? Are you kidding me? I don't know. I don't have any particular words that are banned on here. I don't know. When I had my laptop, and I used to use that a lot, there was a section in there where you could, ban certain words to be used on there. I can't do that on my phone. Very little I could do on my phone. You can't even make a good report on somebody on the phone. It's not as elaborate as it is on a you work it off a desktop. It's different. It's just different. You can put timestamps, everything on there. You can't really, so you could, but it's not the same. I did once, but my channel's different now. Remember, I got off YouTube for 3 months. I was completely off Google. I had to set up a new email account, everything on there. So nothing would apply. Whatever I might have had as blocked words in the past is not going to apply now. I don't know. No, I didn't do anything special. I'll be honest with you. I didn't do anything special for that. No. I can save some of this broccoli for the dog outside. Well, the thing is, I know that dog does not have, that particular dog does not have that long to live, He's in pretty bad shape, But, trying to be good about this. Trying to, help that dog out as best as I can, Doing my best. helping old animal out. Even helping old man out here. I don't see all the love here with dollar signs, my friends. G-Cash buddies. Oh, you could rib me all you want on that, trolls. I'm not known to be an e-beggar on here. I've never been monetized except once. Yeah, that didn't last. I fucked that one up myself, though, to be honest. He said you should reconcile with your offspring. I know, Father of the Year guy with this guy. Life is too short to hold grudges. Swallow your pride and reconcile with the Snicko knows better than that. He knows I've made efforts. I don't have to get into this shit and explain myself to anybody. He acts like I'm avoiding my daughter. I'm not avoiding her. She's going to communicate with me. What could I do? I could email her. It's still good, or else it would come back, right? She still got the email. Did I emailed her? Numerous times. Many times. What can you do? I would explain that. You can either do something, you can. It's one, but they're not responding back. And and he should talk. He's not exactly the father of the year. He was into drugs now, but I don't want to get into that shit. I was in my daughter's life ever since she was born, basically, up until, I was always there. Always there. Raised her on my own. He never raised his kids on his own. He was into fucking drugs. His mother or somebody raised his kids. He didn't raise them. But now, because he's in their life now, like his daughter was staying there with him because, free rent from daddy. That's all, free rent from daddy. The only interest she took in him was the fucking free rent. Go in person and find her to talk to her face to face. Yeah, I'm going to travel all the way to Washington State to get slapped in the face. What are you, out of your mind? What are you, out of your mind? I don't even know where she is, to tell you the truth. She may not even be in Washington State, but I don't want to talk about this. It is what it is. It is what it is. My goodness. All right, I gotta chill down these eggs. Girls, you're just gonna have to wait a while because these eggs are gonna be too hot. Take a while to chill down so I can even break them open. Set you free, set me free. All this Father of the Year talk from Sneeko, of all people, can't afford to label me as something. He just cannot afford to talk about me at all. Especially him. Guy acts like a fucking gangster. And his own daughter, though. His own daughter talks like him. You ever see when she was ever in the background or on camera? She talks just like him. Fuck this, fuck that, and she drinks like he does, and Father of the Year? I don't think so, bro. I don't think so. I am Father of the Year. I actually am. Because I went the distance with my kid. I'll tell you that. That's right. I'll go into that scenario again. I changed her shitty diapers. I doubt he ever did that. That's right. I raised her on my own. A male raising a female child. Very hard to do. Very rare to get custody of such. I did. Need I have to go into this again? Let's see him do that. No matter what our relationship is now, the important thing that I know, Snicko, Snickers bar, I was there for my daughter. I wasn't on drugs. I was there. I could have just gave my daughter off to my ex-wife. Say, I don't want the responsibility. I'm a single man now. I want to go out and, sow my oats. Well, I did go out and sow my oats, but after the divorce, I did it for a long time. I did it very respectably, My daughter in my life. I didn't bring all these women over the house for carnal stuff when she was there or whatever, I treated her as much respect as I possibly could. Yeah, his mother raised his kid. Yeah, of course. You know, you see his icon on the show, the thumbnail, you know, supposedly with an aged picture of me, Father of the Year, some kind of shit like that. He can't afford to talk. He cannot afford to talk. And again, who the fuck comes all the way to the Philippines? Like he's some kind of a, you know, a trekker, you know, trekking the world trekker, traveling around, seeing interesting places, interesting people. You come all the way to fucking Philippines. You're bad enough you haven't got laid for decades. You come all the way to the fucking Philippines, spend like a day of flying, another transportation, spend money of being out there, and you're not going to get laid? Is it because he can't get laid because of mechanics, or is it just his wonderful sterling personality, the gangster personality? Filipino chicks don't like that. They don't like a guy who's all covered with tattoos. Bandana, the tattoos, and he's overweight, and he's got snaggle teeth. But like I said, it's not always the outside, my friends. It's the inside that matters. You could be ugly as the Hunchback of Notre Dame, but if you got this great personality, like Beauty and the Beast story, plenty of people that are with beastly partners. Plenty of people. Plenty, as Filipinos like to say, plenty. But they saw something good in him. I can't find anything good about this guy, but then I'm not a chick anyway, but it don't work. It got blown. Well, that was my theory. Think about it again. Even though they have like this titanium plates and those, I don't know, what do you call them? Humvees, whatever they call them, I don't know. I'm not a military guy. The law of physics. Apply it to this. An IED goes off. Why is an IED going off when he's in America training? I don't get that. I don't know. What do they put the soldiers through? I don't know. Never been in the service, never trained. But it's going to blow up. That's what I say. It blew up. It didn't blow down, it blew up. So theoretically, if it blows up, the first thing it's going to hit, it's going to be your fucking three-piece set. Then it'll get to your face. Right? Am I right or wrong? I don't know. Law of physics somehow applies there. So who knows? I may joke around about that, but it might be actually true. Look, it's not a great thing. Again, of course, you know, fair guy that I am, I'm not going to make fun of the fact that happened to him. But it happened, period. It happened. It happened. Can't change it, it happened. But, you know, who knows? There's a lot of shit that, you know, that people are not going to tell you on here about themselves, okay? Why they can't get women. But I know damn well, I'm not going to come all the way to the Philippines and enjoy myself in every fucking way. Let's say I don't have anybody particular to meet. I have nothing against if the girl is just into some night action or something, you know, horny. I'll take advantage of it, but I'll be a little more careful. I just don't go with anybody. I'm not going to get down on them. I don't know where they've been. And quite frankly, the women that I have ever met, I did talk to them for quite a while on a computer before I actually met them, by the way, just to let you know. Yeah. I did. I absolutely did. Hold on a minute, guys. Hold on, girls. Got your yummy kid right here. Hold on, boys. Looks good, huh, girls? There we go. All right, girls. Hold on, guys. Be with you. not just taking care of 2 dogs, I'm sort of taking care of another dog. Trying to prepare something for that dog. Eggs and all. Eggs and all. Eggs and all. Set me free and you and me. Okay, I gotta talk to my lady in a few minutes here, boys. Yeah, I'll listen to Nico's bullshit when I get a chance. I gotta talk to my girlfriend first. A little more important than watching Nico's show. A little bit more. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Gotta prepare this. Hold on, one more minute, boys. Yeah, I'll also have to go out and feed that dog, so. Was he really blown up in training? Well, no, it wasn't in combat. No, my understanding was he was in America, some training thing or some shit like that. That's my knowledge. How does that happen like that? I don't get it. You mean they're going to put IEDs on the road? They don't know where they are? You're going to run over? I mean, who's the driver of the fucking vehicle? I don't understand. I don't get. I can't say I know everything. I can't say I know everything, but I'm giving you what I got, you know. And some don't seem right about this at all. Some just don't seem right. But law of physics, man, you never know. Just never know. You just never know. Hey, Miko, if you had a way of contacting me, I got something to discuss with you. But unfortunately, I can't give out my email address. So, can't help you with that. Yeah. Something interesting you might want to know. But anyway. Okay, guys. We're over the 2-hour mark, 2 hours and 30 minutes. Boy, time flies when you got some dialogue going. That's the difference. Either I got a good show going, there's good dialogue, or nobody's talking at all. I'd rather have people talk. Kind of gets me through my morning chores to kind of talk what I'm doing. Takes my mind off some of the shit, but you know, all the chores I have. And I got to do her eyes again. She's getting a little more. So many things I do. My God. But a lot of things I do are like what you call part of something called responsibility. And some people can't take responsibility for what they do in life or what they do to other people. I guess I'm just like that, you know. I gotta apply, even right now, I gotta put some Dextran in her eyes. It's for dry eyes. That also helped me get the gook out. She got a little bit of gook. I was getting off the antibiotic for her, but I was told, no, stay on it because she might need it. Regular basis. Come here, let me see your eyes. She really well knows what I'm talking about. When I say to see your eyes, she stands in the spot. She knows I'm going to do something to help her. The other eye. There we go. Later on, we'll put the antibiotic in there. See, that's how you got to treat an animal. And the same thing is how you got to treat people, too, you know? Treat people with respect, and you'll definitely, there's no question about it. You'll get respect back when you show it, but you can't expect anybody to just respect anybody if you don't get it back, you know? I mean, that's the way it works in this world. Some people don't see that, and they wonder why they don't have any friends, why they can't get any women, besides any mechanical or physical aspects of who they are. You're not going to get women when you call them hoes. You know? When you talk gangster shit. Mabuhay bitches. Oh, come on. Seriously, man. You wondering why I ain't getting the chicks? I mean, the whole thing about Snickles, his whole package is soiled. You know, his whole package. The whole package deal. Looks internally, externally, his character, you know, he's flawed. He has a lot of flaws. How are you going to get a woman that way? God, I'm just so glad I don't have to go to the song and dance. I've got a permanent woman, over 10 years now. You know, I don't have to put any efforts. I'm settled down. I'm settled in. Gosh, I'm glad I don't have to go through that shit again. I'm too old for that shit, literally and hypothetically too. I'm just too old for that shit. If something ever happened to Gil, forbid, I'm not dating again. Hell no. I know it's easily said than done. I'm becoming an old fart. I don't, I'm not going to, I'm embarrassed at my age sometimes, even to be with a younger woman, even if she's only 20 years younger than me. And I say only because the age gap that's normal with farters, they have like 30, 40, even 50-year age gap. I mean, what's with that? You know what's with that. I think you know. Pennywise says, or was it how breavis told the story of Snickos pulling the pin out of a grenade? No. Breavis. Pulling the pin out of the grenade in training and throwing the pin instead of the grenade. That would be a funny one, Breavis. If you said that, that would be a fun. I got to give you that. That would be a funny one. Throwing a pin instead of the grenade. All right, I'm going to give that one to you, Breavis. I'm sorry, folks, but I have to give that one to Breavis if he said that. That was a good one. Kudos to you, Breavis, on that one. Good one. I'm laughing at it too. I don't care if it came from Breavis. I'm laughing at that. Pulling the pin and throwing the pin and holding on the grenade. I can see that. Good one. I like it. Or was it like, okay, yeah, that's rich. I love it. Well, I got to put some shoes on here, slippers. I got to go give something to the dog next door, and then I'm free to call my lovely lady. Lovely lady. Ginger, come on, man. That's why I got to watch you. Apparently, Sal did her thing. She didn't eat all the food. And then Ginger comes over, sneaks behind my back, and she's eating what's left over in Sal's dish. Come on, man. Jesus Christ. You wonder why you're fat. Jeez, you gotta lose weight, girl. I don't know. She's just eating more these days because she came off the prednisone, but I didn't think it still makes her hungry, I know prednisone normally makes you drink a lot of water if you're on something like that. But okay, listen, man, listen. Gcash number will be available on the description after I get off here. Give to the cause. We got a lot of causes here. Let's show a little appreciation for the show. I'll spit out the number one more time, but afterwards I will put it on the description. We're going gung-ho. 0969 367 3217. Give because you care. Oh. Okay. Kind of a serious topic matter here. And sorry, but sometimes I borrow this information from other channels, or it gives me the incentive to kind of talk about something. Old dog, new tricks. Well, old dog, lots of tricks. But what do you do to impress your wife or girlfriend? Is it you're trying to impress her? Do you really care? Do you really care about what happens to the family? Do you feel a responsibility. I prefer more people here, but I could just keep this short. You could comment later. Kind of in the middle of something here while I'm talking on the phone. Okay, maybe we'll wait just a little bit here. Okay, you know, when you're in a relationship with a Filipina, I mean, yes, you're sort of kind of married to the family too. Because, you know, if you love and respect your Filipino girlfriend, wife, whatever, you're going to kind of regard her family as your own, right? Am I right or wrong? Question is, what kind of responsibility do you have for her family? No, I can't speak for all foreigners. I don't know what anybody's income is really, what they have in the bank or what position they're in, but should you put yourself in a position to help the family when maybe you're not? And you're going to leave that to be your girlfriend or wife's responsibility and not help out. These situations will come up. As long as you're with a Filipina, they will come up. Now, we've helped out in the past, you know. We've helped out. Well, we always done what we could do. We don't give a salary to anybody in our family every month. Something comes up as needed, if it's important, family will chip in, stuff like that. I've done things that, well, they would never ask for us, never. Nobody in the family's ever really should come up to us and ask for money. That hasn't happened. We don't expect that to happen. Well, okay, there were some distant cousins of hers that one time we were in Leyte, visiting her mother when she was living in Leyte. And all of a sudden this cousin, very, you know, from the past, you know, comes up and wanted to borrow money from us. Never even met him. Well, of course we didn't. We know what that was all about. Another time, someone wrote her, related to the family, one way, I don't remember all the details, trying to borrow money from us, thinking that we're really wealthy and all that stuff. Word gets out, you know, you're married to or whatever, a relationship with a foreigner. They all figure that you got all this money. If you had to help out everybody, you'd be totally broke, you know, seriously. Because you could only actually do so much. I think in Paul, he did a show where his wife's father, and his sister too, both of them. Paul likes to do a double whammy, but his wife's father is about a year younger than Paul. Bad shape, he has diabetes. Now he's having problems because he can't move his legs and walk anymore. So Paul buys him a chair. That's cool. That's totally cool. Of course, the other sister's crying at, you know, all this help she needs. And Paul is like always to the rescue. And in part, this is private, personal stuff, you know, that really, maybe not everything should be put on YouTube, but for the sake of his show and his viewers, he'll do that. Everything is kind of like sensationalism with Paul. Oh, helping this woman out who had a bad leaky roof, puts her on there. He's like the Carrie, that girl Carrie, who's helping these foreigners out, you know. Look, right off the bat, let me just tell you something. I have no problem with you helping your fellow human beings out, you know. I don't have any problem with that at all. But the one thing you got to keep in mind is such. You start helping somebody out, there's a very good chance, there's going to be an expectation. Henceforth, the problem. we kind of work on a as-needed basis around here. I mean, you know, as far as the relatives are concerned. But you see, in this family, kind of a conglomerated effort that everybody pitches in for something, whether it's a funeral or something. Now, Paul goes out, and he's paid for every funeral in his wife's family. So now they're all going to come to him. Next funeral, Paul's going to pay it. He put himself in that position. Oh, please, don't get me wrong. It's good to be nice and caring. It's your wife, it's your family, and maybe, I don't know, maybe you developed a nice relationship with them and you like them. And I'm not saying you can't be charitable. No. Because I've been charitable, but without anybody asking. But, you know, I'm not going to throw the family on the camera. Oh, you know, someone just died, and throwing little hints to people if you could help out. And I know it would help me out anyway. I know that as a fact. I don't even have to talk about that. Push came to shove, you know. But for him to display, and they had to show them trying to pick him up and put him on the couch out of the wheelchair that Paul just bought for him, which was nice. You know, Paul replaces the money in his wife's bank account when she spends it. That's nice. But you're enabling people. You're enabling. They're always going to come to Uncle Paul for help. So he's established that already. Somebody dies in the family, it might be a distant relative. He's going to pay for that funeral too. Bullshit. I draw the line. As you know, I draw my lines. I'm not going to be paying for everybody's fucking funeral. We'll contribute, but the rest of the family has to too. That's just the way it is with us. Of course, when it comes to the children, we take care of that. They need a new uniform, whatever. Help pay for the tuition. And it's not just us that help. Her daughter helps pay too for things like that. Her older daughter. And, people chip in if they could. If they could. I mean, I'm not even really covered. I think we got the funeral expenses if something happened to me down, but not we don't own a plot or anything like that to be buried. I really don't give a shit about that, really. Just burn me, But they won't even give you the fucking ashes. They don't generally give you the ashes like in America. Just burn me. Put me in a 50-gallon drum and set me on fire. I'm dead. I'm not going to feel it. Who cares? But tradition, I don't expect people to go out of their way. And if I died over here, believe me, there are plenty of people that would come to the procession, as people don't understand my relationship in the community here. There's plenty of people that know me and Gilda and actually like us, contrary to the trolls. If we had a procession of some sort and it had to be over here, I guarantee you there'd be a lot of people showing up. Because we do actually know a lot of people. Believe it or not, we actually do. People know if you've been kind to them or not. There's people from stores, there's personal people we know. Shit, even down to the mayor's wife. I mean, people know us. Because we've been good in the community. As to being, compared to being bad in the community or having a bad reputation. Which I don't. Okay. So the thing is, how much are you willing to pay for stuff like that? I mean, every time something comes up. But you see, what Paul does wrong, it is all for fucking you. That's what pisses me off about this guy. I can't like him. He's got that car salesman mentality. Still, he has that. But everything he's got to display. And there's a purpose, because although he's saying he's paying for this and that, he's presenting his wife's old father, which is actually a year older than him. I mean, a year younger. He's not looking real well, the father, She's in a bad situation, which means that the other daughter that's living with, she has to do all this care and everything else. So it's nothing more than a solicitation, is what it is. He's soliciting, thinking, oh, View's going to help, and we're going to help that poor other sister out. We're going to help with expenses and medicines and everything else. Well, Paul, seems to me, you got that job. You got the signature on that. Your job now. But to expect people to help. Now, okay, he's had a lot of shows that people on. There's always a Filipino with problems, right? He has on his show, always a Filipino with problems. Needs a new roof, this, that, rebuild her place. How much is he really putting out for that? Coming out of his pocket? I don't think that much, honestly. He's getting the views to pay for everything. He wants the views to feel sorry. Well, we respect you, Paul. We love you as a person, as a vlogger. We're going to help you out. So what he tries to do is solicitation. It's nothing less than solicitation, He finds all these people with problems, puts them on a show to get the views. You know how that works. Put them on a show, get the views, let them feel sorry for his guests. So you can do it. Now, again, please understand, I have no problem with people helping out, especially in the family, or to even strangers even. I think there's just a limit, because you're setting yourself up to be the provider of that family. So far, everybody that's died on her side, he admitted he paid for the fucking funeral. I'm not going there. Well, okay. If you have a lot of expendable money and you really like a certain family member of your miss or missus, and that's a voluntary thing, you help out. If you got that expendable money, it's up to your heart what you want to really do. It shouldn't be an expectation, though. That's the problem. It should not be an expectation. Go to Uncle Frank, he's going to solve all your problems. I need to resolve mine first, okay? I got a few things to work on here. So I'll do what I can for somebody. Now, forbid something happens to her mom. She just hit 90 today. Today's her birthday. I wish I could be there. Today's her birthday. Amazing. 90. Bedridden, of course, but she's alive. And we help out here and there with medicine between, Gilda and her sisters. We help out with medicine every month. There's a little expenses. I mean, the woman has to wear diapers, of course, things like that. She might need certain creams, skin creams, and, oh yeah. Between, Gilda and her sister, or sisters, actually, they help out. The one that's actually taking care of her mom, I mean, she's doing the brunt of all the work because her mom is living with her in her small place. The other sister, no, there's been, there's always some controversy with that between the sisters. Maybe one is not contributing it as much, so the other sister is taking care of the mom. She might be a little pissed off about that sometimes. But everybody's got their bills to pay, And sometimes you can't always help. You want to, but sometimes you can't. So anyway, I got it all figured out. In the future, when she passes away, I believe that's all being taken care of. Or still working on it. I don't know, for kind of a little conglomerated effort, group effort for that in preparation. But the family, will come together when something like that happens, I'm not going to be in a position where I'm going to be paying for every funeral for somebody in her family like Paul's doing. I'm not going to get sucker punched with that as much as I care for her family. I'm not going to be sucker punched with that. No. I'm not Ricky. I'm not going to sucker punch anybody. And I don't want that position. And I'm very fortunate because her family is definitely not in the habit of asking for money from me. Never. I'm talking 10 years. I'm saying never, never. The only thing asked is for the kids. Some of the two that are living with me, we have a responsibility for them. Not the father of the kids. We have the responsibility. The father's completely out of the picture. They hardly even see him, really. But if the kids are living with us, they become our responsibility as if they're my own kids. And in a sense, they are. They are my children, not by blood, but they are my family. Okay? And we, as a team, me and Gilda, will do the best we can to take care of their needs. Uniforms, whatever. Help a little bit with tuition on something when it comes up. We do what we can, basically. And we don't mind. The kids are fabulous. They're all in a great direction in their life. Every single one of them. She definitely did something right with that. She's got some really brilliant kids in their own way. Very well-mannered. Absolutely well-mannered. The ones living with me are very well-mannered. Because I'm very well-mannered around them, and their mom is very well-mannered around them too. That's really important. So they are growing up properly getting educated, not going from country to country and all this shit. They're able to socialize in school with other kids and make long-term friendships, maybe for the future. Even girlfriends that could wind up their wives when they grow up. I always thought it was horrible to take kids away from being in a good grounded position where they are allowed to socialize and make friends with kids in school, like it should be, instead of taking kids from country to country and they can't settle down and make good friendships and just depend on the family unit for friendships. You can't do that with kids. They need to have that freedom of choice of where they want to be. They've already, maybe in one place you live in, they start to establish friends, and then you move them out to another country. I never thought that was right. I mean, it's just one of those if the shoe fits situations I'm talking about here. If the shoe fits, wear it, Anyway, one of the thoughts that come to people's head, like old dog, new tricks, same tricks actually. How sincere is he? I mean, the guy's a fucking car salesman. The guy could sell you something you don't need. He's good at what he does. Let's give Paul credit. I tell you, man, I give people credit when it's due. Paul could sell you something that you don't need and may never need. He's good at what he does. And his channel has grown because, what the hell are the ants doing in my Q-tip box here? Are you kidding me? How the hell? Well, that's weird. On my shelf here. What the hell? You gotta be kidding me. Okay. Paul is, obviously, he's pretty good at what he does. He's making money off his channel. You know that, obviously. He's making money. It's just how he does it, which can be upsetting to people. It's how he makes his money. That good old salesman mentality, He's still got it. You can't lose it. Talking people into a deal, Making people believe something, that they have a need for that car, when they really probably don't. They're probably better with the old car that they have, That's what a salesman does. You try to sell somebody an HVAC unit that they don't fucking need, or that you could probably get at a fraction of the price to another company. But as a sales representative, it's your little spiel, like the Steven spiel, to get these people to buy your product. And you go out and you talk in front of people and you try to convince them, you buy my product, it's the best. Yeah, everybody's product is the best. And you make a commission from it, whatever. They're going to lie through their fucking teeth to get you to buy their product. even with cars. And insurance. Oh, insurance. I want to be going on that. Insurance. Once a car salesman, always a car salesman. That's just the way it is. You can't take that out of a person. They've been doing that for such a long time. They know all the techniques to get you to buy into their shit. They go all the techniques. And they apply it to their YouTube show. Exactly what they do. Hello. Hold on. I don't have any candy. Look at them all. Yeah. I don't have any candy. No. Is it Christmas again? I wish I had something to give you. I would. I'm sorry. Christmas is over, but no, if I had something extra, I'd help you out. Okay? All right. Salamat. Coming by. Okay. Okay, bye-bye. See?
Morning.
Good morning. Mayang buntang. Which, this is a situation that really shouldn't happen. Kids shouldn't be coming begging at your door, but you have a choice to make. I don't have any candy around here, nothing to give them. I'd certainly give them it. I don't mind. I don't even have any loose little pesos to give them. I don't have any loose change. I'd help them out, sure. But this is where you gotta train your children to not go out and beg like that. And that's a big problem out here. These kids, they learn it from other kids, and but the bad thing about unfortunately, a lot of them go through life and they wind up doing that all the time. But part of the show, no, I really actually don't have any loose pesos around. Yeah, I'd probably give them something. I can't save the world. I'm even trying to save the dog that hangs around my neighbor. I know that's unsalvageable, but I still help. I've been coming over with meals every day, and hopefully they're giving this dog something too. I know he ain't got long. He's got a lot of problems, but it makes me feel good. And it does make me feel good to give. But I choose my own targets. I choose my own targets. First of all, I really don't think the kids should be going around begging like that. It's just not something I think any parents should instill in their children. But, old habits are taught to become new habits of the children. Yeah, unfortunately. And food. Wait a minute. I know exactly. Hey, kids. Where'd they go? I want to get rid of these brownies. Where are they? Let me see what I got. One, two, three. How many brownies I got left? Is it enough for them? I don't know. Well, hold on, folks. So they catch you and still in the field, get their attention. Whatever's left. If it ain't much, I'm not going to bother. Oh, I got plenty. I'll keep one or two for Christian. Let me do this. Okay, I don't mind getting rid of this sugar shit. Now, I'm probably going to lose signal here. All right, they're out in the field here, so I'm probably going to lose. Go. I'm probably going to lose signal at some point. Look what we got. Oh, yeah. All right.
Thank you.
Oh. Hey, easy. Hey, easy now. Look at him. Oh, my goodness. Oh, I'm sure they'll enjoy those brownies. Better them than me, really. I ate a few of them. Okay, there you go. Yeah, I forgot that I had those brownies from yesterday. I don't want to eat them all. Kids love that. They're good too, the brownies. But I saved a couple little pieces for Christopher here. Christian, I always call him Christopher. Because I actually have a nephew named Christopher, actually. So hold on here, boys and girls. Bag. Little sandwich bag here. Okay, so that worked out pretty well. Yeah, I forgot I had that. Believe me, I'd rather them have it than me. Because I get hungry for something, I'm going to want to pick on that. And I really want to limit my sugars. I really do. As I said, it's not that I eat that much sugar, but sugar, period, should be totally out of my diet, period. It should be out of yours, or actually anybody's diet. It is that bad. But the kids, well, they probably don't get a lot of treats like that from their parents. Oh, they're eating. They look healthy. They're eating. But, you know, to have treats like that, they don't always have that advantage sometimes. Parents are going to put on the table what they put on the table, and they're going to eat it. Whether you deem it to be healthy or not, it's what they eat, and kids got to eat. So that's a moment of kindness right there. You see it happen in front of your eyes. I told them initially, I don't think I have anything. I'm generous in situations where they ask nicely, do you have something to eat, whatever. Now, if they came up to me like in Cebu City and they demand money, give me money, which they do all the time there. It doesn't put you in a position to like want to do anything for them. You know, you approach somebody the right way. You know, a lot of them don't even know English in the city too. They don't know English. They just know about money. Give me, they know that. Give me money. They can't really think of a polite way of putting it. Can you help us out? Or we're hungry. Sometimes they don't know English and they'll rub around their tummy as if to say, hey, I'm hungry. You'll see that a lot too. And in the city, they don't want you to help out because it just creates more begging. But that's never going to go away. It's really up to you if you want to help anybody out. You got a good heart. Are you in a position to help somebody out, whether it's money or some extra food that you have? It's not going to kill you, to get rid of some leftovers or something that somebody else could use instead of it rotting in a refrigerator while it's fresh, we've had extra cake. We've given neighbors and stuff, even the neighbors across the field. If we ever had a party going on here, we had a big old lechon, boy. They liked the head. We didn't throw it away because people across the road, they liked the head of the pig. Ricky on a plate, They ate the brain, they ate everything. I mean, I can't see myself doing that, but then again, it's not my culture. Food is food, man. You'd eat it too if you were hungry enough, I'll tell you that. And don't tell me you won't. If you're actually starving, do you actually ever know what starvation is? These kids are not starving. I don't think most Filipinos are starving. They always have relatives. There's always extra rice. There's always extra fish. I really don't think Filipinos starve. I'm not saying that there's none that are starving. I'm sure somewhere there are, but, or maybe they're, not eating the best, not maybe getting the best nutrition because they don't have a lot of food money, but the family always eats. They rarely ever go without food in this country. Don't kid yourself. They don't. They don't really. it's rarely that they go without food. But of course, that could be a blanket statement too. But there are people in need out here. That's why people like Carrie, we've been talking about her. She has that show, and she's just helping foreigners out. And there's so many people around her in her country that could use the same kindness, if you want to call it that. We know it's the self gratification for her channel. We know that. Just like Paul. Everything Paul does is to make money on this channel. The salesman in him is not going away anytime soon. So he incorporates that into his channel, and he does a fantastic job of doing that too. He does. Admit it. He knows displaying his woman. I wouldn't put her on, but hey, whatever. Anyway, personal choice of mine, but, put somebody else on. But, getting guests on the show, and these people will suck on his tits, and from being on his show, then their show gets popular because they were on Paul's show, and that's how they do that on here. They're all sucking off each other's tits or something, or sucking somebody's dick, one or the other or both, to get the views and crap that they need. Oh, let's go out and help some foreigners, as in Carrie. Let's go help some foreigners. What about your own people? There's so many in need. But you see, everybody's got, everybody's an artist. Some of them con artists. She'll help the foreigners out because she knows that'll more likely get her views and clicks and all that shit. Look who I'm helping now. I found yet another destitute foreigner. Oh my. My kindness, I must show it on my show, how kind I am. Look, did I even know these kids were going to show up at my gate? No. But you've seen the level of kindness. I initially said, I don't think I have any. I was honest. I don't have any loose pesos, And I didn't think I had any extra food around. Then it dawned on me as they went away, and they said, thank you, they're very kind. They're very nice, the way they handle it, the way I handle it. Then I thought, oh shit, I got this whole tray of freaking brownies, man. I don't want to eat it. So why not give that to them? Be generous. So that's what I did. I don't deserve a medal for it or a award or anything. Don't even have to talk about it, really, but it was on camera at the time. It just happened live. I wasn't trying to prove anything to anybody. I wasn't even trying to prove anything to myself. I am a generous person when I can be. I can't tell you how many people in my life I've helped out. That even goes down to a family member that I've helped out for decades. Didn't expect anything back. I helped out for decades. They were in trouble, car breaks down, whatever the problem was, I was there. I wasn't obligated because maybe they were related to me. I did it because I wanted to, not for for face value or whatever. I did it because I wanted to. And sometimes I'd give without the person asking, what can I do for you? And what's your problem going on right now? His car would break down. I knew he didn't have any money. If I was doing okay, let's see if we could find a mechanic and try to get the problem done. So if his car totally fucking was not worth it, there were times when I gave him my vehicle and I bought another one, used. I never buy anything new. I would never pay new for a vehicle anyway, to tell you the truth. It loses value, and then you take it off the showroom. It's not worth it. I don't want to drive anyway, so it's not a problem out here. I'm afraid I might fall asleep behind a wheel or something. I don't know. I just don't want to take that chance. Yeah. It's not worked. I don't know. I'm fine getting around with the transportation I have. And I am getting older. Can't lie about that. It's better off I'm not on the road because I'd feel guilty if I hurt somebody. And then I don't want to get hurt by anybody on the road either. Or any of my family out here. My Philippines family. I'm thinking about myself, but I'm thinking about them too. So it's better I don't drive. Not even a motor scooter. I don't want it. I've had people trying to sell me such. I don't even drive the damn electric bike. really bought that for the kids, really. Paid off. It's starting to rust here and there. We got to tackle that. But they have parts for that we can get from the same company. Was it Emborg? We got it from Emborg, I think. Might have been Emborg and Ben Tyen. So if something rusts out bad enough, it's great because those parts, you're going to pay for the labor to put it on, unless you're still under warranty a year, You take care of it. In other words, do the things that you feel that you need to do. Do things from your heart. Now, these little kids, your kindness is remembered. They pass by the house, they're going to remember, oh, that guy was really kind to me, that foreigner guy. They're going to remember that. And it also helps us foreigners out, too, because they're going to grow up, they're going to have a positive attitude. If you're a good foreigner, you treat the Filipinos right, they're going to see you in a very good light, in a good way. They're not going to make big judgments on foreigners unless they do something really bad. But if they remember foreigners helping them out, being kind to them, just like if you have a puppy and you raise your dog and you're going to physically abuse your dog all the time. See, dogs can be forgiving, and they're still going to be loving to you. That's just one thing about a dog. The love is it's there no matter what. But a dog will be more protective of you if you treat him right. I don't know, it's just the way it is. Treat people right and they will treat you right. Now, okay, back to the other shit. Well, as far as helping a family out, I think there should be limitations. Don't ever give a monthly stipend because then they'll never want to work and help themselves out. Now, Paul did say something on his show that made sense. I don't say everything negative about Paul because some of the things he says is correct. I give people credit when it's due. That's the difference between me and a lot of people on here. Some of the things he does is good. But like he says, I'm not going to send money to support a family every month. They got to look forward to a check like it's a pension check. That's the worst thing in the world. I don't care how much money you have. That's the worst thing in the world because you're not giving them the incentive to better their lives, to do things on their own. That's what you're doing wrong, and you shouldn't do that. Then they become dependent on you. And then when you stop paying them their little stipends every month, as much as there might be love in the air with the family, they're going to turn against you. I'll guarantee it. They're going to turn against you. As I said, I won't go into the story, but I knew a woman that went through that. She was helping out some friends. So anyway, they turned on her real bad. She was getting money from this foreigner that was promising to come out, buy a house, get married, all that. The money stopped. When the money stopped, she couldn't help these people out. They did some dastardly things to her because the money stopped. It was an expectation. It became an expectation. That's the problem. Don't let it become an expectation, okay? That's when it becomes problematic. All right, we're not going to keep the show going too much longer here. I did absolutely no exercise this morning, and I'm actually going to do it now. I got to get a few things in. I kind of lagged on my little personal responsibility this morning because I'm too busy doing shows. Okay? I can't make your importance come above some personal things I need to do for myself. Although I like doing shows, I like talking about shit, I owe certain time to myself to do the things I need to do. YouTube is just a fraction of my life. It's not all my life. I love venting. I love talking about stuff. I love sharing, but that's only one part of my life. And there's more things that are just a little bit more important. My own personal safety and health and happiness and my girlfriend and her kids, stuff like that. That's more important. So the moral is be giving if you got the money to be giving. Don't expect an award for it or anything like that. Give because you want to. Now, that wasn't planned today. It was a little thing. I gave him brownies. It's not a big shit. It's not a big shit. But I didn't have to do it. I could have saved the brownies for myself. I figured I don't need this. And those kids hardly ever have snacks. They'll get a meal every day, but they hardly get snacks. I mean, for all I know, their parents could be wealthy, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I don't think their parents are wealthy, some local kids here, but something as simple as a nice little snack. It's a nice thing to do. You know, it's a good thing to do. I could have said, fuck it. I'm going to give them shit. Fuck these little beggars. I could have said that. That's not who I am. All right, so we're not going to elaborate on this much longer, except to say that if you go to do something nice for somebody, do it because you want to, not because you're trying to put a show on, like Paul and people like him and Carrie and others. You know, it's all for clicks and making money for yourself. And who knows whether they're pocketing stuff. You just don't know. You can speculate all you want, you know. But make your own observations. And people did come. I mean, actually, Philippine Antics did talk about Carrie. They found a lot of suspicious things going on between her ex-husband and her. They both have a show. They were both using each other's shows. Or he was using hers with the same British guy or whatever he was. Both trying to make money, burn both candles on each end, whatever, you know, and something suspicious with that. I noticed these things. Thanks for the smileys. I noticed these things. I'm very observant, if you haven't figured it out so far. I do remember the things that I need to remember on YouTube. I think you know that about me too. I do learn new things all the time. I said I'm not your sheriff on here, man. I'm just observant and I listen. And from that I learn. And sometimes people turn me on a little bit of information about people. I have to verify it before I'm going to talk about it on here or even have the need to talk about it on here. But I like to keep it in my back pocket for when I need it. And I've had needed it a few times. I did a few things that, well, here it is. Guess what? This person's lying through his fucking teeth. You know, when it gets to that point, you're sick and tired of hearing people's lies. And it's not your obligation to expose somebody. But you want to do it because you want to do it. Because they're so fucking full of shit and feeding people wrong information, whether it's about me or somebody else. I have actually come to some people's defense, believe it or not. People I didn't like, I actually came to their defense. I've done it numerous times on here. I've defended people who are considered my so-called enemies. Go figure. But I have. Didn't have to. But if I felt they were right about something, I'd say, well, you know, you're right on that one. You're right on that one. I'll support your statement on that one. Okay. So that being said, anyway, I'm going to get off here. Yeah, I got to do something here. I can't say, I just can't say stay, tongue tie here. Can't stay stagnant. It's almost impossible for me. I got to move my blood. You know what I mean, blood? I got to move my blood. Vitality. Then I'll have a cigarette. I know you love it. I say that purposely. You know that, right? You know I say that purposely. Okay. In other words, I'm human. Never claim to be above everybody else on here. I've got my faults like anybody else does. Some people out there have a lot more faults, a great deal more faults than I'll ever have. But, you know, we could let some of that go some of the time. Maybe not all of the time, but maybe some of the time. Get away with it once. Do it twice, huh? Huh? Do it 3 times. Oh, okay, ace in the pocket comes out. Sorry, Charlie. No tuna for you today, no cigar. So I'm saying, gotta go, buddy. Look, you have a wonderful afternoon. I don't know what time. I don't know where you're coming from on here. Well, you have the wonderful rest of the day. Let me continue mine. Thank you very much. And let me see any last words in here. Yeah, well, you know, pick and choose whose shows you want to listen to. Just kind of figure out, are these guys for real? What they're doing, is it for real? Is it self-centered? And of course, stop pulling the bullshit, because people are going to call you out on it, like, Philly in the Philippines. They called him out again. He had a title to show that he's going to be moving out of the Philippines, a clickbait. Damn, some people just make me sick on it. Well, not, I mean, I don't let it affect me that much, but, some people on here that just want to, I don't know, you just want to get them bitch slapped or something. I don't know. Philly is one of those people. Oh, God, I don't like that guy at all. I could never be friends with him if I was looking for foreigner friends. I could never. There's certain people I could never. I don't like anything about his character, how much he lies. But his fucking clickbait, that's another tool like Paul uses too. He uses that tactic too. But Philly has used that forever to get you to go to his channel. There's times that he don't even talk about what's on the title. Other times he'll save it for the end because, sponsors, whatever, you want to tell the information at the end. They want you to listen to the whole show because, the numbers, the algorithms, all that shit make a difference. Or audience retention. Yeah, I know a little about that. Audience retention. I know the tricks of the trade. I just don't apply them to my show because I guess I just don't feel it's that important. And I can't always make a title to the show that pertains to everything I talk about in that particular show because I very often go off topic. All the time, actually. One topic will become multiple topics. I utilize that time and thoughts come into my head. No, while I'm on here, I might as well mention this or mention that. Or I just learned of this and just learned of that. Anyway, if you're new to my show, there you go. You can subscribe, hit the notification button. You know what I'm on. We do a lot of shows on here so far. So good. And we do like to talk about the Philippines, a lot of aspects of it, good, bad, ugly, tolerable, not tolerable, the people, good, bad. We talk about local genre, of vloggers on here very often, if necessary, or just pass the time or whatever. Or you find something interesting they say or something ridiculous they say or do or, that kind of stuff. It's not totally gossip, really. It's really just discussing something that they said. It's not something like you're looking for excuses or you're just out on the attack for no reason at all. It's not like I even attack people. I mean, I just let both barrels out sometimes when I feel somebody's wrong or they're saying some bad shit about me. They don't like it, but I'll do it. When I give information about them that they didn't know anybody even knew about, I got the capability of doing that, and I have done it. And I even did it earlier today. And I will continue to do it if they continue to be fucking assholes. Just being honest. What else could I be? I could be a liar on my show, but that's just not who I am. Everything I say on my show is verifiable. Let's put it that way. Anything I talk about is verifiable on my show. Unlike other shows, they can't verify anything they say or do. They won't even tell you the truth about where they really are. I'm in Boracay. Yeah, you're in Boracay. My little fuck. I saw a great movie. Let me fix my screen here. No, I don't need an audience for this. I saw a good movie. I'd like to give you the title of it, but then you kind of know how it ended by me telling you about this movie. Well, I'll tell you anyway. It's called Fire Break, and I believe I've seen it on... Okay, might as well tell you, Fire Break. It's not really about a fire, but it is, but it's a lot deeper than that. What a moral to this story. Unbelievable. I think it's on Netflix. I think I've seen it on there. Fire Break. One word. Fire Break. And what a story it is. You have to follow the movie to the end to know what happened. But let's just say that I could compare it to YouTube in a way that I could say on the movie that people who assume things can be wrong and pay the price for it. Now, I don't want to give you all the details of the movie. It's called Fire Break. I believe I was watching it just now on Netflix. But you got to see this movie. And at the end of it, I want you to ask yourself, does it remind you of YouTube and why? The moral of this story. But you have to see the whole movie. Now, I don't usually boast about movies that much unless there was some good story and, you know, some morals to it, some kind of a learning curve. It's called Fire Break. And I guess it was just on, because I've been turning the channel. I can't find it again here. Called Fire Break, and I believe it was on Netflix. Let me go back here. I want to see if I could make sure it's on Netflix for you. And there's a moral to this story, and I don't want to give too much details on this movie. If you don't find it on Netflix, it'll certainly be on YouTube, but I would go to Netflix. Now, watch this movie, and I want you to, later on, tell me that you watched the movie and what you got out of this movie. If it doesn't remind you some of the shit that goes on YouTube, there's a moral to this story. How people assume too much and the damage caused in between. So I don't want to tell you all the details. Okay, it's called Fire Break. Find it. I believe it's on Netflix. I'm pretty sure it was. Anyway, I just finished the movie and never seen it before. And you wouldn't understand what's going on in the beginning of the movie. But if you watched it, and just see the whole movie, what else you got better to do than listen to me, right? But after you watch this movie, I would like you to get back to me on my next show and tell me what you thought about it and how it relates to YouTube and or me. Keywords, and or me. Okay, when people assume, when people point fingers, when people blame, and how ugly it can get. That's all I can tell you about the movie. All right? I'm only on to tell you this. I'll leave this on. The name of the movie is Fire Break. And if you've seen it already, well, tell me what you thought about it. It hit home. It really hit home with YouTube. And the characters on here. It hit home. It hit home with the trolls. It's nothing about trolls. It's nothing about YouTube. It does have to do with a fire, and people go up in the countryside for a reason, and things happened, and how people assume things, and how somebody gets really hurt because of it. And that's all I can tell you about it. You'll have to watch it, okay? Anyway, I'm going to get off here, and if you find the time to see the movie, please do. As I said, get back to me on this. Get back to me on this movie. I'm being serious. I want you later on to tell me what you got out of this movie, how it relates to YouTube and or me, or it doesn't take much to figure it out. Let's do a show. I'll wait for some people to show up here. Yeah, it's a picture of Heide on the thumbnail. I don't know if she's in the hospital now or what. I didn't see today's show if she had one, but she was talking about having to have an operation because to attempt congestive heart failure. A combination of so many things, lupus, and oh my God. Yeah, so that was pretty inevitable. The weight was a real problem. and that's where the congestive heart failure type of diagnosis came up. Um, yeah, I don't know when she's supposed to actually go in the hospital. I don't know if she's in there now, but I was just informed of this. There's a picture, one of few, of Heidi on the thumbnail. Some really serious health problems. Now, please, if she starts vlogging while she's in the hospital, if she is, I'm gonna lose it. There's certain things you got to take care of and get the fuck off YouTube, you know. So now George is basically trying to raise money for all the expenses. And yes, I talk about this stuff, for things like that, yeah, it's going to be costly. I'm definitely in fear of stuff like that, you know. I mean, I'm covered for a bit, but how much more am I covered, really, according to what's going on? I don't know. Yeah, I gave it some thought, but I don't know. Well, she faces some challenge there. That the weight's going to be on, even if she gets some repair work done to her heart valves. If she can't maintain her weight, and you know, then she ain't gonna stay around very long. It's so critical. You laugh at me when I talk about obesity and all this stuff. Well, laugh all you want. This is an example, man. This is what happens. Combine it with some other diseases, lupus, and you know, God knows what else. High blood pressure, everything she has going on with herself, and but you know, we're not gonna make fun of Heidi at all. We're not gonna make fun of her. I don't really wish that on anybody. But like I always say, you're in charge of yourself, and you know that what obesity does to you, it creates other problems. That it does. I can't emphasize this enough, and I have actually, but I went out of my way to emphasize this. You know, I don't have to say I'm right all the time, but I'm right a lot of times. You know, some of the things I talk about on here. Look, this could happen to any one of us without being obese. I mean, heart conditions, stuff like that, developing a disease. Every one of us, including yours truly. I may be fine and dandy and kicking it. A lot of energy and vibrancy on my YouTube and channel, and you know, kicking up a storm. But something could hit you at any time, and you're not the same person anymore. And you certainly ain't going to come on here, because all the shit that goes on YouTube is suddenly not important anymore when you're hit with a serious health crisis. The last of your concern is to go on YouTube and do shows, unless you know you want the sympathy of people and you want to go on camera and show yourself in the hospital. Please help me raise money. Now, I'm not making fun of this, please. You know, but George is putting a GoFundMe together. Apparently did. I think they made $45 so far. So, sometimes, unfortunately, people could get to the point of no return. You can't abuse your body with that much abuse and not, and come out of it. You know, if you come out of it at all, I just, one habit's bad enough, other habits, and you got this disease on top of that. You probably have diabetes, lupus, high blood pressure. I mean, I'll be honest, you know, how she survived so far is beyond me. I don't know how she did it. I don't know how she was healthy enough to do her shows. I don't know. Some people are pretty strong or very determined, I guess. But Anyway, I was just sent this anyway. I don't know. I was just sent this. That's the picture. There's a few pictures I got. Let me put one on here. I'm sure it's true. Well, yeah, she was talking about having to go in and eventually have an operation on this, on I think heart valves or something, you know. God, she got so much going on top of that, which makes it very difficult even to survive an operation sometimes. Blood pressure spikes could happen during an operation. Just so many variables and things that could go on. But as they said, it's not funny stuff. And even if you don't like Heidi, you know, give somebody a break a little bit. Little bit. And picture yourself in that situation. It could happen to any one of us. But people don't think that way on here. I'm still going to recommend this movie. It's called Firebreak. Okay. It might even be a way of taking a good look at yourself, and you know who you all are. Okay? You got to see the whole movie. Firebreak. Again, I think it was on Netflix. I got it on my other show. You can go back and make reference to that. So check it out. Okay, that's the news I got on Heidi. At least that was sent to me. And they actually have a GoFundMe going on there. I'm not going to donate. But it's up to you. I know they don't got much money. Well, like I said, I pick and choose who I want to donate to. People don't like it, they don't donate to, whatever, you know. Just like, you know, I could pound a Gcash campaign or something up your ass, and you're not going to donate to. A few people did, but you know, I could pound it every day, and people decide who they want to donate to or not. You know, because I know for a fact if I had a major health issue, if I had problems financially, there ain't a goddamn person's going to donate to my silly ass. That's for sure. I already know that. I'd be on my own, brother. I know that as a fact. Which is sad because we have labeled a lot of people on here different things. And there's some people on here that are actually innocent people. But they got labeled, shuffled around, you know, attacked in so many ways. Well, maybe a few of these people are actually good people. You got swept up in all the hate and bullshit on YouTube. But watch this movie, Firebreak. God damn you, watch this movie. Watch it to the end, then come back next day or tonight or something and, you know. Okay, sorry about that. You know me and the mute button. Let me sum it up. I don't know how long I hit the mute button, but we're saying is nobody can predict what's going to happen, but you can make a pretty good assessment of people on here that something is bound to happen because of their lifestyle. You can do that. Like I said, I had my own predictions. And the fact is, the more you have wrong with you, the less chance of survival you have when you have some really critical medical issues. Because sometimes you're not dealing with one issue, you're dealing with many issues. And that makes it harder to survive. Now, in regards to Heidi, again, Heidi and George, they're not rich. In no way. And the hospitals cost a lot of money. I think she's certainly being forced to get her medical treatment done here in the Philippines. Because she probably, I don't know, couldn't maybe survive a trip back to America to use her Medicare. And I understand that. According to what would be going on with me if I had something wrong, it's the same thing. Pardon. Oh, it's chicken tonight or? Just trying to figure out what we're gonna have later on. I don't know if I should defrost this chicken or not. I don't know. I don't think so. Put this away for tomorrow. I get defrosted properly. I don't know what the hell will happen tonight here. I have to get creative. My lady's not here, so she gets a lot more creative tonight. She could put something together in no time at all. Anyway, think about what I said. Things don't, YouTube doesn't become that important when you are faced with life-threatening illnesses. Because there's nothing hilarious about that. There's nothing funny about that at all. It could be you. Think about that. It could be you. You. Then it's not funny anymore, is it? Oh, no. Then it's pretty scary. Marcoy. Our third GoFundMe? I don't know. I wasn't aware. When did she do other GoFundMes? Since she's been living in the Philippines, has she done a GoFundMe? Sorry for that music in the background. You probably hear it. They're practicing drums. I don't know. You don't think it. She did a GoFundMe for a wheelchair and an e-trike before. Well, I have nothing against that. If she needed it, she needed. Stop scratching, Jimmy. If you need it, you need it, right? If you ain't got the. But I always felt that she. Only problem I have with her is that I think she should have just stayed in America if she had pre-existing conditions. That's all I say about that. Should have stayed in America. Should have. She get all the treatment she wants. I preach this all the time. Don't come here with pre-existing conditions. It's going to work against you. And maybe you came here with, I don't know, some kind of problem that maybe you didn't think was life-threatening or anything like that, right? Okay, fair enough. Fair enough, but things change, obviously. and something happens you didn't expect, or you didn't expect whatever it is to get worse. You just assume. That's why I told you to watch this movie called Firebreak. Has to do with assumptions and wrongful conclusions and whatever. You'll have to watch it. Custom made, yeah, she's big. She's very big. Personally, I don't know if I've ever seen her standing in the street giving a full view of her. I don't know if I've ever seen. She's tall too. She's like 6 foot tall, man. George comes up to her bottom of her tit line or something. I don't know. So, even I don't care who the person is. I mean that. Even if you don't like somebody on here, there's plenty of people I don't like on here. I think you trust that statement, right? But with that being said, I don't wish that kind of torture on somebody. Different torture, Something that ain't gonna kill them, but makes them realize the wrongs that they do, okay? A different type. You can torture somebody's mind, but if they got a soul, you can't torture their soul, brother. But, yeah, I don't, well, like I said, I don't wish anything on anybody. I don't want to happen to myself. I'm being really honest about that. I'm just really not like that. I have my moments when you're fucking mad about something. Oh, yeah, you're going to feel a lot of things. You're going to say a lot of shit on here, like a lot of people do. Do they mean it? Some of them do. I know a few people like to see me dead on here, probably for real. Don C, Popeye, Big E. You name them. You know who they are. They'd love to see me dead, deported, jailed, or whatever. Crushed by a Sears bus or something. Those are my well-wishers. Imagine if I did a GoFundMe on here. I went through that once years ago to help some people out. They destroyed the campaign. I said, fuck this. I just took it off. The little tiny bit that was in there, I gave to the people that were involved, that needed the help, and that was it. That was it. I never did a GoFundMe for anybody, and certainly not for myself. Although, during this crisis with who, in the past, I tried to solicit funding for some people. One person gave $600, of all people, John Blaze. Then he turned on me after that. Okay, well, that's history. No, people weren't willing to help. They knew how bad the guy was, how fucked up this guy was, and still is. But they didn't choose to contribute. I did the job for him. My money, my time, my effort. Hardly any help from anybody at all. And if anybody deserved it, it was me. Because, well, this guy has fucked over so many people. They would think they would be very generous. But instead, they'll just go and support his girlfriend against me, right? As the world turns. Well, if you want to see a documentary, it's called After the Asteroid, How Life Survived the Dinosaur Extinction. It's actually a good movie. I was starting to watch that. But it's kind of a review of how many million years they say ago dinosaurs, 65 million, 165 million? And it really gives you the whole chain of events and what happened with the Earth, what happened to the species that lived here and so on. It's really interesting. It's a good refresher course on how, what happened at that period of time and when man came in later on and why the atmosphere was all fucked up. And it's just, it gives you more of the details you probably never knew, that I never knew, actually. The in-betweens after millions of years. I mean, it's just really interesting. It's amazing that life came back to Earth at all. But it did. It did, in abundance. But anyway, that's another suggestion. It's a documentary on, I guess it is YouTube. After the Asteroid, I think it's called. After the Asteroid. Well, he know nobody would give him anything this time. I think people learned their lesson with him. Oh, they were so supportive of him, but no, he's still in jail. You know, they're not helping him out. His girlfriend's probably bringing him over some dinners here and there. Every now and then she'll make a trip over there. I'm sure of that. They're still, well, together in as far as words are, they're not together. I mean, there's no future, obviously. So, I mean, call it what you want, fantasy world, something that's never going to happen or could happen, possibly happen. It would have to be under the best circumstances, and it just isn't any. But anyway, that's pretty much history, I'm thinking. But you never know. I don't pretend to know everything. That's a disaster in itself. I'm still thinking about that ring. Then there's that other one where he bought her a necklace, or should I say breavis, gave him a couple of pesos and went out and got her a little necklace and a jail-striped dress, black and white jail-striped dress. I was almost on the floor with that one. But, that's the thought that counts, right? And what did he say? It came from a brand name. The dress came from a brand name. I don't remember what the brand name was, but Tommy Hilfiger dress. There's nothing special about Tommy Hilfiger, but maybe he stole the tag or something from there. He would do that. He would do that. I don't even think he bought it himself. He was in jail. He probably had breavis go out and buy it. Okay, enough about that. I don't laugh too hard. Well, we've had some real funny moments on YouTube, haven't we? All of us, haven't we? Real funny moments with people on here. But anyway, I got this notification about Heide from somebody, and I'm going to believe it to be true because she was just talking, unless they're pulling my leg, but she was just basically talking about having to go in for this operation eventually. So maybe it's true, or they're pulling my leg, but I don't think they're pulling my leg. She's actually in the hospital getting tests, whatever she's doing. I don't know. I'm going to assume it's true because I know for a fact she's having problems, and she already told it on her show. She's facing, congestive heart failure. It's not a funny thing to somebody who has that with them. I don't care what you think of people. I don't think what you think of, care what you think of me. But I have enough heart in me to say, well, whoever the person is, maybe they're a louse, maybe they're a piece of shit, maybe they've done you a lot of harm, but unless they killed your wife or girlfriend or something, I mean, you could have a little bit of heart and say, well, you are an asshole and you've done some really crappy shit, but I don't necessarily wish death on you. Besides, death is just too permanent, Someone's got to suffer a little much before they die, certain people. It's got to be a little suffering. But you don't wish them death. Suffering is okay, but don't wish them death. It's according to who it is and what they did. Let's put it that way. Be fair about it. But like I said, maybe I'm funny that way. Maybe I am superstitious in ways, but I do believe in karma, man. I just do. It's not just words spoken from me. I've been on here long enough that I've seen karma in big action with a lot of people. It just happens to be the people who are very adverse with me. Is that coincidental? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe my candle burning ceremony did something years ago. What was that movie in a song? I put a spell on you. Oh, I put a spell on you. I don't know. Maybe I put a spell on him. Who knows what powers to be I have? I don't know. scary sometimes. Anyway, would I contribute to her? I don't know. I gotta like the person, you know. I'm not really big on Heidi, to be honest with you. Well, you gotta have some like for some. I don't know. For me to contribute, some people on here, I'd rather try to save the dog that hangs around next door neighbor's house. I actually have spent a little money on that dog, you know. But anyway, I've got a heart, you know. I know how to give. I think I've, demonstrated that. I'm trying not to use the word prove, because I'm not trying to prove anything. I say better wording is I've demonstrated that many times. Okay, better use of words. Yes, my little sweetheart here. She got spoiled. She has to come up to me because she knows I'm going to be massaging her head and her, and she won't move. See, I spoil the hell out of her. And she comes up to me all the time. I never harm this dog. That's unconditional love. You just don't get that with humans, you know. You just don't get that. She knows she's loved. She trusts me. And she won't move. I do a massage in her neck a little bit, her back. Her head's down right now. She's enjoying it. Yeah. Right, baby? Okay. That's a good girl. That is a good girl. She loves it. A little concerned for my other one. She's getting older, and I don't need that emotional downfalls, you know. I can be pretty emotional, you know. They're close to me. They're like my kids, you know. I've been through this with numerous dogs, so it's going to come a time when it comes, you know. I went through that while living here in the Philippines once. It wasn't pleasant. I held it in. I just held it in till the night after or so. I just broke out. I needed to, and I cried like a baby. My emotions came out. One of my dogs, she died at 3 years old, too early. I think very unexpected. She wasn't sick or anything, you know. It just all came out, you know. It just all came out. Which I'm sure will happen with these girls here someday. Sometimes you gotta let it out, man. Stop trying to be subhuman. Expressing your emotions is okay. Good or bad, really. It's all okay. Express yourself. Just get it out of your system, you know. Some people have different ways of expressing it. They've been doing shows about you. But of course, that's the negative version of expression, of course. But if these people were sick, facing a life and death issue, the last thing they're going to be thinking about is me. I'll guarantee you that. They're doing a show on me, but who knows? They might do it from their deathbed, for all I know. But some of these people, look, nothing surprises me at all. And nothing will. Anyway, I'll assume that's going on with Heidi is true. I got the picture of her on there on my thumbnail. I assume that's a recent picture. I have not gone to her channel to see if anything's going on with there. I haven't gone there today. I don't know if she did a show this morning. I don't remember. I look at a lot of things on YouTube, and including some local people's videos, but all the shit I looked at today, 1,000 things, not necessarily the genre here in the Philippines, but news and stuff like that, different shit. I just don't remember. My memory's that bad. I don't know. Maybe she wasn't important enough for me to see her. I don't see her show every day anyway. I tune in and say, oh, what is she bitching about today, or who's she bitching about today? But I don't think all this is good for her too. I think I mentioned that on the show. She gets really into talking about people that are scamming and talking about people's channels and getting into arguments with George and other people, and it's not good for you. Your cortisol level rises, fuck up your heart, man. Yeah, that's one thing you don't want to get is heart trouble, because your heart is such a delicate object, you know, and you could do the surgery and all that shit, but if your heart muscle is damaged in any way, it's never the same again. You're liable to get other heart attacks to follow. It may keep you alive for a while. It might keep you alive for a long time. That's only if you got the other positive attributes to your health, like you're a decent weight. If you can maintain your weight to be a healthy weight, then yeah, you gotta, and your diet, of course, you got a great chance of surviving a long time. There's no reason why you probably can't unless you really damage your heart muscles, and it's unforgiving. The heart is unforgiving. It really is. Put damage to that. That's your main center of life. That's ground zero of your life. You know, brain and heart really, but the heart's got to pump the blood, so your other systems could work. So you get something fucked with your heart. Yeah, it's something serious to think about and to deal with. There's my 13 in here. Now, if you have any half decency at all, and if she is indeed in the hospital and she's going to be having an operation, wish her well. No matter what you think about her personally, wish her well. Be human. Form the human league on here. Yeah, right. Be human. Wish her well. You may not like her personality. You may not like what she did back in the States when she robbed, with a fake bomb, some pharmacies, and the fact that she was a drug addict and all that shit. She served her time. I believe she learned from it. But her lifestyle is her choice. Just like your lifestyle is your choice. You know, again, smoking, drinking, we're all involved in somehow, some way. The life choices that you make. Good diet, getting checkups now and then, blood tests, urine test, maybe even a voluntary ultrasound, check out your kidneys or something, see if you got any stones or anything else going on for that fact. You know? Just common sense things. It's called maintenance. Maintenance. Do that every now and then if you can afford to do it. I understand if you can't. But try to do it every now and again. You may be saving your own life by discovering that you actually have something that's been very dormant inside you and it hadn't shown any signs yet. And you catch something in time, you'll survive. But if you don't, you'll wind up in a different stage of disaster, or whatever the illness is, it'll graduate to a higher level, which makes it more harder to treat or untreatable at some point. So, to get the facts straight, I will generally not wish this kind of shit on anybody. I mean, they would have to have done, and I feel that somebody's doing me injustice right now. But you know what? I don't wish death on a person. I just wish they would wake up. I just wish they would be truthful, and not try to put somebody's life in jeopardy in some sort of way. That's all. Go on with our lives. But people are not always like that. All they're thinking about is revenge. Revenge. It's like, I'll show you. Yeah, you showed me. Show me what you're made of. For sure, you certainly did. You certainly did. But I don't wish death on somebody like that. There might be some people in life that actually love her. Consider her family. You gotta think about that too. You don't like somebody in here? Consider the family. That when you hurt the person, you might be hurting the family too. But trolls don't think that way. Oh look, they know the difference between right and wrong. I'm sure they do. They're not that bad. But still, they'll stick to their little train of thought, wish the worst. Will they have a guilt conscience if something happened? Some might, many may not. I can't dig that deep with the people on here. I don't have that kind of talent. But I know on here who'd like to see my ass dead. I don't have any doubt about it. Okay, so my earlier show had to do with a movie. I wanted you guys to watch it. It's almost about the same thing we're talking about here in a way, but you'd have to watch it. Fire Break, Firebreak, I believe it's on Netflix. I just saw the damn thing. Jesus Christ, I don't remember if it was on Netflix or YouTube. I think it was on Netflix. You can check either one. Punch it in the search engine. You can punch it on your phone, transfer it to your TV, whatever. Oh, I didn't see that comment. The GoFundMe goal is $80,000 US. Oh, I don't know. They came up with a figure. It's good to work on when you got a figure. I know. Then some people will say, well, if it didn't cost, you're going to hear that. They survive all this, operations. Don't forget, there's aftercare. Some people think, well, that's too high of a money to ask for. That's $80,000 US. Oh. Let me see. What does that come out? 20. That's about 4 million pesos, right? Somewhere around 4 million pesos. That sounds about right. It could cost that much if they're messing with your heart and shit. It's as I told you, there's a lot involved. They're gonna put you out. There's anesthesiology. You got attendants. You got nurses. Okay. You got a battery of tests constantly. There's prescriptions. There's aftercare. It's a lot of money, man. But I know there's not a goddamn person that would help me on here if something happened to me. It's really according to how much it would cost if something happened to me. But I'm not wealthy. I'm not wealthy. But I know that as a fact. They should say, let the motherfucker die, you know? Yeah. And if there's money left over on there, it's fine. Because she's going to need aftercare no matter what. She's still going to need medicines afterwards. So don't mind about the figure of $80,000. It might even come down to more as time goes by because, you know, you raise the money, let's say. Is she going to be able to raise that much money from her viewers? I don't know about that. I don't know. Oh, I hope she does. I hope she does. Philly. Fuck Philly. Fuck Philly. Oh, it says who's on the list. I have to look at that. Yeah. It's just nice that anybody wants to donate at all. But I tell you, I know as a fact. I could barely get anybody to donate to my Gcash, and imagine if I had a life-threatening illness, I had to have an operation or something. There ain't one motherfucker out there that's going to donate a fucking dime to me. One fucking peso. I doubt it, highly doubt it. Well, it don't matter how much Philly donated, you know, at least he donated 20 bucks. 20 bucks is 20 bucks more than she has, right? Nothing wrong with that. He gave in. Timmy, well, I don't see Timmy's statements on here because Timmy's blocked on here. Mr. Asaya. I put a spell on you. I put a spell on you. Let me tell you, I'm not sure what we're gonna make here tonight. I ain't going out to eat either. I'm just. Hold on, I gotta put this on mute for a second here. Fact is, I got nothing and defrosted. Fucking A, man, I'm telling you. You gotta think ahead. You really do. Oh, no, there's always chicken katsu. You could always put that in the air fryer, but I don't know, I think pretty much you'd be sick of chicken katsu. I know I am. I know I am, but what are you? I know I am, but what are you? Yeah. Oh, mixed vegetables for the dogs, too. Here, the dogs, yeah. The spell. Oh, chicken drumlets. He could have that tonight. Yeah. Yeah. Let the boy eat that. Maybe he'll make some rice or something. Whatever. He's too lazy to make it. Hold on. Chicken drumettes. Yeah, of course it's processed. What'd you think? Come on, let's be real. What's that? Oh, what is Timmy saying? Christian. Oh, taking a shower. My girls, look at, oh my God, look at my girls. Look at my girls. Look at my girls. Look at these beautiful, beautiful girls. Beautiful. You know how to sit? Sit. Sit down. Sit. 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 Ginger will do that. She understands that. Sometimes she'll sit. Sit. Sit down. And she lay down. Sit down. Sit. Sit. She don't listen as much as Ginger. Yeah, they are. They are. I love them to death, you know. They really are. They're very loving animals. Very protective, too. Oh, my gosh. Of all of us. And what a sense of smell. I mean, they know we're coming, we're not even here. I could be coming down on a tricycle, you know, up the block here, and they hear the motor sound, and they smell. They know. Because I could hear them barking from the house. I'm not shitting you, man. Wow. Oh, here we go. What are you doing now? What do you want from Daddy today? What do you want from your daddy? What do you want from your daddy? I want to give something to the dog that's been hanging around my neighbor, the old dog. I was hoping Christian would make some rice, because I'd mix it with something for the dog. I've been helping the dog out, because I know that dog's literally on his last leg or legs. I mean, he got a lot. I think he's got a big tumor behind somewhere, actually. Besides being fucking totally deaf, I could be right on this dog. You don't even know I'm there. The neighbors. The neighbor don't own them. These dogs are kind of abandoned by the people way in the back who owed a lot of people money, and I don't know if the house is more than a shanty. I've never seen it. But way out back in the woods, these people, it was kind of like their dogs. There's also like a whitish cut dog that was always hanging around. But my neighbor has, and I haven't either. I haven't seen call him a white dog because he's more of a, yeah. I haven't seen him in a little while. And he was in bad shape, too. But that one is worse. But I don't know. The other one could be worse. They're both bad. Let's put it that way. They're both in bad shape. They're both. Part of life is death. I know, something that people don't like to talk about. The best thing I could tell you, man, just people actually love there, tell them. Tell them how you feel as often as you can, because you never know it's your last moment, your last day. You've heard that all the time. It's just a common knowledge. It's a common statement. Let them know how you feel. You may not get your last words in with somebody because something could happen to you very suddenly. Car accident, heart attack, whatever it might be. Let people know how you feel. Chinese, huh? I don't know what were you saying. I don't know what you was trying to say. My bad. What was your bad? I don't know. What was your bad? I guess I didn't catch it. You guys gotta really stop hating out there, man. Hate consumes you, man. Let me look at these people that are obsessed with me. Hate consumes, man, like a cancer. It really does. It just consumes a person. They become so obsessed with somebody. It eats them up. It's taken their lifespan away. It's taken their life away. Precious moments of breath, and, and life, and you're spending it doing shows about me or something or whatever. And I don't get it, man. Has our society gotten this bad? I guess so. At least what I've been experiencing. I mean, fucking A, man. It's gotten that bad. God, look at the president that's trying to rule the world. I don't get it to Trump, but don't get me going on that. See what's happening with him alone. What does it tell you? And see how many weak-minded people there are out there. Weak-minded people. That go along with his policies and they really think he's doing something good for the people, and he's destroying everything that people work hard for and believe in. It's horrible, man. It's just fucking horrible. Hate nor what you actually need to see. And that was very well put. It makes you know what you really need to see. And what you really need to see about yourself is what it is, Hey, I self-reflect all the time. All the time. Every single day I self-reflect. About my life, my past life, about everything, man. And you kind of do that as you're getting older, too. It's just a natural thing. Shit, I don't know how many years I got left. I'm starting to really get up there. But I'm just living day by day because, well, what else could you do? I don't have any known extreme health conditions that I'm certainly aware of. I know some people wish I did. For sure, no doubt about that. I just wouldn't want to be that person because I tell you what, I've got some enemies on here. There's some people I just absolutely despise. And believe me, I mean I despise. You could imagine who they are. But as much as I despise the person, I don't wish pain on in that way. I don't wish death on them. Oh man, you can say anything you want when you're mad. Do you really mean it though? Do you despise the person that much you'd like to see him dead? Well, there's some people on there that would love to see me fucking dead. Kind of scary to say that. But it's true. There are people that are like that. Yeah, there are. I don't have any doubt about it. Popeye, for one, would love to see me dead. Big E would love to see me dead. Kevin would like to see me dead. Don C certainly would like to see me dead. Should I go on with the list? Simulcron. I can name all the fucking trolls on here. You know who they are. They'd love to see me dead. Barry's girlfriend would love to see me dead. Barry would like to see me dead. Mick Fisher would like to see me dead. Got a lot of well-wishing people out there. I got a lot of well-wishers out there. Wow. Wow. They don't even really know me. When you really think about it, on some level, they don't know me for jack shit. They think they do. I don't create the problems on here. Let me get something straight. I don't create the problems. I just deal with it. I deal with the problems on here in my own little way. But I just can't go that far. And I think maybe I'd think differently if they actually physically harmed somebody I love. Well, put my age as a factor in it. I'm going to hit a dead spot in about a minute. Okay. I gotta throw something away. I'm gonna walk around the bend here. If it goes off, I'll be right on. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I mean, if somebody physically harmed my girlfriend or family members here, I cannot guarantee that I won't go, you know, bat fucking crazy. I couldn't guarantee that. You deal with the emotion of the moment. Bat shit crazy, I don't know. That's the expression, bat shit crazy. Marco. Yeah, you're going under another name. Weren't you? But yeah, I'd probably go batshit crazy. And she's forbid that person, whoever caused that harm on somebody I love. Because I'm getting at an age where I don't give a fuck. If I had to go to jail because of it, died in the process, there's no limit I won't go for somebody that I love. And I got to consider the age factor on me. Yeah, give me 20 years in jail. I may not live to see 20 years. I may not live to be another year or 2 years. I don't fucking know. I will handle the matter as I feel needed at the moment. And yeah, it's proper words, batshit crazy, man. I probably would. I know you're not any religious or like the concept of religion, but Jesus loves you. Okay. I'll just take that as a compliment, okay? You're right, I'm not religious. He loves all those children that die of cancer and in pain too, I know. He loved them so much he wanted to make them suffer because he suffered on the cross, because the idea. So, in other words, everybody has to pay. What kind of a nice man is that? I want everybody to pay for the sins that were made against him. Be nailed to the cross. People are going to pay for the sins. Really? Don't get me started. Jesus loved you. He wouldn't make somebody you love die in painful death. I don't want to get into it. But enjoy your religion. You got the right, absolute right to do it. And I support your right. Okay. Yeah, think about what I said. Yeah, I know. If someone has a bad health problem, they're in the hospital, if they survive, oh, thank Jesus, thank you, Jesus. How about thanking the doctor and the nurses and the medicine? How about giving them the thanks that they saved your life? But no, oh no, Jesus was listening to me. God saved my little Elmer, or my little Emmy Lou. No, it wasn't the doctor, though. You don't give him the credit, right? Yeah, I know how it works. I've been alive for a long time. I've heard it, seen it, whatever. Yeah, don't even go there with me. You're going down a rabbit hole. Don't even go on that with me. I'm convinced of my beliefs and disbeliefs, but I support yours at the same time. That's the difference with me. I may not believe in something you all believe in, but I do support your beliefs if it's healthy and it does something good for you and your life and your family. I'm all for it. I don't care what religion you are, what you practice. Buddhism, I don't care. Muslim, I don't care. As long as you practice what you preach, that's another thing. For those people who don't practice what they preach, well, it's a whole different story. Don't hide behind the Bible when you're a piece of shit. that you don't take responsibility for what you do to other people that are not exactly nice things. Yeah, and when you lie like a motherfucker, and you try to cause hurt to other people, yeah, please, let's not go there. All right, I'm getting off here. I'm tired of doing these long shows. I'm going to limit my shows tops to an hour, and we're at the hour mark, so I'm going to enjoy some TV and try to think of what I'm having for dinner tonight. I don't know. I didn't plan it out. I'm easy to please. Shit, I have some fucking Canton noodles if I have to. Excuse not to cook, but I didn't defrost anything. I'll let him eat this package of, I don't know, it's kind of a chicken nugget type of shit, which I don't advocate, by the way, but yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Isaiah. What is it? Isaiah of the first, Isaiah of the, there's like a saying, Isaiah in the Bible or something, or Quran or something, on Isaiah of the highest. Oh, something about Isaiah of the highest, something like that. Of the highest. Am I right? Something to do with that, some religious saying. The book of Isaiah or something, of the highest or something, I don't know. As I said, I'm not really into theology at all. Remember, folks, don't wish ill on anybody. Something like that? Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, as I said, don't wish ill on anybody on here, no matter how much you don't like them. Because, you know, I don't know this as a fact, but shit has a way of coming back on you, man. I can't prove it scientifically, you know. I really can't, but I you know, you have your own beliefs. I believe in karma. And that's why I don't wish that kind of illness on somebody. I don't want it to happen to me. I just don't. Superstitious, perhaps. I don't know. But don't be that crude and cruel to people on here because, you know, I see people dropping like flies on here, man. And I don't know if it's coincidence or not, but these happen to be some people that were very adverse with me. And look what's happening to these people. Now, Heide, she's not dead or nothing. She's got to get an operation, but she barely knows who I am, really. She's not adverse to me. And I have some adversity to her because I just think she's a big mouth. But in some ways, I don't feel sorry for her because, you know, you have a certain responsibility to yourself. You know, there's no excuse for that weight. Hateful thoughts aren't permanent. Some people it is. Look around on YouTube here. Do I have to name names? Do I really have to name names? Think about it. You've been following all these crazy people on here, man. Best you could do is wish somebody well. You don't have to like them. You don't have to live with them. You don't have to financially support them. You don't have to do any of that. Just understand yourself because you're a better person if you could rise above it all. It don't matter what they say about you. Do you know your own self? Do you know yourself that well? So if they call you a horrible name, is that you? And what they're saying is correct, yes or no, you know? You be the judge of that. You're the one they're talking about. If you know it's not true, you shouldn't have a real problem. Don't let it stress you out. I don't let that shit stress me out on here. That's when they win. Don't let them stress you out. Do I sound stressed out? No. Nothing to do with medicine either, bro. Okay, I do gotta go before I start getting bored. So, there you go. Heidi, I guess, has a GoFundMe out. I'm just imagining it's true. I didn't double check it, but I assume it's true. Yeah. And whether a new event happened, and I don't know, which is forcing her right away for George to do a GoFundMe. It's real, apparently. It's real. She's maybe in preparation for an operation. I don't know. Something could have happened today. She's in the hospital. I don't know. I don't know all the details. But I'll check it out, though. All right, guys, I appreciate you listening. If you haven't subscribed, please consider. Well, our numbers are going up a little bit. Nothing crazy, but the numbers are going up. Subscribe, hit the notification button, and there'll be a Gcash legitimate. I'm not suffering from a heart attack or nothing. Knock on wood. But I'll have a Gcash in my description if you want to donate to the channel. I'd appreciate it. Support my channel and my philosophy, which doesn't have to be yours, but I'm pretty good at it, though.
You apologize to President Trump? Have you apologized to President Trump? All of you, I find it interesting that she keeps going after President Trump, the greatest president in American history. You sit here and you attack the president, and I am not going to have it. He is the most transparent president in the nation's history. Donald Trump, the Dow right now is over. The Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing.
Scotty boy, you got it all wrong. What you're taking is going to turn on you. L-arginine for sleep? That could act as a stimulant. L-theanine? Well, you know, that's a derivative of green tea. Good for mood, good for taking it during the day, not for night. Then mixing all that crap with melatonin on top of, what else are you taking? Man, you got it all wrong, brother. That's a cocktail for disaster. You may have gotten sleep last night, but I don't think you understand what it's doing to your digestive system. And what you're taking, Scotty, is it's not a good combo. You're reading somewhere, but and then you're deciding, well, this one says it could do that, and this one says it could do that. So what if I put everything together? What if I just put everything together, mix up a cocktail? Well, these cocktails could hurt you if you don't know what you're doing. Simple solution, Scotty boy. Stop drinking so much goddamn coffee. Jesus. Your coffee drinking is ridiculous. What the fuck are you spending on Starbucks every day? Well, it's your expense. But I know every one of those supplements you're taking. I have them all here. If I thought that would help my sleep, believe me, I would. Melatonin doesn't work on everybody, and it also has a factor where a tolerance level where you have to take more after a while. It doesn't work that well for most people. L-arginine? Well, L-arginine has, helps with your nitric acid and your blood flow. You want to keep in a sense, you want to keep the blood flow low at night. Yeah, if you want to take a lot of that to get laid or something and add something to it, maybe, but the vitamins you're taking or the supplements, no doctor in the world is going to tell you, no dietitian is going to tell you to take the combination of things that you take. And I don't know what else you're adding to that. You said there was something else that you're adding to that. Not a good idea. In fact, not a good idea at all. I have every one of those supplements that you just showed on camera. And you take it in a different way. The magnesium should be taken a little bit earlier, not at night before you go to bed. And by the way, you're going to wind up shitting like a pony with the magnesium, according to when you take it. And a lot of these supplements, they have a side effect. And some of them when mixed with each other. I'm not positive, it might even interfere with your respiration at night. I don't know who's feeding you information about taking all those supplements together for sleep. If melatonin works for you, stick with it. But even melatonin is not made to take every single night. Now look, if I had these other shits that worked for me, I wouldn't do what I'm doing. Okay? Don't you think I've explored? Of course I have. You need to just stop drinking your goddamn coffee. You're a moron, Scotty. You're an absolute moron. What a horrible combination of supplements for sleep. Oh, I slept good last night. You probably overwhelmed your body. Didn't know what the fuck you were putting in. L-theanine is for mood. Okay? It could act as an antioxidant of sorts. Because basically, L-theanine is really kind of what you find in green tea. In fact, it is. is something that you would take during the day for mood control. Yeah. L-arginine, not recommended at nighttime. And what was the other supplements you had in there? I said about the magnesium. Well, you don't want to take it at bedtime, not magnesium. You want to take it early in the evening if you have to take it at all. It does have benefits for muscle relaxation. It shows some benefits for helping you relax to get to sleep. But the rest of that is all garbage, what is put together. I'm just saying, Scotty. I'm just saying. All you supplement experts out.
I like to play with myself when I'm looking at pictures of friends.